Hello guys, it's Renesmee. After so many days, I'm finally uploading a video, and honestly, I missed you all so much. I know I've been inactive for a while, and I owe you an explanation. The reason is, I got 2 copyright strikes on my channel. And as you guys know, when that happens, the channel can be taken down anytime. It's really scary because this channel means so much to me. All the memories, all the edits, all the love you've shown, it's not just a channel, it's a part of my heart. I was really stressed and confused about what to do. I kept thinking, researching, trying to figure out how to protect everything we've built together, and after a lot of thought, I finally made a decision. I've created a new channel called Midnight Swan. On that channel, I'll be doing the same content, the same vibe, the same stories, the same love, just in a safer way. So please, if you truly support me and enjoy what I create, subscribe to Midnight Swan as a backup, just in case anything happens here. It would mean the world to me. Thank you for staying with me, for supporting me, and for being so patient. I love you guys more than you know.
Today, you're going to listen to What If Bella Swan Was Crowned by the Volturi Kings? Part 3. Let's get started. Alice's paw. Alice, I can't do it anymore. Bella's exasperated cry from behind the dressing room made me roll my eyes. We have only been here for 3 hours, Bella, I reminded her, thumbing through a few more options. I was doing this for Bella, though she didn't know it yet. Someone very special was coming into her life soon, and Bella was going to fall head over heels with him. Well, not as head over heels as she would be with Edward, but it was important nonetheless. It would make my thick-headed brother finally go for it, and make Bella realize that her feelings for Edward were not platonic. This was a very important turn of events. I couldn't wait. It would be strange seeing Bella with someone else, after seeing those visions of her and Edward together, after knowing they would end up together. But it was necessary, and Bella needed to work out her feelings. This was the perfect way. We were in Port Angeles. I had hauled Bella out of bed and dragged her to Port Angeles for the weekend with Rose. We needed to get her prepared. This special someone would arrive in school on Monday. I almost squealed in excitement at the thought. Again, it was just so exciting. Alice, calm down, Rosalie chuckled next to me. Any more and Bella would get suspicious. I had told her, of course, when Bella had been in the bathroom of our hotel suite. I couldn't help myself. I had to tell someone. And Rosalie was almost as good as I was at keeping thoughts away from Edward. I grinned at her. Isn't it great, though? I gushed. One last push and they're there. Who's where? Bella asked, as she stepped out of her dressing room. I ignored her question and rushed to her side. She was wearing a blue, flowing front tie tunic, with a deep V neckline and a center tie detail. It had cap sleeves. Throw in a pair of jeans and it was perfect. This is the one, I said, nodding my head. Rosalie was also giving her approval. Bella sighed in relief. Does that mean we get to go now? She asked excitedly. I brushed back her hair and smiled at her adoringly. Of course, Angel, I assured her. We'd have to go to another store to get the rest of your things. Bella groaned as I pushed her back into the dressing room to change back into her clothes. Now that her clothes for Monday has been solved, I'd need to redo her entire wardrobe. Well, not entire. I did get her all her clothes and I am the fashion goddess. But there was still a lot to do. I had to get her the dresses for her dates, super cute purses, shoes. I grinned as I handed my credit card to the cashier. We'd just finished shopping at the 5th store this morning, and Rose and I had about 30 bags in each hand. We had already gone to put bags in the car twice previously. This was turning out to be quite a successful shopping trip. Just as we were getting out of the store, I screamed. My entire family, Bella, Rose and I included, had just vanished into thin air. Our futures were completely blank. Rose rushed to my side, a worried look on her face, while Bella said, "Spider," to everyone within hearing range. As an explanation to my sudden shriek. We have to get home, I said urgently. Something horrible is going to happen. We grabbed all of our things and we speeding back to Forks within half an hour. I just hoped that our futures vanishing had nothing to do with actually dying. I hadn't even bothered to take out the shopping bags from Bella's McLaren. She had insisted on driving it to Port Angeles since she had had so little chances to use it. We dashed inside the house, Bella floon. G over my shoulder as Rose and I moved at vampire speed. Bella should have been used to this by now, but she still protested, claiming that her legs worked just fine. As usual, I ignored it. Everyone get down here, I screamed. I had already told Rose and Bella about my vision of the entire family vanishing. I had looked again into the future and had seen that we would be fine after a few hours of vanishing. That was a complete mystery to me. I had no idea why we would just disappear. Jasper, Edward, Carlisle, Esme and Emmett showed up in the living room in the blink of an eye. I set Bella down on the couch and she crossed her arms across her chest, huffing at me. "What's wrong?" Edward asked, noting the panic in my voice and the incoherency of my thoughts. His concern went immediately to Bella. "Are you all right?" Before Bella had a chance to respond, I cried out, "We're going to disappear." Silence greeted my desperate cry. Emmett was the one who broke it, whispering, "Do you think she's finally cracked? I mean, no one can shop that much without being clinically insane, right?" I threw a pillow at him, which, of course, didn't faze him at all, and went on to explain my vision. Edward, who had seen it in my head, started pacing around and hovering protectively above Bella throughout my explanation. We all turned to Carlisle for an explanation once I was done. He was the one with the theories and the answers. I expected him to know why I couldn't see anyone for hours before we finally showed up in the future. He didn't have an answer. He was baffled as to why all of us would vanish then appear in my visions. I had to admit, none of us looked hurt in any way once my sight resurfaced. Just worn out, I supposed. Tired, and wary. Perhaps we went out of your vision range, Alice?" Carlisle asked, raising his eyebrows hopefully at this latest theory. I shook my head, mouth set into a grim line. "No, we could have gone to Mars, and I would have seen it," I replied glumly. The real tone of the phone made everyone but Edward and I jump. Esme rushed to pick it up, and frowned. Edward, standing guard over Bella, growled. I shot him a confused look, then gasped when I saw what Esme was going to tell Carlisle. Was that the reason we would disappear? "Carlisle," Esme walked back to our group, sitting in the living room. She sat on Carlisle's lap while he lounged in the sole armchair. "It's for you, Billy Black from the Quileute tribe." "Quileute?" Jasper's brows furrowed. "Tribe?" Rosalie looked aghast, afraid even. From what I heard, the Quileute werewolves were as fond of vampires as we were of those dogs. Bella, however, wasn't all that surprised. I had expected her to be shocked that other mythical beings existed but, of course, she had caught me off guard. She had paid more attention to mythology and lore, especially told from Carlisle's perspective, than the rest of us. She wasn't surprised at all by the fact that werewolves existed. "You mean the werewolves?" Bella asked, looking from Carlisle to Edward as she spoke. Carlisle nodded his head grimly and took the phone from Esme. He spoke quietly into it, but Olive could hear him and Billy Black on the other end of the line. Only Bella was unable to hear. "Carlisle Cullen?" "Yes. I assume this is Billy Black." "You assumed right. I think we need to talk." "Oh, what about Isabella Swan?" "She's Isabella Hale now. That's exactly why we need to talk. Listen, Charlie Swan was my best friend. Bella deserves a life. A normal one. We need to meet up, face to face." "Is that really necessary?" "Yes." "Very well. What do you suggest? How about I come over to your land? My son, and a few others will accompany me. I'm not sure that is in the best interest of my family's safety. And by family, I do include Bella in that equation. We do not intend to harm Bella. We simply want to talk about what's best for her. When shall I expect you?" "In half an hour. My son Jacob, Sam Yulee and Seth Clearwater will be with me. Please come over to my house. We more than welcome you." Well thanks. I think, another thing, we must insist that Bella is present at this meeting. I would like to ask her opinion on the matter. I'm fairly certain that you would be wasting your time, and mine. But I shall oblige. I will see you in half an hour." The line went dead. I stared at Carlisle, horrified. Edward was the one to speak first. "Are you insane, Carlisle?" he hissed. "Those dogs. Here, while Bella's around. What if they lose control?" "Now, Edward." It was his one request for Bella to be present. "I wouldn't have agreed to it if it could have harmed anyone," he said gently, wrapping his arms around Esme. I shook my head, standing up to pace. Honestly, I'd spent too much time with Edward lately. "Carlisle, I can't see when they're here. We would vanish from my sight in approximately 27 minutes, I ranted. "What if something horrible happens? I won't be able to see it, so we won't be able to prevent it. You saw us all coming out of it unscathed. It takes a split-second decision to change the future, Carlisle, and you know it." I was near hysterics now. "No, scratch that. I was right smack in the middle of hysterical. Jasp. Grabbed my wrist as I paced in front of him and tugged me gently back onto the couch. Wrapping his arms around me, I felt his powers working on me. I let myself succumb to the calming waves he was sending me. Don't worry, darlin', Jasper whispered, kissing my cheek. We outnumber them. Emmett seemed as confident as Jasper as he grinned maliciously. Yeah, we'd beat those dogs down if we have to, he said cockily. Esme, being the gentle creature that she was, clucked her tongue disapprovingly. Now, she chided. Carlisle just promised Billy Black that this would be a peaceful meeting. Don't lose your tempers. Edward was too agitated for even Jasper to calm down. But they're werewolves, he said, frustrated. He threw his hands up in the air. Am I the only sane one here? He asked, glaring at us all. How can you be so calm? Bella tugged on his arm, though it did nothing to sway him, of course. Edward, she said pleadingly. Would you please stop that? Edward was suddenly sitting right next to Bella. You're right, he said. That's a first, I thought, surprised. I was pretty sure the others were thinking the same thing. We would just have to hide Bella. How about Canada? He turned to her, a hopeful expression on his face. Bella rolled her eyes. I'm sure this isn't the first time you've heard this, especially now, but I just have to say it, you're overreacting, she said dryly. I chuck L. At her humor at such a terrifying time for her. I wondered if she even feared for her life at this point. Bella was always putting others first. If anything, she always placed Edward before herself. She probably didn't even realize the potential danger she was in. Edward frowned as he acknowledged my thoughts, then scowled at Bella. Didn't Billy say that he wanted me here? She asked rhetorically. I don't know about Jacob or Sam or Seth. But Billy wouldn't hurt me. He was my father's friend. I glanced at her, suddenly curious. Did she remember this Billy Black? Did she remember that part of her human life? Rosalie asked the question before I could. Do you remember him, Bella? She asked quietly, as if afraid of the answer. I realized that she was scared Bella's affections for her father's friend. And her newfound connection to Bella Swan would take her away from Rose. I scoffed. As if that would happen. Bella bit her lip and nodded her head slowly. Charlie used to fish. A lot. He went down to La Push. I always played with Jake and his sisters. Rebecca and Rachel would be in college by now, she said, her eyes glazing over as she remembered her past. Edward watched her with a pained expression on his face. At last, it was Emmett who broke the silence. So did you know they were werewolves? He asked bluntly. Emmett, Esme cried, horrified. What? Bella simply smiled fondly at her brother, and shook her head. As far as Charlie and I knew, they were human. They didn't look any different. When Carlisle told me about the Quileute werewolves, I had to admit, I thought Billy Black didn't have anything to do with it. That is, until you mentioned his name, of course, she chuckled. I shook my head. She had known the man, known his family. Yet the thought of him as a werewolf didn't faze him at all. What a surprising human, after all. Edward's paw. Bella turned to me and unleashed her big, brown eyes on me. I was instantly captivated. Please, Edward, don't worry too much about this. Let's just hear what Billy has to say, she pleaded with me. I sighed. When she said, please, it turned all my resolve into dust. I was angry, though, and upset that she was calling this Quileute man by his first name. She had memories of him, memories that linked back to her past. Rosalie was worried that because of this, Bella might choose Billy Black over us if it came down to it. I could understand her fear. Bella might have been hesitant to delve into her past, but this man had been her father's friend. She had known him. He was a direct link. What if she really wanted to leave us? Would I let her go? Could I let her go? I shook my head, squeezing my eyes shut. Bella, I groaned, you cannot possibly be scheming me to allow werewolves to come into the house when you're in close proximity. When I opened my eyes, I met her firm, determined brown orbs. I rolled my eyes. Of course, she was being stubborn again. Yes, she said without hesitation. I am. At my pained expression, her own face softened. She tugged at the hand that was now covering my face as my thumb and forefinger pinched the bridge of my nose. It didn't sway me at all. I suppose to her, it would have been like tugging on concrete or marble. But I let her take my hand away from my face. Please, she asked again, the one word that was my weakness. Dad already promised them this. I don't want Billy to think my new family's a liar. I sighed heavily and stared at her grimly. Fine, but the first sign of danger, Isabella, and I'm dragging you all the way to Iceland. The corners of her lips pulled up into an amused smile. Of course. I heard their thoughts minutes before they actually drove up the driveway. I hope they haven't drained her dry yet. I hope she's still human. How dare they take away Charlie's girl? He and Renee would be rolling around in their graves if they knew. Did the cold ones really have to come back? Because of them, this werewolf thing started again. I could have had a normal life, but no. Bella, I don't remember all that much about her. I think she and I used to play together when Charlie Swan came by to fish. I wrapped an arm around Bella's shoulders, holding her close to me. Noticing my anxious expression and deducing that the werewolves were near, Bella scooted closer to me as well and rested her head on my shoulder. I heard her sigh in contentment and smiled tightly, brushing my lips against her forehead. I watched the familiar blush covering her cheeks so beautifully. Alice broke into my thoughts. They'll pull up in 30 seconds. She said, frantic. Jasper held her close and tried to calm her down. Alice, don't let them know you're worried they're here, he was murmuring. We'll be fine. I wished I could share his optimism. The fact is, I was scared beyond belief. What if something horrible happened to Bella? What if it were something we couldn't prevent? What if Billy Black and his vile werewolf friends snatched Bella away from me? I couldn't lose her. I couldn't exist without her. I looked down to see that Bella was fingering the charm bracelet around her wrist nervously. She had worn it because of Alice's crazy shopping spree weekend marathon. She was anxious, too. I kissed her hair lightly and she looked up at me to smile slightly. Don't worry, Bella, I assured her. I'll make sure nothing happens to you. I'll protect you. She nodded her head, and turned to look anxiously at the door. I thought I heard her mumble, but who will protect you? Silly Bella. Was this what she was so upset about? I gave her shoulders a reassuring squeeze. She didn't have to worry for me, or any of us for that matter. We would be perfectly safe against these werewolves. They were nothing compared to newborn vampires. I winced as I remembered the incident with my arm. The pain was as clear to me now as it was then. Pushing it out of my mind, I focused solely on protecting Bella. The doorbell rang. Carlisle moved swiftly to the door and answered it. 4 men came in, looking around with narrowed eyes and tensed shoulders. It was as if they expected us to spring an attack on them at any given moment. I rolled my eyes at the absurdity of it. 3 of the russet-skinned men were tall and gangly, their black hair reaching down to their backs. The older man, whom I assumed to be Billy Black, was in a wheelchair. He scanned the room apprehensively before his gaze fell on Bella. He stiffened as he noticed my arm around her shoulders, but relaxed slightly as he noticed that she didn't seem to be in any immediate danger. They're not together, are they? Oh, God, tell me they're not together. I smirked a little at his thoughts, but I hid it before any of them could notice. I'm Billy Black, the man said. Pointing to the tall boy behind him, he said, this is Jacob. He's my son. You remember him, Bella? He asked, pointedly ignoring everyone else in the room. From his thoughts, I read that he wanted to guilt Bella into leaving our family and staying with them. Bella smiled and lifted her hand in a half wave. Yes, of course. It's nice to see you and Jacob again, Billy, she smiled at them pleasantly. Billy nodded his head slightly and continued with the introductions. The tall boy with the hard expression on his face was Sam Yulee. It seemed that Sam didn't seem too eager to be here. He was, also, evidently the oldest of the 3 boys. The last was Seth Clearwater. He was much younger than Sam, younger than Jacob, even. He seemed slightly excited. They don't seem so bad. I don't know what Sam was talking about. They don't dress funny or look as if they want to suck my blood. I wonder if they sleep in coffins. I smothered my chuckles with a little cough. Seth was clearly a very young werewolf and had not much of an idea what vampires really were. Then a horrified thought came to mind. A young werewolf. They were unstable. They could lose control at any moment. Carlisle introduced us all. I noticed that Billy's eyes flashed when Carlisle introduced Bella as his daughter. Billy Black sat in his wheelchair, directly facing the couch Bella and I were sitting in. Jacob, Sam and Seth stood behind him, as if they were his guards. I noticed how the vampires were on one side of the room while the werewolves were on the other. I rolled my eyes discreetly at how ridiculous all this was. If Billy Black had just left things alone, we wouldn't be here at this point. I assume there are no trouble whatsoever with us being here? Carlisle asked pleasantly. We have agreed to a treaty, yes. The treaty didn't allow you to kidnap a human, leech. Sam growled. Billy Black didn't even restrain his dog and put him on a leash. Bella narrowed her eyes and leaned towards me. She whispered, are they always this rude? Of course, she had no idea of knowing that werewolves, too, have sensitive hearing. Sam, Jacob and Seth exchanged looks while us vampires chuckled. Bella blushed a little at having been caught whispering something like that. Billy ignored the amused titter and looked straight at Bella. Being her, she blushed deeper. I smiled, running my hand down her arm reassuringly. Billy narrowed his eyes at that. Bella, he said slowly. Would you mind talking to me for a private moment? Bella shot me a curious look, but I shook my head. Emmett was the one who answered. No, he bellowed. You said you wanted to talk, face to face, so do it, damn it. But our sister's not going anywhere out of our sight. Esme sighed. Emmett, sit down, she scolded. She turned back towards the wolves. What my son is trying to say is that we would prefer it if Bella would stay in the same room as us. We would like to ensure that she's safe, that's all. Jacob's face contorted into one of pure anger. We would never hurt her, he said, eyes blazing. Billy had had enough. That's fine, he said curtly. I suppose you'd all want to be here when I say this. He turned back to look at Bella. Bells, your dad and I were best friends. You know that. Bella nodded her head, biting her lip. She was anxious as to how this would play out. I just want you to know that we have space for you at the reservation. Charlie would have been more than happy. Bella paled considerably and shook her head. Billy, if you don't mind, I'd rather you not guilt me into this by saying how happy or how proud my parents would have been if I'd live with you instead, she said, raising her hand to stop the old wolf from speaking. Billy looked surprised by this. He hadn't expected her to be able to speak like that or stand her own ground. Yeah, sure, he said gruffly, still shocked. Bella looked around with raised eyebrows. Is this what this is about? She asked, partly horrified, and partly amused. You came here to ask me to leave my family. Your family, Jacob shouted. Sam placed a hand on his shoulder but Jacob shoved it away. Bella, these are blood-sucking leeches we're talking ab. Protests shot through the air quickly. Emmett and Jasper leapt to their feet while I pulled Bella closer to me. Rosalie and Sam looked as if they were about to just attack each other. Emmett was trying to protect her. Alice was frantic, unable to see anything. Seth looked around amusedly with childlike eyes. Billy shook his head, smacking his forehead with his palm. Carlisle and Esme were calling things to order. Bella squeezed my marble hand as hard as she could, assuring me, then slid out of my grip. I wanted to protest, but I kept my mouth shut when I realized what she was doing. Rose was the only one still in a fighting stance, facing off with Sam. Emmett was trying to restrain her and put distance between her and Sam. Bella walked over to Rosalie and wrapped her arms around her waist. Rosalie immediately so, ft up and allowed Emmett to drag them both back to the couch. Bella sat next to her while Emmett sat on Rose's other side. Jacob's eyes widened at the sight of Bella's obvious interaction with vampires. What the language, Esme sang out. Sam looked at her disbelievingly. Bella glared at Jacob. You know, if you don't have anything nice to say. I don't, he interrupted curtly, his eyes still bulging out at her lack of fear of vampires. Bella refused to back down. Then how about keeping your mouth shut? She suggested coldly. I chuckled. Leave it to Bella to stand up to a werewolf, I thought wryly. Jacob looked shocked and a little hurt at Bella's words. Bella sighed, shaking my head. I appreciate your thought, she said, backpedaling. She wasn't one to hurt anyone's feelings and move on without feeling guilty. Even if they are rude and idiotic dogs. And I can see where you're coming from, really. I know that you believe they're cold and heartless. Which they don't, she interrupted Sam. He stopped, but continued to glare at her, as if he considered her to be betraying her own kind. From his thoughts, I gathered that he really did believe that. But they're my family. They raised me. I love them. I'm not going to leave them, of all things, Bella said firmly, looking at them straight in the eye as if it would convince them. The very idea of being without her made my heart break. I could never allow such a thing. These dogs would have to fight, till death if they believed they would take her away from me. Of course, if Bella wanted to leave. Stop it, Edward, hadn't she just said that she would never want to leave? I reminded myself. Seth smiled a little at her, and I realized that he didn't have the hostility that the others possessed. Is it because you have a boyfriend? Seth asked curiously. He nodded towards me, and I shifted in my seat uncomfortably. Dude, you're so whipped even the little wolf kid can see it, Emmett chuckled in his head, amused. I shot him a glare. Bella, on the other hand, did not have the advantage of pale skin and no blood in her system. Needless to say, she blushed. Hard. And no, she stuttered shyly. He's just my friend. I ignored the pain shooting through my dead heart. Not your brother? Sam asked sharply, looking from me to Carlisle to Esme, as if he were deducing something. If she doesn't consider him her brother, how does she consider him? Does their leader want Bella to be the vampire's mate? Sick, plain sick. Bella frowned. What difference does it make? She asked innocently, tilting her head to the side. Billy seemed to have reached the same conclusion. He looked back at a confused Jacob and Seth. Would the two of you mind going outside with Bella? He asked grimly. Absolutely not. Jasper growled. Billy looked back at us. We need to discuss something important, and I'm sure you don't want Bella to hear this, he said. I was silent as Jasper and Emmett made their protests known. I was listening into Billy Black's thoughts, trying to see if he had any intention of his wolf children to snatch Bella away while she was defenseless. Finally, I spoke. He's telling the truth. They're not intending to snatch her away. He just wants to talk without Bella in the room, I said out loud. Seth raised an eyebrow. How do you know that? He asked naively. That was so creepy. Maybe he can, read minds or something. I wish. I could read minds and find out if Jake's been stealing my magazines. I know he's the one putting it out in plain sight for Mom to find. I just have to prove it. I smiled, amused at this boy's musings. He didn't seem as hostile as the others, and he was fairly innocent. For a werewolf, I'm telepathic, I announced. Seth's eyes widened and a huge smile broke out on his face. Cool, he said eagerly. Seth, Sam snapped. Seth immediately stopped talking, but the excited sparkle in his eyes never left. I grinned, shaking my head. All right, Carlisle allowed. Bella, would you go outside to talk to Jacob and Seth for a few minutes? Bella rolled my eyes. Sure, wouldn't want to get in the way of mythical creature's annual barbecue, she said sarcastically. I chuckled, smiling at her. Bella blushed and turned back to Rosalie. She leaned forward and kissed Rose on the cheek. Check the temper, Mom, she joked. Rosalie scowled, but smiled as she ran her hand through Bella's hair once. Bella waved at us as she left the house. She went out to the garage, so we could all pretty much hear her. I sighed in relief. Without Alice's visions to aid us, we really needed to know if danger was on the horizon. As soon as she was out of earshot, Sam turned to us and snarled. Is that your sick plan? He shot at me. To turn her and have her be your mate. He spat out in disgust. I rose to my feet. You don't even know what you're talking about, I said. Even though what he said was true. Sam, back down, Billy barked. He turned his gaze on us, then spoke directly to Carlisle. Is that what you have planned? He asked, his black eyes blazing. Carlisle bit his lip. It wasn't planned, he said slowly. Edward and Bella, their feelings for each other have developed throughout the years, he was struggling to explain. How do I explain it in such a way that they would understand? So you are planning on her becoming his mate? Billy clarified. Yes, Alice piped up. How dare you? Sam bellowed. She's human. I was starting to lose my temper. How could they think that I was forcing myself on Bella? I'd never do anything to harm her. I'm not forcing her to do anything. I yelled. If she doesn't want me, pain, sheer pain. Then I won't force it. I'll let her be with anyone she wants. She deserves it. Sam huffed, still in a crouching stance. Damn right she does, he growled. I ignored that, and continued. But if she wants to, I looked down. Embarrassed at having to discuss this with two strangers. Enemies, no less. I didn't have to finish my sentence as Alice spoke up. I have visions of the future, she said. Sam and Billy looked at her. A little surprised by this. What does that have to do with anything? Billy asked confusedly. Alice rolled her eyes. I saw Edward and Bella together. As a couple, she finished. Sam let out an enraged howl. But Billy yelled at him to calm down. If we lose our temper and attack, it would be on our heads. This is their land. We came over with permission, but attacking them here. The other elders would have our heads. It would mean war. I hope Sam realized that. Alice wasn't fazed by Sam's temper, but Jasper stood partially in front of her to block him lest he tried something. None of us forced Bella. Just like Edward Said. If she wants to be with him, then so be it. What's the harm? She shrugged, though her eyes narrowed as she sized Sam and Billy calculatingly. What's the harm? Sam repeated mockingly. She's human. He could kill her. I flinched away at the harsh truth. Billy regarded Carlisle with ancient wisdom. Or are you planning on turning her? He asked quietly. Carlisle sighed. It's not up to us anymore. He said sadly. Sam raised an eyebrow. What the hell does that mean? Do you know of the Volturi? Sam looked confused, but Billy Black nodded his head. The Vampire Royal. They're in Italy, right? He asked disinterestedly. Carlisle nodded his head. They paid a visit years ago. They want Bella to be one of us. No. Billy's answer was cold, hard and undeterred. It was obvious that he thought he had a say in the matter. Mr. Black, Carlisle said politely, trying not to anger Billy or his irate werewolf friend. Neither you nor I have any say in this. If Bella does become one of us by her 18th birthday, they will kill her. Billy's russet face paled. We'll take her, hide her, he said, grasping at straws. Jasper shook his head. They have guards who are extremely well versed in tracking and combat, he informed Billy. We're not afraid to fight, Sam growled. Emmett rolled his eyes and flexed his muscles. Well, neither are we, he snapped back. It was clear that he caught on to the double meaning behind Sam's words. But this isn't about you or your precious feelings. It's about Bella's life, the life that would be taken from her anyway. You do realize that once you bite her, she'll die. It's not killing her, Alice said angrily. It's giving her a chance to live for eternity. How could you leeches even begin to think that this is a good idea? Stop, Bella's voice commanded. We all turned to face the doorway, where she stood. A livid expression was on her face as she regarded the room. In our heated arguments, we hadn't realized that she had left the garage and had come back to the house. She strolled in, her anger never wavering as she glared at a room full of vampires and werewolves. Jacob and Seth came in after her. Jacob looked almost as angry as she did. Seth looked sheepish and anxious. Bella didn't take her place next to me. Instead, she stood in the middle ground between vampires and werewolves. She stared us down, hands on her hips. We waited with bated breath for her to speak the words she came in to say. Bella's paw. I went out into the garage and Jacob and Seth followed me quietly. I went to my McLaren and ran my hand down the side, sighing. Jacob and Seth whistled as they saw the car. Man, that is awesome, Jacob said, staring at the car in admiration. I smiled proudly, patting the hood affectionately. Isn't it? I gushed. My mom, Edward and Alice got it for me for my 16th birthday. But they gave it to me before school started as an early present, I told them. Jacob frowned at the mention of my family. Your mom, he spat out the word. Which one is that? Seth asked quickly, probably to stop Jacob from saying something stupid. The older one. What was her name? Esme, I guessed. He nodded. No. Well, yes, she's my mother, too. But I was talking about Rosalie, the blonde one. Seth nodded slowly, as if he was accepting this new information. So you have two moms? I nodded my head. Esme and Rose are my mothers, and Carlisle's my dad, I said. Emmett's more like a big brother than a dad, but that's because he's just silly that way. You should have seen him at school. He's 3 times as protective as Carlisle would ever be. I rolled my eyes, remembering the way he had freaked out just because Mike was talking to me. And in front of the entire cafeteria, too. I had never been so embarrassed before. Attention was never a good thing for me. Jacob and Seth were silent, so I walked to the back of my car. I should probably start heaving shopping bags upstairs. Though, Edward, Emmett and Jasper could do it once and get it over with. Maybe I'd just ask them to do it later. No, it would just trouble them and I didn't want that. I took my keys out of my pockets, having never took them out, and opened the trunk. Seth stared open-mouthed at all the shopping bags. What, did you burn all of your things or something? He asked, choking on the words. I laughed, shaking my head. No, Alice just loves to shop, I explained. Add in Rose and we have a crazy party of 3 girls going around buying everything in sight. Jacob growled and shook his head. Okay, look, can we not talk about this as if you've been adopted by a normal family? He asked, almost pleading. I sighed, slamming the trunk close. I think I would wait for Edward, Emmett and Jasper after all. No, Jacob, my family's not normal. Then again, bursting into wolf form doesn't exactly scream normal, either, does it? I raised an eyebrow. My family's loving. They care. They wouldn't hurt a fly. And they love me. It's all a girl could ask for. Seth leaned against the wall behind my McLaren. So you're not afraid of them or anything? He asked. I shrugged. What's to be afraid of? They suck blood. And you turn into a werewolf when you're angry, and you eat raw meat. I shot back. He looked shocked that I would know that. Oh, don't be so surprised. You live with vampires, why? Oh, you start getting curious about mythology. Jacob let it go for the moment and turned back to my car. You know, this really is a sweet ride, he said appreciatively. I smiled at him. You know a lot about cars. He nodded his head eagerly, smiling widely. I build cars, he said proudly. Nothing as extravagant as this, obviously, he gestured towards my McLaren, making me laugh. But it's still awesome for me. I bit my lip. That sounds pretty cool, I said. I started learning about cars a few years ago, but I still feel awkward doing anything with them except drive. I feel like an amateur whenever I try to do anything else, I admitted. Blushing, Jacob and Seth laughed at that. Well, you'd get better in time, Jake assured me. Trust me, it's not all that hard. You just have to practice. I turned to Seth. What about you? Seth shrugged. I don't really know much about cars. That's Jake's thing, he said with a smile. Jake sniggered. Yeah, Seth's all about a certain kind of magazines these days, he teased. Seth turned a bright shade of red. I realized what Jake must have meant, and blushed as well. Ah, it's okay, kid, Jacob taunted, ruffling Seth's hair. Seth shoved his hand away with a scowl. It just means you're growing up. I thought I heard Seth mutter something about killing Jacob and feeding him to grizzly bears. I smirked. Jake, stop, you're embarrassing him, I scolded, though I still couldn't keep the blush from my face. Jacob, of course, noticed this, and begun to tease me instead. What, you're not comfortable talking about? Jacob, both Seth and I yelled. He just chuckled as he leaned back against the wall, hands in his pocket. Okay, he said finally. Sheesh, you people are such prudes. It was just a joke, okay. He grinned at us. I rolled my eyes, and started asking him about Rebecca and Rachel. I remembered them from when I would visit La Push with my dad. Jake started talking about them with enthusiasm. He obviously loved his sisters very much, and he missed them. As right, they had gone to college already. After I was done, and Seth had finished asking me about the places I had lived in and visited before, silence fell upon us. Jacob stood next to Seth, arms folded across his chest. So you and that male leech. Jacob, he rolled his eyes. Fine, that vampire. Happy. Oh, immensely, I said sarcastically. He grinned slightly. I raised an eyebrow, knowing which direction this conversation was going. Are you talking about Edward? Jacob's grin slipped off his face, and he scowled at me. If you're talking about the one you're cuddling with, then yes, he said gruffly. I felt my face heat up as he said this, and shuffled my feet. I was not cuddling with him, I said indignantly. I trailed off, not really knowing how to explain my relationship with Edward to him. Jacob shook his head. You do know that they're all planning on you becoming his mate, right? He asked me, raising his eyebrow. I blushed even harder. How could you even say that? I snapped. Look, you don't even know how it's like between Edward and I. Edward and I like the sound of that. I shook myself out of it, scowling at that random thought, and continued. And you know what? I don't have to justify myself to someone I hadn't seen since he was 5. Jacob snorted. And whose fault is that? He waved in the direction of the house. I narrowed my eyes at him. They took me in, Jake, I reminded him. They gave me a home. You should really stop talking about them as if they're saints, he snapped at me, starting to pace. His agitation was reaching a new level now. Seth merely looked pained, and sad. He was gazing at me as if he was seeing a ghost. I turned to Seth, seeing as how I believed Jacob wouldn't tell me even if I asked. What are they talking about in there? I asked him. I think they would know. Maybe that was why Jacob was growing angrier with each passing second. Seth, Jacob growled threateningly. Seth shrank back, probably in fear. But I shook my head. Seth, I want to know, I said firmly. Please, he sighed, and gave in. I walked in to find every single person, other than Billy of course, on their feet. Billy had a livid expression on his face as he and Sam argued with my family. They were talking about my change, just like Seth said they were. Stop, I called out in a loud, clear voice. Every single person stopped talking. If I hadn't been so mad, I would have laughed at the sight of 7 vampires and 2 werewolves freezing at the mere sound of one word coming from my mouth. I walked in and stared them down. I was aware of Jacob and Seth going to stand by Billy and Sam. I glared at them all once more and opened my mouth. I can't believe that you would have this conversation without me, I said in a low voice. If I spoke any louder, I would just start screaming. Bella, I cut Edward's words off. I shook my head. No, I said harshly. He looked hurt by my tone, so I took in a deep breath, softening it. I had to calm down. This was my decision, I said, looking at the Quileute men. Not theirs. Even if the Volturi hadn't come down and demanded it, I would have asked for it. Billy, Sam, Jacob and Seth looked shocked and disgusted by it. Why would you do that? Jacob asked, choking on his words. I shrugged. Because I won't live without my family, I answered simply. Billy shook his head. Bella, this is ridiculous. Come with us. We'll protect you. You don't have anything to worry about, he tried. I raised my hand to stop him. I appreciate your offer, Billy. But no, you don't understand my feelings for them. You can't waltz in here and expect to know how things go around here, I said. Enlighten us, then, Jacob said through gritted teeth. I glared at him. Did he have to be so rude towards my family? It would be longer than the Gettysburg Address. And that was about a war, I smiled slightly. I let out a huge sigh. My change is inevitable. Not only have I accepted it, I welcome it. I want to be with my family forever, and that's that, I concluded. I understand the terms of the treaty. You do? Billy asked point blank. I am a Cullen, you know. I reminded him. Billy flinched at that. I ignored him. So I know that you specified that the Cullens can't change a human anymore. But I'm asking you to make an exception. Sam's nostrils flared as he glowered at me, arms defensively across his chest. Under what circumstances? He asked. My life, I said evenly. If I'm not changed by the Cullens, the Volturi would come. It doesn't matter if they hide me in a cave under a volcano somewhere. They'd find me, and when they do, they'd kill me. Or, worse, change me back in Italy. Wouldn't you prefer my being with the Cullens? Not harming any humans? Or would you rather I feast on an Italian town? Every single person in the room stared at me as if I had two heads for speaking so calmly about drinking blood. We'd prefer you stay human, Jacob said. I sighed. I know, and I understand that, but my humanity is going to last only for 2 more years, I explained. I walked over to where Edward stood. It's not an option, and I don't want it to be. Please try to understand, even if you can't accept that. Billy sighed. We're not having much progress here, he said, shaking his head. Bella, we'll have to talk to the rest of the pack. We'll be in touch. He said this more as a warning to the others, instead of a promise to me. Sam wheeled Billy out of the house. Seth stopped at the door. It's nice to meet you, Bella, he smiled a little. It's a really great car you have. I waved at him as he left. Jacob stayed behind, narrowing his eyes at the others. I guess this is it, he said, rubbing the back of his neck with one hand. I gave him a small smile. Yeah, I guess it is, I agreed. I walked over to him and he wrapped one arm around me in an awkward hug. I patted his back gently. Edward growled behind me when Jacob didn't let go, so I laughed and pushed Jake away playfully. It was nice seeing you again, Jake, I said sincerely. I honestly thought Jacob was a nice guy. If he hadn't felt so much hostility towards my family and if there wasn't that mutual enemies thing between us, then I was positive that we would be good friends. Jake smiled back at me, his white teeth showing. You, too, Bells. Take care, alright, maybe I'll see you around sometime. I didn't know if that was possible. With everything going around, I would actually like it if we could hang out if he didn't mention anything about bloodsuckers, or leeches, or try to get me to leave my family, that is. So I said, maybe. I watched as Jake went inside Billy's car, and the 4 of them drove away. Seth was still waving enthusiastically at me as they went by. I waved back, laughing, and turned back to face my family. Closing the door behind me, I acknowledged their stunned expressions. What? I asked, confused. Emmett shook his head, slowly sinking down to sit on the couch. You do are. Eli's you just mouthed off to a bunch of werewolves, right? He asked me in astonishment. I snorted. I didn't mouth off to them, Emmett. I told them the truth. Besides, you really shouldn't have talked about it without me. I don't appreciate my decisions being made for me, I said sternly. Edward smiled sheepishly at me. I'm sorry, Bella. Billy thought it would be best if we had it without you. He thought it would upset you. He explained. I raised an eyebrow. And do you agree? I asked. He didn't answer me, but the look in his eyes told me everything. Edward, stop, I said firmly. I don't regret making that deal. I want to be with you for eternity. That's not negotiable. His eyes searched my face, as if he was trying to see if I was lying. I kept my eyes locked on his, waiting for him to realize the obvious. Finally, He broke out into the biggest, most beautiful smile I'd ever seen. My traitorous heart thudded violently in my chest. I wondered if he could hear it. I blushed, wondering if they all could. No, it was too embarrassing to think like that. Edward was by my side in an instant, and had enveloped me in a huge hug. I leaned into him and closed my eyes, enjoying the sweet scent of him. Suddenly he pulled away. "Bella," he said mischievously, "don't take this the wrong way, but you smell like a dog." I laughed, remembering how Carlyle had said that werewolves smell terrible to vampires. Just like vampires smelled too sweet to be pleasant for werewolves. I shoved him aside playfully, though it hardly had any effect on him. He pretended to stumble just the same, which made me laugh even harder. "I'll shower," I promised. "Could you go get the bags from my car? I think we forgot about them earlier." Edward nodded, as did Emmett and Jasper. He gave me one last smile and left for the garage. I watched him leave with a small smile on my lips, then turned to head up the stairs. Jake had said that Carlyle and the others meant for Edward to be my mate. I didn't know if that was true or not, but it seemed too big a secret to keep, even from me. They would have told me if that were true. And, really, it was ridiculous. Edward was my best friend. That was all. There was nothing remotely romantic about it. But if there was something romantic about it, would it be so bad? A tiny little voice in my head asked with a devious chuckle. I pushed the thought aside. That was hardly appropriate. Edward and I were best friends. We were going to have eternity together. We had kissed before, and my heart would go crazy every time he smiled at me. And, according to Jasper, we were soulmates. I sighed as I stepped into my bathroom. I think I might need another aspirin. Bella's pav. Alice was acting strange today. She woke me up as early as she did the first day of school. She pracked tea. Callie shoved me into the shower while she picked out my outfit from the humongous amount of clothes she had bought for me in Port Angeles. When I was done showering, she made me sit in front of the VA. Nitty in my robe while she did my hair and makeup. I felt like I was preparing myself for a formal event. The makeup was light, so it didn't feel or look like I had actually worn any makeup. Alice pinned up my hair from both sides and let the rest flow down my back. She then gave me the blue versus neck tunic we had just bought and a pair of jeans to change into. I sighed, giving in. Once I was done, she gave me Edward's bracelet. I took it wordlessly and put it on, but raised my eyebrows at her questioningly. Alice merely shrugged as she made sure my hair was fine. Just for luck, she grinned. "You're going to want it today." I glared at her reflection. I hated it when she kept things from me. But Alice wasn't fazed by this as she practically pushed me out of the door. I felt something brush past my leg and looked down to see Lily clawing on my jeans, as if she wanted to climb up my leg. I smiled and scooped her up into my arms, taking her with me downstairs. She was probably hungry. Went downstairs to find Edward sitting at the kitchen counter, rubbing his temples. He looked frustrated. I gave him a knowing look. "Is Alice blocking you out?" I asked. He nodded his head. "Rose, too," he answered. "Was it really necessary to do this?" He muttered angrily. I shrugged. "Don't look at me. They're not telling me anything, either," I laughed. I prepared a bowl of Lily's catnip, and grabbed a granola bar for myself. Edward eyed it with a critical look on his face. "Bella," he said disapprovingly. "That's hardly a proper breakfast." I smiled innocently up at him. "And what would a proper breakfast be? Mountain lions or grizzlies?" Edward scowled at me, but Emmett simply laughed as he came into the kitchen. "See," he said proudly to Edward. "Kid's got spunk." He reached out to muss my hair the same time Alice screamed. Emmett's hand froze. "I suggest you don't do that unless you want Alice to burn your hand off," I advised him. His hand promptly fell to his side. Edward and I shared a look and burst out laughing. It was incredibly funny to see big, scary Emmett afraid of tiny, pixie Alice. Emmett scowled at us while Rosalie crept up behind him and wrapped her arms around his torso. To this day, it still amazed me that she was able to hug him fully. I could never do that. He was just so big. "Come on, baby," Rosalie purred. "Let's head out a little earlier." I made a face at them, and Edward laughed, shaking his head. "It's been 10 years, Bella," he teased. "Aren't you supposed to be used to it by now?" His smile slipped suddenly, and he frowned at Emmett and Rosalie. "I really don't need to see that," he chided. Rose and Em barely acknowledged him. I snickered. "It's been 10 years, Edward," I begun. He glared at me. "Don't," he growled. Alice's tinkling laugh was accompanied by her entrance. Jasper was close behind. Rose and Em need time alone, she winked at the couple. Edward, would you mind driving us? Edward nodded as we made our way out of the house. Rosalie and Emmett were still in the house. I didn't even want to think of what they might be doing. I made my way to the Volvo, but Alice stopped me. You're taking the McLaren today, she said, throwing me the keys. Being me, I almost let it slip through my fingers. Blushing, I gripped the keys in my hand tightly. I asked, confused. Alice nodded her head. Why? She giggled, dancing over to Edward's car. You're going to drive someone home today. She called over her shoulder. I frowned at her as she slipped inside the Volvo. Jasper merely shrugged and went in after her. Edward and I shared a look, but we both made our way to our respective cars. I worried about the attention my McLaren was going to receive. I didn't want it. I would much rather I went by unnoticed, but who would just pass by a McLaren? Maybe I was getting a little obsessive about my car. It was all Edward's and Rosalie's fault. They got me into this. Edward subscribed to Car and Driver for me once he got tired of telling me which model was which after I'd complained about his obsession with Volvos, of course, and Rose taught me everything about cars, not that I minded. The obsession couldn't be healthy, though. I suddenly got a very tie image of a big dent on the side of my car. What if someone scratched the paint? Or crashed it? Or spray painted it? I had arrived at the school without even realizing it, and parked right next to Edward's Volvo. I was already hyperventilating. Edward tapped on my window, an amused look on his face. I grabbed my bag, slid the key out of the ignition and got out. Slamming the door behind me, I face him. What if it crashes? I asked. Hysterical. Your car? He asked, a smirk on his face. Who would get a hold of the keys? They don't need the keys, I said, grabbing at the front of his shirt. Ever heard of hot wiring a car? Edward chuckled, prying my fingers from his shirt. I've got to talk to Emmett about telling you stories of our past. It's clearly giving you delusions, he mused, almost to himself. Edward, I glared. I'm not having delusions. This is a real fear based on a real incident that happened in real life. He opened his mouth to say something, probably a joke of some sort, but something else caught his attention. He smiled widely at me. It seems as if your McLaren has caught the attention of certain people, he said to me. I groaned, shaking my head. That's it, I'm taking it home, I said firmly, moving to turn around. Something cold caught my wrist and Alice spun me back around. Smile for the camera, Angel, she said. I stared at her curiously. What camera? I asked, puzzled. She sighed. It's an expression, Bella. She said exasperatedly. It is. Yes, now shut up. Someone called my name and I turned around to look. It was Mike, of course. The first person who had to come up to me would be Mike. I fought the urge to get in my McLaren and drive all the way to Canada. Jasper felt my emotions and chuckled, leaning against the car. I scowled at him. I pulled my face into a smile. As much of a smile as I could actually muster, anyway. When Mike came close enough, I greeted him. Hey, Mike, I said uneasily. Is this yours? He asked, impressed, as he ran his hand over the hood of the car. I bit my lip to keep from asking him to not touch the car. I didn't want to be rude to him. Yes, I answered simply. It's pretty cool. I shrugged. I scrunched my face up in concentration to find a proper answer. I really didn't know what to say when someone said something like, it's cool. It seemed too strange, sometimes, to answer with a, thank you, or a, yeah, or an, it's awesome. Thankfully, I was saved from answering when someone else came by. Unfortunately, that someone else were Tyler and Lauren, and they, too, were looking at my car. Tyler looked odd. Lauren looked ready to kill. I'm going to get to class. I fumbled with my bag, my cheeks turning red at all this attention. Even if it was directed at my car, not at me. That's a great car, Bella, Tyler exclaimed. Lauren shot death glares at me. I bit my lip, looking at anywhere but at Lauren. It's really no big deal, I said, trying to distract them from the car. What had I been thinking when I listened to Alice? I should have just jumped into the Volvo the first chance I had. Really? A new voice asked. Edward growled suddenly, and I raised my eyebrows at him. But that new voice, I'd heard it somewhere. It was so familiar. That voice continued. I think it is very amazing, it said. My eyes widened as I made the connection. The French accent, the soothing voice. I spun around and came face to face with Gabriel, I yelled, my face breaking out into a huge smile. I launched myself at him and hugged him fiercely around the neck. He laughed, his smooth voice washing over me. I smiled. I hadn't heard that laugh in so long. Tu me manques beaucoup, he whispered. He had missed me. I pulled back to look into his startling blue eyes. Tu me manques aussi, I replied. I pulled back slightly more so that I could look at him fully. Let me look at you, I said, and he obediently stood still for me. I felt his gaze raking from my head to my feet and blushed. He looked the same as he did a few years back, only better. His eyes were the same shade of dark blue that had captivated me back in Paris. His brown hair was in slightly ruffled waves. He held himself tall. He wore a dark shirt with a brown leather jacket, and jeans. He looked so gorgeous. Gabriel, his name came out in a sigh. What are you doing here? I hugged him again. Gabriel brushed my cheek with his fingertips and smiled gently at me. I convinced my parents to let me study in America, he explained. I told them I wanted adventure. I laughed, shaking my head. And you decided to find it here? In Forks? How odd. I would have chosen California, Los Angeles, Miami. But Forks, the rainiest town in America. What was so adventurous here? What could possibly be so interesting here, Gabriel? I chuckled. He cupped my cheeks with his hands. Well, you are here, he said simply. As if that would explain it all. I felt my cheeks burn and he smiled exuberantly, leaning forward to kiss my cheek. I heard someone cleared their throat, and turned to see quite a sight. Alice was bouncing on her heels, grinning from ear to ear. Jasper, next to her, looked a little surprised, but he was smiling, too. Edward looked mutinous. He was glaring at Gabriel as if he had committed the biggest crime. Mike and Tyler were sulking and Lauren was looking at Gabriel in envy. Who's this? Mike asked bluntly. I took Gabriel's hand in mine, and our fingers entwined together without thinking. I pulled him towards my friends, if that's what you call Mike, Tyler and Lauren. This is Gabriel, I introduced, smiling at the boy I thought I'd never see again. Gabriel, this is Mike, Tyler, and Lauren. And you didn't really get a chance to see my family in Paris, but this is Jasper, Alice and Edward, I pointed them out. It was true. Gabriel had only gotten to know Esme, Carlisle and Rosalie in Paris. He saw the others only briefly when I first bumped into him outside the elevators at the hotel, and when we were saying goodbye. When he'd met Edward, for the shortest minutes of his life, Edward had snarled, growled and stormed off. God only knew why he was acting like that, but Gabriel had been kind enough not to bring it up. I hoped he wouldn't remember them, and how they looked like. It would be a problem if he noticed that they never aged. I would have to talk to Carlisle and Esme about this when I got home. Bonjour, he said, smiling at them all. When he looked at Alice, Jasper and Edward, a small frown graced his lips, but it was immediately gone. I glanced over to Jasper to know that he had calmed Gabriel down. I groaned internally. This would why be enough of a reason for my family and I to stay away from him. Wonderful. I tugged on his hand that was entwined with mine. Gabriel, have you gotten your schedule? I asked, hoping to distract him. It worked. He grinned sheepishly at me and shook his head. I tilted my head to the side to indicate the office. Come on, I'll walk you to the office, I offered. Gabriel nodded his head and we were off. I looked back to where my family were standing. Edward was already gone. Alice was winking at me while Jasper tried to calm her down in vain. I rolled my eyes and turned back to the front. Thank God, I didn't stumble on the way to the office. Of course, I just had to stumble when I walked into the office. Gabriel caught me and smiled. Just as clumsy as I remembered, Belle, he said, using the nickname he'd acquired for me. It was just a variation of my name in French. He had wanted to use it because he said it described me perfectly. Beautiful. I blushed and allowed him to lead me to the front desk. Hello, Gabriel said. For the first time, I noticed that he was nervous. I smiled. Mrs. Cope, I called out to the woman behind the desk. She looked up and she started when she saw Gabriel. This is Gabriel Toussaint. He's a new student here. Mrs. Cope nodded her head, understanding, and handed out Gabriel's schedule to him. With a patient smile, she explained his classes and whatnot. Didn't have. I was in almost all of his classes. The only classes we didn't share were biology and gym. He was taking Spanish, which I found odd. Once we were outside of the office, I asked him why he hadn't just taken French for his second language. He shrugged and said, it would have seemed like cheating. I already know the language, so why do I need to take a class on it? I laughed. Do you mind telling my English teacher that? I joked. I took Gabriel to his assigned locker, and waited for him to put his things in it. We went to my locker next. Whatever luck that had stopped us from being interrogated by several different people had ran out. Gabriel and I were approached by Jessica and Lauren when we were at my locker. Lauren blatantly ignored me, casting flirtatious looks at Gabriel as he basically hid behind me. Jessica asked me who my new friend was. I smiled, closing my locker as I had everything for the day in order. I slipped an arm through Gabriel's and he relaxed, smiling at me. "This is Gabriel Toussaint," I introduced. "Gabriel, this is Jessica Stanley and Lauren Mallory." "Nice to meet you, Gabriel," Lauren purred. Gabriel looked petrified. I chuckled a little, and gently tapped Gabriel's chest with my hand. "We need to get to class, so I'll see you guys around, okay?" I waved at them. Once we were out of their earshot, and out of their line of vision, Gabriel shuddered. He turned to me. "Are American girls always that?" he trailed off, not knowing how to phrase it. "Forward," I supplied. He nodded, relieved that he didn't have to think of an appropriate word that didn't involve a dirty word, probably. He replied. I shrugged. "Sometimes," I said slowly. "And sometimes they're worse." I laughed at Gabriel's expression. He looked half stunned, half fearful. "Gabriel, are you afraid?" I teased, pretending to be shocked. We reached homeroom, and he sat next to me. It was still too early for class to begin. I noted that Alice wasn't there yet. She was probably still with Jasper. Gabriel playfully scowled at me. "Of course not, mon chéri," he scoffed. "I'm never afraid." I continued to smile at him, though I knew that what he said was the farthest thing from the truth. If he knew what my family was, what I was going to become, he would be incredibly afraid. We went through our normal routines until it was time for Spanish class. I was slightly worried of Edward's reaction to Gabriel. Alice was able to convince Gabriel that she was really the same age as me, but that was mostly because she was so tiny. Alice had whispered quickly to me while Gabriel had been packing his bag that Emmett and Rosalie had their stories. Emmett was going to say that he had dropped out of high school a few years back and was just coming back to junior year so he could graduate and go to college. Rosalie was going to say the same. Jasper and Gabriel were never in the same room for longer than 5 seconds, and even then they stayed at a distance, so he wasn't suspicious of Jasper. But Edward, the growling vampire, what were we going to say? He definitely couldn't have passed for 13 when Gabriel first met him. Maybe Edward could say he dropped out as well. No, 2 was enough, but 3 was just plain unbelievable. I stepped through the doors to Spanish class with Gabriel. While he went to give Senora Goff his slip for her to sign, I sat next to Edward. Jasper, on Edward's other side, seemed to be amused for some reason. "Hello," I said tentatively. Edward seemed to be in a foul mood. Even though he had just returned from a hunting trip, his eyes were almost black. Edward glanced at me, an irritated look on his face. "Does he have to have every single class with you?" he asked harshly. I felt myself frowning at Edward's behavior. "Edward," I chided, "I don't know what came over you in Paris. But you won't repeat that here. It's hard enough convincing Gabriel of your ages. We don't need to convince him that when you growl, it's really just the wind howling outside," I whispered. Jasper snorted, his shoulders shaking in laughter. Even Edward seemed slightly amused by my wording. Gabriel came back to the empty seat beside me, and I gave Edward a warning look. Gabriel, as it turned out, was pretty fluent in Spanish, as well. He needed to work on his nouns, but he spoke fairly enough. When the bell rang for our lunch break, almost everyone began filing out the door. They shot curious looks at Gabriel every now and then, and even at me, but we ignored that. Gabriel had more luck with that considering I blushed every time someone looked in our direction. "Gabriel," I heard a nasal voice call out. I winced and Gabriel stood up to stand right next to me. The owner of the voice, Lauren, didn't seem fazed by it. Instead, she came much too close for my comfort. She wasn't just invading Gabriel's personal space anymore, she was invading mine, too. She smiled widely at him, reminding me of a shark of some sort. "Gabriel," she said, her voice low. I raised an eyebrow at her. Exchanging looks with Gabriel. "Why don't you sit with me? You must feel incredibly bored already," she said, shooting me a disdainful look. God only knew why she hated me so much. Of course, she hated all us Cullen women. Rosalie almost tore her head off once, and I meant it literally. Gabriel shrugged and turned to me. His hand found mine and his fingers wound with mine without a second thought. "I'm sorry, Lauren," he said politely, "but I have made plans to sit with Mon Belle Amy." I blushed while Jasper chuckled behind me. Lauren simply looked confused. It was safe to say that she didn't know a whole lot of French. Huh? She asked blankly. Gabriel translated it for her, and she glared at me. Hello, Edward, Jasper, she said in what I supposed was a semi-sweet voice. They both didn't return her greeting. And she stormed off, sulking. Bella, I'm sorry to assume, Gabriel said once she was gone. I would just rather prefer it if I didn't have to sit with her. I laughed, noting his worried expression. Don't worry about it, Gabriel, I assured him. We started walking in the direction of the cafeteria. When did you arrive in Forks, Gabriel? About 2 days ago. My older brother came with me. To make sure I don't turn into an American hooligan, he said. Pausing, he grinned at me. No offense, Bella, I snorted. I've heard a lot worse, I said truthfully. How about blood-sucking leeches? Or vile insolent dogs? We went to the cafeteria. Edward and Jasper didn't even bother to get their tray of food. I led Gabriel to the line and we slowly inched our way to the front. When we were finally done, I led him to the Cullen table. Gabriel turned to me with the same worried look on his face. I really wouldn't want to impose on your family, he said anxiously. I rolled my eyes. Don't worry, Gabriel, they'd love to meet you properly, I said, tugging him towards the table. I took my seat next to Edward and he smiled at me. I grinned back at him, feeling the familiar flutter of my heart. I frowned. Gabriel, not Edward. Gabriel. I reintroduced Gabriel to everyone. Emmett started to say something but I cut him off. It was either a, I'm going to be your worst nightmare if you who. RT her, speech or an embarrassing story on my part. Neither of which was a good idea. How are you enjoying American high school? I asked him, taking a bite out of my pizza. Gabriel shrugged. It's a little strange being here. But it helps that I know you, he said sincerely. I felt my face heat up at his words. Why on earth did I have to blush so easily? Edward growled low in his throat, but I could hear it because I sat right next to him. I shot him a glare which he readily matched with his own. Why are you a sophomore? He asked Gabriel, his harsh tone still evident. I squeezed my eyes shut and waited for the earth to swallow me up. Gabriel didn't flinch away from Edward's cold gaze. That was impressive. I'm a year older than Bella, he explained. But to catch up with the American syllabus, I have to go through sophomore year. My father didn't want me to lack in my studies. Just when I thought the awkwardness was over, Gabriel turned it around and asked Edward why he was a sophomore. He clearly remembered Edward to be older than I was. I was held back a year, Edward shrugged, staring intently at the table. You seemed older when we met in Paris. I'm tall. I looked to the others for some help. Rosalie and Jasper were watching the exchange worriedly. At least they were sane enough. Alice and Emmett, however, just seemed amused. At my pleading look, however, Emmett cracked. Hey, Gabriel, he boomed, taking Gabriel's attention from a glaring Edward. Edward was suddenly chuckling in his seat, amusement etched on his face. Did you know that once, when Bella was 6, she found out that we had a tree called a weeping willow? So she spent hours trying to cheer it up. Emmett, you know, like telling it jokes. Please stop. Ever heard the one about the rabbi, the priest and the duck? Oh, for the love of God. I buried my burning face in my hands. Why on earth did I have to have Emmett for a brother? Edward's pav. Emmett had seen the look on my face and judged my sour mood enough to know that I wanted Gabriel gone. Of course, you didn't have to see how I reacted to him to know I hated him. Bella, my Bella, the woman that was supposed to fall in love with me, as I had fallen in love with her, was now gazing at this Gabriel Toussaint with lovesick eyes. How was that supposed to be all right with me? I kept imagining reaching out and snapping his neck, or flinging him across the room with just one hand. I don't think Bella, or the others, would appreciate that at all. Tone it down, Edward, Jasper was thinking. Your envy is making me want to kill the boy. Maybe if Jasper killed him, Esme and Carlisle would just chalk it up to him falling off the wagon again. I groaned internally. What on earth was I thinking? I was going to use Jasper to kill, out of all things. I truly have gone insane. I snuck a peek to my left. Bella was laughing at something Gabriel said, her brown eyes twinkling, her head thrown back as she laughed. I could hear the envy across the room. The girls wanted Gabriel to come to them. From Paris. How romantic. I'll bet he's seduced, like, tons of hot European chicks. He'd better not have. Wasn't it bad enough that Bella was interested in him? Did he have to be a Lothario, too? He's so hot. Bella is so lucky. How on earth does that Hale girl get every single guy? Edward, Cullen won't go out with anyone because he's too busy ogling her. And now this French dude. What is that all about? Did I step into a freaking Twilight Zone? I'm having a nightmare, aren't I? Wake up, self. I rolled my eyes at the idiocy of adolescence. Past or present, they were all still as immature and vain. I checked Gabriel's mind to make sure that he didn't suspect any one of us. Bella is so beautiful. How do I tell her that I hadn't gotten her out of my mind since she left Paris? Maybe she doesn't want to hear it. I'll just stick to being friends for now. Maybe that's best. Her family are nice. Emmett looks really strong. What if I ask Bella out? Would she say yes? No, maybe. I pinched the bridge of my nose with my thumb and forefinger. This was getting too ridiculous. I turned to Gabriel before I could stop myself and the words flowed out without my thinking. Why are you? I caught Alice's warning look, so I held back my tongue. A sophomore. Why are you here? He answered, but I didn't quite pay attention. I couldn't care less why he was a sophomore. All I cared about was if he left for good. Gabriel then asked me why I was a sophomore. You seemed older when we met in Paris, Gabriel said, his eyes narrowing. I'm being ridiculous. How could he still be the same age as then? That's silly, Gabriel. Don't go pushing your luck when you want to impress Bella. I'm tall, I said curtly. From their minds, I saw Bella giving the others a pleading look. Emmett took pity on her. I couldn't help but laugh at Emmett's idea of help. He began telling Gabriel the story of Bella's weeping willow incident. Her cheeks flamed as she realized what story he was telling, and she begged him to stop. Being Emmett, he didn't. He continued retelling it until Rosalie stopped him. I was still chuckling. Bella glared at me. Not funny, she said through gritted teeth. Then why am I laughing? I asked, snorting uncharacteristically after every word. Gabriel laughed, and took Bella's hands away from her face. He kissed each of her palm once and smiled gently at her. I took my fish out for a walk, he said unexpectedly. Bella stared at him, unsure of his sanity. What? She asked, bewildered. When I was 5, I wanted a pet. My father gave me a pet fish. I gave it a bubble bath and I took it for a walk. I didn't realize it was dead until my mother flushed it down the toilet, he said, his own cheeks reddening. Bella laughed. Did you just make that up? She raised her eyebrow. Gabriel shook his head, still blushing. No, that really happened, he said shyly. Bella smiled at him, and leaned forward to kiss his cheek. Thank you, she whispered. A sudden crack was heard throughout the cafeteria. No one suspected us, of course, not even Gabriel, who was sitting 2 chairs away from me. They looked around, noticed nothing unusual, and went on with whatever they were doing before. Under the table, my hands had ripped off a part of the underside of the table. It was plastic, so it had created that loud sound. I dropped it to the floor, and hoped that no one noticed. Bella looked at her watch. Come on, Gabriel, I'll help you find your next class. It's going to start in about 10 minutes, she said, nodding towards the door. Bella waved goodbye, and Gabriel smiled at us before they walked, hand in hand, out of the cafeteria. I glared sulkily after them. Emmett laughed, clapping my back with his hand. Dude, I don't know why you're so upset about this, he said. You know it's just a crush, right? I mean, the guy's human. Bella's gonna be immortal. No chance, man. Jasper, too, tried to comfort me even though his mind was amused by the jealousy raging through me. Edward, don't worry about it. You know she loves you. She just needs a push in the right direction, he assured me. Who knew a puny human could cause such a reaction in a 100-year-old vampire? Alice's eyes were sparkling as she squealed, quietly so that the humans wouldn't look at us. I wonder if he'll ask her out, she mused out loud. If he did ask her out, what should she wear? Blue flowing dress or green strapless dress? Only Rosalie didn't offer any opinion. When Emmett, Jasper and I looked at her, her golden eyes widened and she shrugged. What? She said nonchalantly. If it were up to me, my baby girl would be young and innocent forever. I rolled my eyes, tapping my fingers on the table. I should just go to biology. Or maybe I should leave early. Go hunting. No, I had already done that yesterday. But would I be able to stand looking at Bella while she dreamed of Gabriel? Would she dream of him tonight? Would I be able to stand being near her when his scent was mixed up with hers? I sighed, standing up and picking up my bag. I gave a sullen goodbye to my family and headed out to my next class. Jessica tried to flirt with me again, but I gave her a glare. She backed away immediately, with good cause, considering my eyes were already black with anger. Biology. The one class one had with Bella that didn't include Gabriel. One class. 1. How did I go from having nearly every class with Bella to just one where I could be alone with her? This was an outrage. The gods were mocking me. I sat at my desk and waited for Bella to show up. I didn't have to wait long, because Bella showed up a few minutes later. Her flushed cheeks made me wonder what really happened with Gabriel. What if they had kissed? Horror shot through me. What if they had really kissed? What if Bella decided that Gabriel was better? I didn't have any experience after all our kiss, the one that had lasted for a much shorter time that I would have cared for, had been a spur-of-the-moment decision. It had been my first kiss in my century-old existence. What if Bella and Gabriel had kissed, and she'd decided that he was better than me? I glanced at her and studied her expression. She looked happy, and the blush on her cheeks was slowly fading. Her eyes were bright with excitement. But there was no way I could tell what had transpired between her and Gabriel. I wished, more than anything, that I could read her mind. Bella noticed that I was looking at her, and her cheeks flamed again. I smiled. I loved it when she blushed. But I loved it more when I was the reason for it. What? She asked shyly. I shook my head, my frown returning as I remembered that Gabriel was here. In her life. Right here in Forks. Isn't it bad enough that they had met in the first place? That Bella chose to keep in contact with him for 3 years. He had to come right at the time when Bella and I were supposed to be together. Biology was a bore. Mr. Banner wanted us to dissect a frog. It was completely disgusting, of course, but I was more than an expert on how to do it. It was sad, yes, but I'd done it a million times before. Bella knew, too. She did most of the practical, doing it with precision and care. She didn't move slowly, though, and we were the first pair done. Mr. Banner came by our table and looked at our results. He wasn't surprised any more than Bella and I were the first to finish. He merely walked away muttering, of course, under his breath. We sat in silence for a while. I found it odd that Bella would simply continue sitting next to me without talking to me. She normally wouldn't stand it. We'd whisper to each other even during Mr. Banner's lectures. I turned to her. How's the day so far? I asked nonchalantly. I didn't want to come right out and ask her about Gabriel. I was afraid that I would start shouting if I did, and I wouldn't want the both of us sent to the principal's office. Though, if it made her evade Gabriel after school. Bella shrugged, a small smile on her lips. It was pretty good, she answered, her voice small. She ducked her head under her brown tresses, and started to doodle on her notebook. I peeked, but it was merely a mindless loop design. Nothing of significance. I wanted to ask more, but Mr. Banner called for the class's attention. He wanted the others to finish their tasks while those who were done to clean up. Soon after, the bell rung. I watched Bella head off to gym, not even offering to go with her. She was too out of it. It looked like she didn't even Eli's class was over as she stumbled her way down the hall. I scowled, and went out to the parking lot. I sat in my car, and turned on the music. Debussy filled the air, but I quickly changed the CD to one of violent music. I closed my eyes and leaned back in my seat, focusing on the thoughts erupting in the school. I followed Mike Newton for a little while, to check in on Bella. She was harming everyone within a 3-mile radius. If her aim was bad previously, it was nothing compared to today. I wondered if it had anything to do with him. I alternated between Gabriel's thoughts and Newton's thoughts. To my chagrin, Gabriel didn't have one single horrible thought about him. Whenever he thought of Bella, he was only thinking of bringing her out to a nice place or telling her a new story or drawing her something nice. He didn't think like a vile teenager. I was still scowling as my siblings climbed into my Volvo. Rose and Emmett had ran all the way to school after their morning escapade. What's your glitch? Emmett asked, looking at me in concern. I snarled at him and he raised an eyebrow. Oh, the French kid, huh? Speak of the devil. I saw, across the parking lot, Gabriel and Bella, walking hand in hand towards her McLaren. How are you getting home? She asked him. I'm walking home, he said. I snorted. My bike hasn't gotten here yet. It'll arrive by tonight. Bella's eyes widened, and I could practically feel her excitement. You have a bike? Gabriel nodded his head. Yes, I could take you with me sometime, if you'd like, he offered with a smile. I growled, and Rosalie almost went out of the car. Had it not been for Emmett restraining her, she would have pounced on Bella and yelled at her. Sure, Bella replied, nodding her head. I'd love to. She glanced at her McLaren. How about I give you a ride home? She raised an eyebrow. I couldn't impose. I insist. I watched as Bella and Gabriel got into her McLaren, and watched as they drove off. I pulled out of the parking lot and sped home. The car screeched to a halt in the garage and the others got out swiftly. I followed suit. Edward, you almost damn near gave a vampire a heart attack, Emmett told me. And that's saying something. I ignored him and continued inside. I paced in the living room as I waited for Bella to get home. Esme came out from the back where she had been gardening. She took off her gloves and set them aside. Where's Bella? She asked. I felt a growl building up inside my chest, but I suppressed it. It wasn't quick enough, though, and Esme caught it. Her smile turned into a frown. What happened? Was it the werewolves? I didn't answer her and continued to pace. Will somebody tell me what's going on? Alice curled up on the couch next to Jasper. It wasn't the wolves, she chirped. It was a boy. Her frown deepened. I don't understand. A boy, she repeated slowly. Rosalie bit her lip as she looked at the clock. Gabriel, to be exact, she murmured. She, too, was counting the seconds until Bella returned. She wasn't all too excited for Bella to be around a boy, either. Gabriel, the boy from Paris, were there any complications? Esme asked, her voice tight with worry as she sat in Carlyle's armchair. Jasper shook his head. No, he didn't suspect anything. We managed to worm ourselves out. He chuckled at his own words. I turned to Alice, who was singing songs by the Chipmunks in her head. Alice, I growled, if you've seen something, I want to know what it is. She shook her head. I can't do that, Edward. It'll ruin all the fun, she said excitedly. Bella's out there with a boy. I shouted. I don't want fun. I want Bella. Alice rolled her eyes at me. Do you always have to be so dramatic? She asked, her hands on her hips. I merely glared, and she sighed. Fine, but don't blame me if you end up not having any fun at all. One vision flashed after another. Most of them were of Bella being indecisive about Gabriel. Then there were visions of Bella and I, laughing together, and having a good time. There was one of us lying down on our stomachs somewhere, with our faces only an inch apart. Then Bella was crying, in an evening dress, as she ran from a stunned Gabriel. He looked too hurt to have actually done the hurting. None of this made any sense to me. I stared at Alice, confused. She needs to be with him now, Edward, Alice informed me. It's how she realizes she's in love with you. I stood there, with my mouth hanging open. She would realize she was in love with me by being with another man. How ludicrous. But if it were true, then she would realize it very soon. Would that mean that she and I would be together soon? That I would be able to kiss her again, anytime I wanted to? That I would be able to hug her or hold her hand or pull her close anytime I felt like it? This was all too much to take in. I need to sit, I said weakly. The front door opened and closed with a gentle click. Bella was considerate even when she wasn't intending to. Mom, she called out. Are you home? In here, darling, Esme called out. Bella appeared in the living room, a bright smile plastered on her face. How was school? Bella looked around at us, and raised an eyebrow. You didn't tell her about Gabriel? She asked, shock coloring her tone. The universe doesn't revolve around him, you know. I muttered quietly to myself. I could hear my siblings laughing in their minds as they fought to keep a straight face for Bella. Esme chuckled. Oh, no, they did. I was merely being polite. She patted the arm of the chair, asking Bella to sit there. Bella complied, walking forward, and stumbling on the carpet, and sitting on the arm of Esme's chair. She wrapped her arm around my waist. So what happened, sweetheart? She asked me. She blushed. Nothing. He just came here to study. I gave him a lift home, I heard her mumble. I laughed sarcastically, making all of them look at me. I didn't care if Gabriel would make her realize she was in love with me. I wanted to be the one to make her realize it. And I would, too. Gabriel needed to leave. Right, he just happened to come to Forks of all places, I said bitingly. Bella shook her head at me. Why do you hate him so much, Edward? She asked, her voice hurt. She was hurt for him. What had I done to deserve this, God? He's been nothing but nice to you. I glared at her. He's a boy, I said flatly. She rolled her eyes. I've noticed. What's that supposed to mean? Rosalie asked in a panicked voice. We both ignored her. I got to my feet, but so did Bella. 10 years of being around my anger had made her bolder. She could look into my coal black eyes without flinching away now. He's human, Bella, I reminded her. What do you expect to achieve by being around him? She bit her lip, looking down for a minute. Then her head snapped back up, her eyes blazing. I don't count on forever, okay? He's just a boy. A person. A boy person, she was rambling, and we both knew it. I folded my arms across my chest, waiting for her to continue. I thought I'd never see him again, Edward. Give me a break. So I got excited that he's here. Is that a crime? She shot at me. Angry tears were already welling up behind her eyes. I felt a stab of guilt for causing it. But I was too angry to calm down. Even Jasper couldn't do anything about it. Yes, I yelled, throwing my hands up in the air. It's as horrible as being attracted to a werewolf. Bella looked hurt at the tone of my voice. I had never really yelled at her before, not with so much anger in my voice. But the monster in me wasn't done yet. He's a human, Bella. You're going to be immortal in 2 years. Less than 2 years. Then what? You're just setting yourself up to get hurt, I spat out. She took a step forward. I blinked at her. Not even Emmett would have done that when I was this angry. It is none of your business if I decide to be with Gabriel, she said, her low voice shaking with emotion. How could you even say that? How could you even? She shook her head. I have 2 years left, yes. You're always saying how I need to have human experiences. Consider this one of them. Bella ran up the stairs at a faster speed than I had ever seen her go. Amazingly enough, she didn't trip on the stairs, though I heard her falling in her room. I sighed, running a hand through my hair. Emmett was the first one to speak. Yeah, anger the woman you're supposed to woo, Edward. That's really the way to a woman's heart, he said dryly. Rosalie stood up, a worried frown on her face. I shook my head. No, I will, I said firmly. Rosalie turned to glare at me, accusing me. I deserved it, of course. I was the one who had blown my temper. Please, I need to apologize. She raised her eyebrow, clearly amused, and nodded her head. I ignored her thoughts, as well as the others, and ran up to Bella's room. I knocked on the door, my heart wrenching as I heard her muffled cries from inside. Go away, she yelled. Bella, I whispered, clearing my throat. I called out her name a little louder. She repeated for me to leave her alone. Please, Bella, I just want to talk. She didn't answer me. I turned the doorknob, and found it wasn't locked. I stepped inside and shut the door behind me. Bella was lying on her bed, on her stomach. Her head was under her pillow as she sobbed. I bit my lip. I felt remorse charging through me. I had done that. I had upset her until she was sobbing. I sat down next to her on the bed, and pulled the pillow gently from her grip. She merely grabbed another pillow and pulled it over her head. I smiled and did the same for the new pillow. Before she could take another one, I pulled her up to a sitting position and drew her to sit on my lap. I'm sorry, I whispered sincerely. She blinked her wet lashes at me, her pink eyes examining my face. I didn't mean to yell. I sighed. I couldn't even tell her I loved her. I was just concerned for you. I never wanted you to get hurt. Bella smiled at me, and sniffed. I know, she said. But I'm growing up, Edward. I didn't actually need a reminder of that. I won't ever be one of those girls who date a different boy every other Tuesday. Thank God. But I like Gabriel, and I missed him. I've always wanted to go back to Paris to see him. He's a good person. I ran my hand through her hair, hearing her heart flutter. Why couldn't she see? When I smiled at her, her heart thudded violently. When Gabriel smiled at her, her heart beat normally. Wasn't it attraction, then, to me? Or was it fear, or something else? Maybe I had read the signs wrong. Maybe Alice was wrong, but that was unlikely. If there was one thing I'd learned, never bet against Alice. Bella rested her head in the crook of my neck, and wrapped her arms around my neck. What do you feel when we touch like this, Bella? Do you feel the same as I do? Am I the reason why your heart is pounding so furiously? Am I the reason for that blush on your cheeks? I wanted to ask those questions out loud, but instead, I said, you're not riding a bike, though. Rose will kill you. Esme will ground you. Carlisle will get you homeschooled from now on. Bella giggled, her lithe body shaking with laughter. I bent my head and pressed my nose to her strawberry-scented hair. I breathed her in, closing my eyes at her wonderful scent. She was silent for a moment, then she said, Edward. When you said werewolves, I pulled back to look into her troubled brown eyes. What is it, Bella? I asked gently. I didn't have to remind her that she could tell me anything. She knew that already. She bit her lip, looking down at her lap. I love being a part of your family, Edward. Don't get me wrong, but Billy said he wanted me to live with them, she said. I stiffened. Was she thinking it over? Did she want to live with Billy Black? Did she want to stay human now? Did she want to have a lifetime with Gabriel? But why didn't he just take me when my parents died? Why did he wait all this time? I frowned. I believe Billy Black was in an accident that rendered him paralyzed from the waist down. He was grief-stricken. This was just after the funeral, and he wasn't paying much attention. The entire tribe was too preoccupied. They never saw a vampire adopting a human child. It was unthinkable, merely because of our bloodlust. Besides, not many of them were werewolves back then. Even Sam was human. They changed right after we came back to Forks, I told her. Bella nodded her head, still silent. As she took it all in. I couldn't understand it. Was she regretting being a part of the family? Did she want to leave? I tilted her head with my thumb and forefinger under her chin. Bella, I asked softly, is there a reason you asked? Did you reconsider Billy's offer? Bella's eyes widened, and she shook her head violently. No, of course not, Edward, she said quickly. Her arms around my neck tightening. I was just curious. From the way Billy talked about my dad, they seemed pretty close. I could remember visits and all, but not all that much. It just seemed strange that he wanted me to live with him now, when he did nothing back then. I laughed, nodding in understanding. This was just one of her quirks. Wanting to know everything after she noted all the anomalies. I kissed her forehead briefly, and she flushed a furious red. Much more furiously than when Gabriel had kissed her cheek or held her hand. I felt my grip on Bella's waist tighten at the thought of Gabriel touching her. Thankfully, I wasn't hurting her. Don't worry, Bella, nothing will tear us apart, I promised her. Not even Gabriel. I just had to be patient, however tortuous that may HTB, and wait for the time when she realized I was the one for her. I hoped it would come soon, if at all. Bella lifted her head and smiled at me, a blindingly dazzling smile that made me grin goofily. Her brown eyes drew me in with their depth and I heard my breath catch. Promise, she whispered, her sweet breath caressing my face. Promise. She had absolutely nothing to be worried about. I would never let her go. I would never let her slip from my fingers. I had to sacrifice some time, and not let my anger get in the way. Gabriel would make her happy for the time being. And he would lead her to the knowledge of her love for me. I just had to wait, and be there for her. Nothing would keep me apart from her. I wasn't even strong enough to leave even if she asked me to. I love you, Bella's Pav. It had been 2 weeks since Gabriel had first showed up in Forks. His bike had arrived the day after I gave him a lift home. It was a Ninja, a sports bike. It could go pretty fast. I'd wanted to try it. But Rosalie threatened to ground me if I did. Edward was right. Gabriel was the sweetest thing. He brought me flowers the second day together in Forks. We hadn't gone on a first date yet, but that would probably just be awkward. I wanted to go out with him, though. I just wondered what was stopping him. Maybe it was the murderous glares Emmett and Jasper gave him. Not flinching awe. Why from Edward's cold stare was one thing. Not flinching away when all three of them were looking at you like they would snap your neck in a second flat was pure suicide. Whatever it was driving me crazy. I liked Gabriel, and I was pretty sure he liked me, too. Unless I had read all the signs wrong. In which case, I heard a familiar squeal that could only belong to Alice. I rolled my eyes, and continued to lay back on the pool lounge. Esme had gotten the indoor pool in one of the extensions to the house. It wasn't dreary because she'd added a sunroof on the ceiling throughout the entire length of the room. It was slightly disconcerting when I swam here with the others. They would all sparkle except me. Emmett would be quick to remind me that I'd sparkle soon enough. I didn't think Edward appreciated that. Bella, Alice came bursting into the room. I cracked an eye open and looked at her. She was bouncing around excitedly, a huge smile plastered on her face. I have very exciting news. I shook my head. I may not be able to tan, Alice, but I like the quiet time, I told her lazily. I had just had a very exhausting week. Not only was Gabriel around, but my family were acting even more unusual than before. Emmett and Jasper kept retelling the embarrassing stories of my childhood whenever Gabriel was around. Rosalie kept giving Gabriel her patented, "I will hurt you bad," glare. Edward kept disappearing whenever Gabriel showed up and Alice was too busy saying, "Ah," to do anything else. Not only that, Lauren had made it her top priority to lure Gabriel away from me, Jessica had taken interest in Edward to a whole new level. Mike, Tyler and Eric were more insistent than ever and the girl crushing on Jasper, Monique Fisher, had taken to following him and Alice around all day. I felt like I was in some twisted teenage drama. But, Bella, Alice whined. I have very exciting news. I shook my head firmly. I want quiet time, Alice. I never get that anymore, I said with a sigh. Alice crossed her arms across her chest. That's not true, she countered. It's quiet all the time in there. Just in time to contradict her, a crash was heard from inside the house. Emmett and Jasper were yelling about some bet they'd made. Esme was yelling about the damage they had caused. I raised an eyebrow at Alice, who laughed. Okay, she relented. But you'll really want to know. Quiet time. She tapped her foot impatiently for several seconds, before walking away at a slow, deliberate pace. Okay, she sang out, if you don't want to find out about Gabriel. I promptly fell off my lounger and straight into the pool. I resurfaced, shaking my wet hair from my face and spluttering. Gabriel, I squeaked. What about Gabriel? Alice ran back to me at vampire speed, and lifted me out of the pool. She set me on the ground in front of her. She looked amused by my reaction to Gabriel's name. I scowled at her. Alice giggled and took in a deep, unnecessary breath. I had a vision, she paused dramatically. I was too suspenseful to actually roll my eyes at her. That Gabriel's going to ask you out on Monday. She'd said all of this in one breath, but I caught it all. Living with an overeager vampire for 10 years made me adapt. I stared at her in shock. A smile slowly made its way across my face. Really? I asked disbelievingly. Would I lie to you? I gave her an odd look. She had lied to me. Plenty of times before. Mostly, she'd lied to me about shopping, how long we would take, where we were going, how much everything cost. But yes, she had lied to me, and no doubt she would in the future. She sighed and rolled her eyes at me. Well, not about this. Alice started jumping around again. This is going to be so much fun. She squealed. I was getting almost as excited as she was. This is great, I said happily. I can't wait to tell. I frowned. I was going to tell Angela. But I couldn't, because Gabriel hadn't asked me yet. I couldn't just say that I knew because my psychic sister saw it in the future, could I? No one, I said. Sulking. I can't tell anyone because he hasn't even asked me yet. Alice wrapped her arms around my shoulder as she led me towards the door. That's why you have Rose and I, she reminded me. I made a face at her. My mother and my sister. I said, paling. I don't think so. Why not? Alice was frowning. We'll be incredibly. I literally walked into a wall, or, more specifically, Edward. He caught me before I could hurt myself. Again, he held me at arm's length for a moment, before his arms dropped back to his side. He shifted his gaze to the floor. I raised an eyebrow at him. Confused as to why he was acting so strange. Our Rose wanted me to find you, she said. You need food, he mumbled, then shot out of the room. I shared a look with Alice, but she was giggling. What was that all about? I asked blankly. Alice gestured up and down my body and I looked down. I blushed immediately. I was wearing a bikini top and a pair of boys' shorts. Both of which were soaked from my little accident earlier. Oh, Alice dragged me back into the house and had me in her bathroom, showering and changing, before I could even blink. When she was done with me, she took me back tea. The kitchen where Rosalie was fixing me lunch. Esme was out hunting with Carlisle, so Rose was automatically in charge of feeding me. Not that I couldn't make my own lunch, but they insisted on taking care of me. So Gabriel's asking you out? Rose asked, placing the turkey sandwich in front of me. She placed both hands on the table and raised her eyebrow at me. I blushed. I don't know. Gabe hasn't asked me yet. I mumbled as I bit into the sandwich. I'd really rather not have this discussion with my own mother. It was too humiliating. Who's asking you out? Emmett boomed, storming into the room, flanked by both Jasper and Edward. I groaned, shaking my head. This was not happening. Gabriel, Alice answered Emmett's question. I opened my eyes to shoot them all withering looks, but my eyes caught Edward's. His topaz eyes, so beautifully soulful, seemed to be filled with pain. I held his gaze, confused as to his reaction. As quickly as it had happened, his eyes dropped. His face pulled into the composed mask I'd seen him wear around people. But he never did that with me. He was always honest with me. We could always talk to one another, no matter what. When his eyes met mine again, the pain was gone. Or had I imagined that? He smiled a little at me, but it never reached his eyes. It wasn't the dazzling smile I was so used to seeing on him. If you will excuse me, he said pleasantly. I have certain matters to attend to. I frowned. Certain matters to attend to. He was definitely hiding something. From me. Why, what was it? In the blink of an eye, he was gone. I stared at the empty spot that used to be where he stood. unable to look away. Why did I want him back here? It wasn't because I wanted him to hear about Gabe. I'd stop talking about Gabe if it would make him happy. Why did I feel such longing for him? I caught myself, shaking my head. Longing. Was I crazy? Edward was my best friend. Nothing else. I screamed to myself. How many times did I have to remind myself of that? Bella. I jumped, startled. I turned to face 4 very amused vampires. I blushed, picking at my sandwich. Yes, I asked innocently. Alice rolled her eyes. Did you even hear anything we'd said? I wanted to tell her yes. Just so she wouldn't nag at me. But I couldn't. Alice could spot a lie a mile away. Of course, it didn't help that I was a terrible liar. No, I admitted sheepishly. She glared at me. You do realize tomorrow's a very important day, she reminded me, hands on her hips. We have to make you impeccable. Right after we scare the crap out of Gabriel, of course, Emmett interrupted. I felt too strange from my conflicting emotions to actually pay attention to their banter. I sighed, standing up. I have homework to finish, I muttered, knowing they could hear me. I walked out to the living room, pausing at the grand piano. My music lessons with Edward now consisted of piano and guitar, and I loved it. Edward was truly an amazing musician. I pressed one hand over my eyes and focused on breathing in evenly. Couldn't I, just for one lousy minute, not think of Edward or connect him to anything and everything? This was too confusing, and too exhausting. I reached my room, grabbed my guitar and flopped down on the bed. Just holding the guitar made me feel like Edward was near me. I felt my eyelids droop as sleep overtook me, memories of Edward and I playing in my mind like a movie. My lips pulled up into a contented smile as I allowed myself to drown in our memories. Carlisle's Pav. I'd come home from hunting to find the house in disarray. That was nothing new, of course, but this time it was different somehow. Esme looked around at our squabbling children and gave me a knowing look. I told you we shouldn't have stayed longer. Carlisle, she said, then smiled as she remembered what exactly we were doing when we stayed longer. I placed my free hand over my heart. Did you not enjoy it? I faked being hurt. Esme laughed, leaning forward and pecking my lips quickly. You know I did, she whispered. She squeezed my hand one last time and walked forward to yell at our children. I sighed, taking a seat at my usual armchair and waiting for someone to explain. Well, I prompted, is someone going to say anything? Alice was the one to crack. As usual, Bella's going on a date. If I could have choked, I would have. My eyes widened and Esme stopped patting Emmett down in an attempt to straighten him out. We both stared at her incredulously. She mistook our silence for exuberance and continued. He's going to ask her after school for some reason, I can't see her decision. She hasn't made one yet. God only knows why. Alice, dear, Esme interrupted. Gabriel is going to ask Bella out for a date. Alice nodded excitedly. And does your dear brother know about it? She nodded again. I exchanged a look with my wife, worried. Alice sighed and waved away our concern. It has to happen. It's how Bella realizes she loves Edward. She said determinedly. I frowned at her. Isn't it wrong to use the human boy? I asked, scratching my chin as I contemplated. Alice shrugged. Not technically, she said in a sing-song voice. Bella likes him enough. So it's mutual attraction. She just doesn't love him. 'Cause, you know, Edward and all. I was still worried. Not only would this hurt Edward, it would also be impetuous. My daughter with a human boy. I didn't want to seem uncouth, but my daughter wouldn't be human in less than 2 years. It would be wrong to allow her to start a relationship with a human now. It would break her heart, too. If it were to get serious, she would have to leave him right before her change. As I had mentioned to the werewolves, her change was really inevitable. We had to make it by the deadline, as well. There really was no avoiding it. I sighed deeply and stood up. Esme, would you care to join me? I asked, putting out my hand for her to take. I think it's time we have a talk with our daughter. She nodded, a determined look in her eyes, and took my hand. Alice called out to us not to change her mind on saying yes to Gabriel. I ignored that. Esme knocked on Bella's bedroom door, and she answered immediately. Her face fell when she noticed that it was us. Well, don't look too happy, my dearest, I chuckled. Bella smiled sheepishly at me, and opened the door wider for us to enter. Sorry, I just thought Edward's been gone for a while. I thought it was him, she admitted softly, sitting down on her bed and looking at her hands on her lap. Ah, so that was what's been bothering her. It might even be the cause of the indecision Alice was talking about on Bella's part. Esme sat next to Bella and took one of her hand in hers. Alice told us about Gabriel, she said softly. Bella looked up at us and cringed. You're going to tell me to say no, aren't you? She asked sadly. I exchanged a look with Esme. What led you to that conclusion? I asked warily. She shrugged. I've got very little time left as a human. A relationship with a human is obviously the last thing that should happen now, she said matter-of-factly. I cracked a small grin. Very perceptive of you, I commented. Bella's gaze dropped to the floor. I sighed, and sat on her other side. But no, we're not going to tell you to say no. Bella's head snapped up and she stared open-mouthed at me. You're not, we're not, Esme asked blankly. I gave her an amused look and she collected herself. I mean, we're not, she amended. I chuckled, and ran my hand through Bella's hair. I just want you to be happy, my child, I told her lovingly. And if Gabriel makes you happy, I'll allow it. But not too happy, Esme added quickly. Bella blushed, rolling her eyes. Mom, Esme shook her head. If you're going to start dating, you have to hear this. I already had the birds and the bees talk, Mom. Emmett scarred me for life, remember? She grimaced, a shudder running through her body as she remembered that particular incident. I laughed, and she threw me a glare. Yes, sweetheart, but I think your mother meant that we have to talk about rules. I heard Esme muttering something about a second birds and the bees talk, and decided to ignore that. Bella wouldn't be very happy with us if we made her relive the talk. It was excruciating even for me when I learned of what Emmett had done all those years ago. I took in a deep breath and started. You'll have to tell us before you and Gabriel go out, tell us where and by what time you'll be home. By 10, no later than that, Esme cut in firmly. 11:30, Bella bargained. 10:30, take it or leave it. Deal. The two shook hands. I cleared my throat, glaring at the two of them. They fell silent, waiting for me to continue. You will have Gabriel come inside for this first date of yours. And he will have to talk to us for a few minutes. Paris was a long time ago. I haven't even seen the boy since he's been here. Is that understood? Bella nodded her head, then launched herself at me. Thanks, Dad, she mumbled against my neck. I smiled and hugged her back. Go to sleep, Angel, I kissed her forehead. You probably won't want to miss school tomorrow. That came out as a question. I really didn't want her to be asked out by a boy, or for her to accept. She was just growing up too quickly for my liking. Bella laughed. No, I don't, she said firmly. She leaned forward, kissed my cheek and let go. She did the same with Esme. I took Esme's hand in mine again as we went out of Bella's room. We passed Edward in the hallway, and he smiled at us sadly. I guess she's going to say yes, he said softly. I patted him on the back. Remember, son, it's her way of realizing it's you she wants, I said. Edward really needed the constant reminder. He wasn't too confident when it came to Bella. I didn't want him to drown in sorrow and avoid her again, or leave. He sighed, nodding his head. I know, I just wished time would skip ahead to when she already realized it. We parted ways. Edward went to his room. And I heard the music playing inside. I carried on to my room with Esme, and smiled at her. She was more optimistic than I was, as she wrapped her arms around my waist. Don't worry, love, she whispered. It would all be alright soon. Jasper's paw. Edward had been antsy the whole day. He had glared at everyone who came near him, snarled at me for attempting to talk to him, and sulked his way through classes. Lunch was even worse. Now it was the end of school day. I was waiting in Edward's car with Alice. I'd desperately wanted to drive home with Rosalie and Emmett in her M3, but Alice won't let me. I couldn't see why. Both of the cars were here, as we waited for Bella to come out of the school building. And there she was, holding hands with Gabriel as they walked towards the parking lot. I saw his motorcycle parked a few spaces away. I shot a look at Alice, and she nodded her head. An excited smile on her lips as we watched. This was it. Gabriel was going to ask her out. They stopped walking a few yards away from the car, but he shouldn't have bothered. We could still hear him, as clearly as if he'd talked to her right next to us. Bella, Gabriel begun, biting his lip as he looked down at their entwined fingers. I felt the shot of jealousy surging through Edward triple in intensity. I tried giving him calming waves but he rejected it. Gabriel was trying to be confident, but he was afraid Bella would say no. He took in a deep breath and looked up at her. I wanted to ask you if you would care to go out with me. On a date, he said slowly. Then he blushed bright red and looked away. You don't have to say yes, of course. I just thought. Bella laughed slightly. She brushed her lips against his cheek and nodded her head. I would love to go on a date with you, Gabriel, she smiled. I supposed if Alice hadn't told her about this yesterday, she would be as nervous as Gabriel was. Gabriel and Bella talked for a little bit more, when their date would be, and if he should pick her up at the house. She warned him about her parents wanting him to come inside and he took it calmly. Finally, they parted ways. Bella climbed inside the Volvo, sitting in the passenger seat. Edward tore out of the parking lot the moment she had closed the door. God, Edward, Bella said, fear exploding in her as she clutched at her seat. Some of us need seatbelts, you know. With one hand, he reached over and fastened it for her wordlessly. His hand was back on the wheel before she could blink. She just stared at him, her brows furrowing. Edward, she asked, her voice soft. He didn't answer. Edward, are you all right? He sighed, then gave her a small smile. Yes. Don't worry, Bella, I just have a lot on my mind, he lied. Bella didn't believe him one bit, I could feel it. She let it go, though, sensing that he didn't want to talk about it. After a while, Alice asked Bella how the whole Gabriel asking her out episode had been. Bella blushed and shrugged. She didn't answer and stared silently out her window. I noticed that she felt a flash of guilt and sorrow as she glanced at Edward every now and then. Did she already realize his feelings for her? Did she realize her feelings for him? No, it couldn't be. She felt confused after longing after Edward in the kitchen yesterday. We reached home faster than Rosalie and Emmett. Simply because Edward was speeding. He was out of the car before any of us. Bella stared after him, not moving a single muscle. Alice reached over to the front to look at her. Are we going in or not? She asked, impatient. We need to find you the perfect dress for the date, you know. Bella snapped out of it and rolled her eyes at Alice. We're not going out tonight, Alice, there's still time. She said distractedly. She undid her seatbelt and climbed out of the car. Alice settled next to me and closed her eyes. And they'll talk in his room in 15 seconds, she predicted. She opened her eyes and smiled up at me. What do you say you and I take Edward's car somewhere and christen the backseat? I laughed, drawing her close to me. Again, I raised an eyebrow. She shrugged. Just don't tell Edward, she whispered, leaning in to kiss me. Alice kicked me out of our room, saying that Bella and Rosalie would be needing it in a few minutes. I knew better than to argue with my wife when she had a task like this at hand. I passed Bella in the hallway. She was wearing her bathrobe, which meant that it was Bella Barbie time. I smiled at her. Excited for your date? I winked. Bella blushed a deep crimson. I laughed at her reaction. Bella scowled at me. Shut up, Jasper, she joked. Rosalie dashed out of her room, grabbed Bella and dragged her all the way to my room. I shook my head. The women in this house could be truly crazy sometimes. I went down to the living room. Esme and Carlisle were already seated on the armchair, wearing their best presentable clothes. Edward was sitting next to Emmett, his video controller on the floor. Emmett was pretty much playing the game on his own. When he saw me, Emmett sighed in relief. Thank God. Will you please push the prude aside and play? He's not even trying, Emmett complained. I smirked. Wouldn't it be better for you that way? At least you're winning, I teased. Emmett scowled at me. I don't need anyone to let me win. I'm the master at this. He boasted. Of course, the master who had been beaten by me 8 times in a row. Ed, Ward didn't even laugh as he heard my thoughts. Edward, you all right? I asked, sitting next to Emmett and taking a video controller of my own. He started to pace the room. What if he tries something? He muttered. What if he brings her someplace secluded to kill her or worse? What if? Emmett threw a pillow at him. It had no effect on him whatsoever except make him glare at Emmett. Dude, relax, he said to Edward. You're just wearing yourself out. A physical impossibility, Edward murmured before going back to pacing. Well, it's an emotional probability, I snapped back. You're driving me crazy, Edward. Just sit down. Esme looked over at Edward in concern. Son, you don't have to be here, you know. She said gently. Edward shook his head. No, I should be here, he said resolutely. And he went right back to pacing. I tried blocking out his emotions, but they were too strong. The funny thing was, he felt almost the same way Bella was. She was excited to go with Gabriel, of course, and that was something Edward didn't share. But they were both anxious. They were both wary. They were both longing each other's company. And they were both filled with sadness. I knew it wouldn't be long before Edward and Bella finally got together. I didn't even need Alice's gift, or mine, for that matter. It was too obvious, even Emmett caught on to it. We all had mixed reactions to it, of course. We'd all known it would happen at some point. Alice had predicted it a long time ago. Carlisle and Esme only wanted everything to turn out fine. Rosalie was trying to make sure Bella didn't get hurt, and she was also sad that her time with little Bella was almost up. She was afraid Bella wouldn't need her anymore after Edward and her change. Emmett and Alice were excited. I was more anxious to see it all work out more than anything. I wanted them to get together because their emotions were going haywire all the time, so it drove me crazy. Bella deserved a wonderful life, too, if you asked me. And if that included Edward, then fine. I knew he would treat her right. She meant too much to him. Even now, if she asked him to streak across campus naked or start walking on his hands for a whole day, he'd do it if it made her happy. Then he'd buy her diamonds, of course, but that's just Cullen style for you. But I couldn't help but wonder what would happen once they were together. We were all so CUSED on getting them together, Alice going overboard, as usual, that I don't think we thought about after. Would Emmett crack jokes about Edward being Mr. Prude like he has since they'd met? If he the fun of Edward's non-existent sexual life, he'd be encouraging Edward to have sex with our baby sister. Would Rosalie jump at Edward's throat every time he would kiss Bella? What about when he would ask her to marry him? Edward's that sort of guy. Bella would be his mate. I knew he would ask her, it was only a matter of time. Alice would be indifferent, for the most part. She had seen the visions firsthand. She had had plenty of time to get used to it, not just by talking about it but by seeing it in the future. She would just be excited for Edward and Bella. Carlisle and Esme, would they allow Edward to be in Bella's room? We knew he still did that, even if Bella didn't know. We knew he loved to hear her sleep talk. I had to admit, after staying close by to hear it for ourselves, Emmett and I knew why he did. Bella was hilarious when she talks in her sleep. Not to mention she had no inhibitions when she was unconscious. It was Edward's way of getting into her head for a few minutes. Of course, we were all happy because we knew how happy it would make both Edward and Bella to finally admit their love to one another and accept it wholly. Jasper, Edward growled, do you mind not thinking of Bella and I right now? It's horrible enough that I have to see her go on a date with someone else. I can't think of the future just yet. I might just strangle Gabriel when he gets here. He shook his head, pressing his fingers to his temple. I grinned sheepishly at me. Sorry, man, you could always stay out of my head, I ducked as a ceramic vase came my way. Rosalie's pav. Alice and I worked on Bella's hair and her makeup. Alice had a vision that Gabriel wanted to take Bella to a French restaurant his family friend owned. It was in Port Angeles. We were going to dress her in a little black dress. Well, not so little, per se. I wouldn't let her walk out of the house if it were. I felt so conflicted. On one hand, I was happy that Bella was going on her first date. Excited, even. On the other, I wanted her to cancel, stay home and watch Finding Nemo. Then there's the whole Edward deal. Even I thought using Gabriel was harsh. But Alice said we weren't using him. Bella really did like him. She had to get it out of her system before she and Edward could get together. Get together with a vampire. Could this get any worse? I knew that she was going to be one of us, too, but a mate. I couldn't think of my baby girl like that. Edward might be Captain Prude now, but if he and Bella get together, if he gets a mate who knew, if he would start abandoning his natural prudishness and just go for it. And the horrible part, I couldn't stop it. It would be their decision. They were going to be mates. Once they were, if they wanted to hold hands, kiss, or have sex, that was all their choices. I would have no say in it whatsoever. I might be her mother, but that was all. They were going to be lovers. He would be the most important part of her life. Already, he couldn't live without her and vice versa. Even Bella could see that, and she was still confused about her feelings. I sighed, finishing the last of her hair. We had decided to let it flow down her back in cascading waves. Alice, too, was putting on the last touches of her makeup. We handed Bella the black dress. It was a spaghetti strap dress that ended just above her knees. Alice had insisted on it. I wasn't too sure because of the plunging neckline. It looked decent enough on Bella, I noted with relief. Alice and I went downstairs while Bella went back to her room. Alice had asked her to wait a few minutes when Gabriel arrived. That way, Carlisle could have the introduction he wanted, and Bella wouldn't be all that embarrassed. I knew Alice also wanted Bella to make an entrance, but I didn't mention it to Bella. She would only get nervous and trip down the stairs. If she wouldn't already do that in the first place. Maybe we should get her to wait in the kitchen. I looked around the room. Carlisle and Esme were seated on the armchair. Emmett and Jasper were fidgeting because they couldn't play video games until after Gabriel was gone. And Edward was nowhere to be seen. Maybe he didn't want to see his future mate. I wanted to die just saying that, going out with another person. I heard his voice coming faintly from upstairs and bit my lip in understanding. He was saying goodbye to Bella for the night. He was letting her go, accepting the idea of her needing the time wholly. For the first time in a very long time, I empathized with Edward. The doorbell rang, and pretty much every one of us jumped to our feet. Esme hushed us, trying to get us to calm down. It worked only because of Jasper. Carlisle, fists clenching and unclenching at his side, went to answer the door. "Hello," I heard him said. "Welcome to our home." Gabriel walked in, a huge smile on his face. I felt like jumping in front of him and slapping the smile off. What was the grin for? Did he think he was going to get some with my daughter? Did he? "Rosalie," Jasper hissed. "Would you calm down?" I took in shallow breaths. Rough clenched teeth and forced a smile onto my face. This was fine. My baby was just growing up. I could handle this. Consider this a test run for when Bella and Edward get together. Another downside I just thought of. They would be in the house. I would hear them doing things, saying things to one another. Oh, God. Was it possible for vampires to get sick? Gabriel had a huge bouquet of red roses for Bella in his hands. When all we did was stare at him, Alice danced forward and took the flowers from him. "I'll put that in a vase," she offered with a bright smile. I could still hear Bella and Edward talking upstairs. What the hell was taking them so long? Then I remembered that Carlisle wanted to talk to Gabriel, make sure he was a good kid. As if on cue, Carlisle clapped Gabriel on the back and gestured to the couch. "Have a seat, son," he said, flashing Gabriel a smile that would show off his impressive teeth. Even from here, I could see Gabriel shivering. I smiled to myself and clasped Emmett's hand in mine. Sitting on his lap. Good. Edward's paw. I couldn't stand waiting around the living room any longer. Jasper couldn't stand having me there either. I went up to my room and sat on the edge of my bed, cradling my head in my hands. I truly thought I was going crazy. Up here, I could hear Bella and the girls more clearly. It pained me that she was so excited about going on this date, but I knew it had to happen. What was a few days, weeks, maybe? Please, God, don't let it be months of pain compared to an eternity of pleasure. I would be with Bella very soon. I wanted it to happen, and I was so close to when it would happen. I didn't want to rush her, because Alice said it would be bad if I did. I, too, knew that Bella would go into denial if she didn't come to the conclusion on her own. I did for a whole 16 months. But that didn't mean that I couldn't help feeling like rushing up to her. Scooping her into my arms and kissing her senseless. That would be an incredibly stupid thing to do. Bella would scream and kick until I was safely 100 yards from her. Emmett would tackle E to the ground while Rosalie would tear my head off and burn it. I just had to wait it out and see. Alice's thoughts called out to me, and I listened to her from next door. "Edward, she's all conflicted because of this. I think she's starting to feel bad or something about going out with him. She saw your reaction. She didn't know what it meant or she's suppressing it or whatever. You have to talk to Jazzy about that. All I know is that she saw you didn't like that you were going on a date. I keep having visions of her canceling. Talk to her when she's in her room, will you?" Despite Alice's dislike, I felt elated. If she wanted to cancel, then so be it. I'd hand her the phone myself. What could be better than if Bella didn't go out with Gabriel? She actually liked him, though. I knew she had wanted to date him since Paris. It might not be a strong affection, but she still wanted it. I didn't know what to call her feelings for him, but it was there. And if she was going to cancel simply because she felt bad that I was upset, that certainly wouldn't be how things should go, was it? I sighed, squeezing my eyes shut. I think I was in hell. I heard Alice told Bella to stay in her room for a few minutes while Carlisle questioned Gabriel. He had wanted to have the protective father-to-boyfriend talk with Gabriel. I winced at the word, boyfriend. Talk to her, Edward. I know you hate this. But remember what I said about her eventually finding out about you. You have to let her. You know that if you're upset, she would be too. Yes, I did know that. I felt the same way. Maybe there was a truth to Jasper's theory that Bella and I were soulmates. I inhaled and exhaled once more, just to calm myself, and went out of the door. I went next door to Bella's room and found her sitting at her vanity. Her jewelry box was opened. She kept putting on and taking off the charm I had gotten for her all those years ago. Finally, she took it off, placed it in the jewelry box and groaned. "Hello, Gabriel, I'm sorry to call you 2 minutes before you're supposed to show up, but I can't make it. I'd just been struck by lightning. Yes, God was smiting me." "Don't ask me, ask him," she muttered to herself. I laughed loudly, causing her to jump and look up. She blushed when she saw me leaning against her door frame. "Edward," she gasped, "how long have you been standing there?" I grinned at her, strolling into the room. "Long enough to know God had apparently sent an order to smite you," I teased. Bella blushed a deeper shade of crimson. I sighed. How much I wanted to touch her cheek and feel the heat of her blush. I sat down on her bed, my eyes never leaving her. "Alice said you wanted to cancel," I said nonchalantly. She bit her lip and looked away. She didn't want to talk about it because it was uncomfortable. She didn't want to make it a big deal. I smiled. "You don't have to do that, you know," I said softly. Bella stood up to walk over to me. It was the first time I'd gotten a look at her tonight. I gasped and she looked down, worried. "What? Did I forget something? Is something on my dress?" I shook my head, swallowing a few times before I could speak. No, Bella, you just look absolutely stunning," I murmured. Assuring her. "You look beautiful." She looked shyly at the floor, though I could see the red flush spreading through her cheeks. I could hear the loud hammering of her heart as it sped up at my words. I smiled and held out my hand. She took it, letting me lead her to the bed. I sat her down next to me, and ran my finger down her cheek. Her wide, brown eyes looked up at me curiously. Her breathing sped up, her eyes glazed over. I frowned. Why was she acting like that? Was she all right? I retracted my hand from her cheek and held her hand in mine instead. "You'll have a great time tonight," I said. The words acid in my mouth. "Gabriel seems like a nice boy." Bella raised her eyebrow at me. "Are you sure you're Edward?" she asked teasingly. "What happened to the vampire? Who growled at the mere mention of Gabe's name?" I shrugged, willing the pain in my heart to ebb away. "It didn't work. I only want you happy," I told her quietly. "If this was what made you happy, then who am I to take it from you?" Before I knew it, Bella had her arms wrapped around my neck, her lips pressed to the side of my throat and she hugged me tight. I reciprocated, crushing her gently to me without actually hurting her. I buried my face in her hair and breathed in her heavenly scent. My chest was heaving. I felt like sobbing, and telling her not to go. Of course, the thought of Emma sing me for the rest of eternity at being such a baby kept me from doing so. Still, I held her tight. I never wanted to let her go. But I had to. For her, for me, for us. The sooner she sorted out her feelings, the sooner she and I would be together. I pulled back from her embrace slightly, keeping her pressed to my chest. I bent slightly and pressed my lips to her forehead. I leaned further down and kissed the tip of her nose. Bella's eyes widened and a pleasant flush colored her cheeks. I smiled gently at her and brushed my thumb just under her lower lip. Bella's heart thudded violently against her chest. Since we were still hugging, I could not only hear it, but I could also feel it. I heard Carlyle interrogating Gabriel downstairs, and smiled at her. "You should go. Gabriel's waiting," I told her. Bella hugged me again, and I felt her breathing me in. I chuckled. She had always found my scent to be soothing to her. Even as a little child. I knew that our scents were meant to lure humans, but soothing them. Well, Bella wasn't very typical, so when I found out her reason, it didn't surprise me all that much at how different her answer was. I stood up, Bella at my side. I led her out of the room, and down the stairs. I mostly didn't want her to trip. Knowing Bella, it was entirely probable. Everyone in the living room stood up as we approached. "Hi, Gabriel," Bella smiled at him. He came forward and kissed her cheek. Bella blushed lightly, but her heart kept its normal rhythm. I kept my eyes fixed on her. Couldn't she feel the difference? "Patience, Edward, patience," I scolded myself. "Is something going on?" Gabriel's thoughts poked through. It couldn't be. They're in the same house then again, the rest of the family are coupled with one another. It was then that I realized that Bella and I were still holding hands. Her thumb was rubbing small circles on my skin. It had felt so natural that neither one of us had noticed. I gently pried my hand away from her. When Bella realized that we had been holding hands the whole way, she blushed furiously. Gabriel took her hand and smiled. "Shall we go?" he asked her politely. Bella smiled and followed him to the door. Carlyle and Esme followed. Esme hugged Bella and said, Have fun, kids. But not too much fun, Carlisle was muttering. Carlisle. Esme gasped, shocked, at the same time Bella yelled Dad. I chuckled to myself. Less than a minute and they had already embarrassed Bella. Carlisle didn't sound abashed from his mind. He meant what he said. Have her back by 10:30, he said, his smooth voice businesslike. Gabri. Elle noted Carlisle as the authority figure, and nodded. From his mind, I saw that he planned on keeping his word. As the door closed, I heard Bella saying sorry about that. My family's a little protective, Gabriel guessed. Bella's beautiful laughter filled my ears and I smiled despite the situation. That's one way of looking at it, she giggled. I heard them leave. He had borrowed his brother's Audi for tonight, since it wasn't entirely appropriate to bring his bike on a date. As soon as the sound of his Audi was no longer audible, I started to pace again. Carlisle and Esme had gone upstairs, Rosalie and Alice were huddled in front of the computer to shop online. Jasper, Emmett, would you mind going for a quick hunt with me? I asked loudly, making sure the girls heard me. Alice shot me a look. I was keeping my future undecided so that she wouldn't be able to tell what I was up to. I knew I'd said I would let her go so she could sort out her feelings, but I just couldn't let her spend time alone with a boy. A human boy. They were filled with vile thoughts. No matter how sincere Gabriel was, he was a man deep down. I couldn't just let those two. I couldn't even finish my thought. Thank God Emmett and Jasper agreed. So we hurried out of the house. Once we were deep enough in the forest to not be overheard, I turned to them. Emmett looked confused. Why are we stopping? I thought we were going hunting. I grinned, shrugging. We are. Just not for food, I said vaguely. Emmett and Jasper exchanged confused looks. I want to follow Bella on her date, I stated simply. Jasper looked amused while Emmett looked excited. We get to come? He asked exuberantly. You do, I nodded my head. But Jasper needs to go home. Jasper looked puzzled and a little offended. He gets to go and I don't? He asked, baffled. I'm just a better tracker than you, Emmett boasted. I rolled my eyes. Jasper looked even more offended than before. No, you're not, Jasper said through clenched teeth. I'm a military man, for God's sake. I do it better than you. Emmett snorted. No, you don't, he said smugly. I shuddered at the direction his thoughts were going. Emmett, I hissed. Would you not think of For once, Jasper turned, eyes blazing. You think you're better at sex than me? He asked angrily. I don't think, bro. Clearly, I muttered. I know. Do you want to lay it out on the table and measure? Jasper demanded, hands flying to his hips as he growled at Emmett. Bring it. I whistled to get their attention. Emmett, Jasper, I growled. Now isn't the time. Jasper, I need you to go home and distract Alice. Do whatever you need to do. Including I gulped and made a face. I really would rather not talk about my brother and sister that way. Emmett saw my awkwardness and said it for me. Have wild raunchy sex, he cut in. I sighed, shaking my head. Just keep her preoccupied, all right. I don't want her seeing this in one of her visions, I said, exasperated by their behavior. Jasper thought for a moment. So I get to go home and just have sex with my wife? He asked slowly. I nodded my head. Then why am I still here? He grinned at us and dashed home. I turned to Emmett. Are you up to be stealthy? I asked him, raising an eyebrow. Emmett chuckled, rubbing his hands together. Stealthy is my middle name, he said proudly. I rolled my eyes. Emmett has had several middle names over the years appointed to him himself. Cleverly, I didn't comment. Instead, I smiled cunningly and said, here's what we do. Emmett's pav. I just had to say, I love this new side of our Eddie. Who knew jealous and manipulative would work out in his favor? He'd just sent Jasper back home to Alice to fornicate, his word, not mine, and now we were trailing Bella and Gabriel. We didn't use any cars since it would be too obvious. Even without the loud sounds since Rose fixed all our engines, Bella would recognize a Cullen car 100 miles away. I'd wanted to buy a Viper for this mission, but Edward saw we didn't have time. So there we were, running around behind them on our feet. It wasn't all that bad. I had to admit, for a kid, Gabriel had the night planned out pretty good. First he got this amazing car. It was his brother's, but it was still wicked amazing. An Audi R8. It took everything in me not to jump the guy and steal the car myself. I think I'd order one for myself online when I get home. Edward almost had a heart attack that Gabriel had brought Bella to his house. Worrywart. He was probably worried something horrible would happen to her. As if his older brother was in there. Apparently, French brothers were amazing cooks. Besides, I taught her a great right hook years ago. You did what? Edward growled beside me. I chuckled. Oh, yeah, Eddie could read minds. Forgot about that one. Anyway, like I was saying, Gabriel brought Bella to his house, which was a nice little European-looking place at the edge of town. It really wasn't all that far from where we lived. He was pretty gentlemanly, you know. He did all the things a guy would do to score with a girl, maybe that was his motif. I didn't know, I couldn't read minds. Judging from Edward's reactions, though, Gabriel didn't have a single sick thought in his mind. I saw the way he looked at Bella. Did you really think that I would have allowed him to step within 100 miles of my baby sister if he even thought of her in that way? I knew Edward would have pummeled him. He opened her car door for her, offered her his arm, said, "Ladies first," so Bella would enter the house first, and pulled out her chair for her. I wouldn't know for sure, but he would probably be what a human Edward was like. I mean, Edward was still like that, if he dated. But I always pictured him all prim and proper and a gentleman when he was human. Gee, Gabriel even had that articulation thing down. Not a single word mispronounced, not a single abbreviation. I'd never even heard him cuss. Funny how Bella ended up falling for the human, French, version of Edward. I felt something hard hit my head and turned to Edward. "Do not compare me to that," he hissed, pointing in the direction of the restaurant. I rolled my eyes. Touchy, touchy. We were currently sitting up on a tree, where we could have the clearest view of Bella. She and Gabriel were sitting at a table in the garden in his backyard. It was a beautiful setting. Flowers, garden chairs, candle lights, it was pretty romantic. I had to admit, Bella looked stunning. Bella was always beautiful, don't get me wrong. Even as a child, you could see that. She had that cute button nose, the big, shining brown eyes, the rosy cheeks. Honestly, and I had never told anyone this, she reminded me of what Rose's and my kid would look like. I knew Edward knew this, because he was a freaking mind reader who couldn't mind his own business. But I'd never even told Rose. I didn't need to upset her unnecessarily. Rose considered Bella her own baby, though, so at least a part of her was healed. The truth was, I owed Bella. She just came into our lives and did what I'd been trying to do for decades in mere minutes. She healed my true love. She gave her hope, love, and a child to care for. I couldn't have been happier. I'd never thought of myself as a father. I didn't think I would be a good one. I wasn't a serious man most of the time. I remembered little flashes of when I was a human, and I knew I had a lot of nieces and nephews. And I knew I loved them like crazy. But Bella, wow, now that's a kid worth dying for. Now here I was, hiding in a tree with Edward, spying on her while she was on her first date. I didn't know if it was wrong or just plain exciting. When had I been a sucker for rules, anyway, right? I turned to him, and noticed that his eyes hadn't left Bella. "You do know this is obsessive, stalker-ish behavior, right?" I asked, raising an eyebrow at him. Without averting his gaze from Bella, he replied, "No, it isn't. This is simply what two concerned people do for their loved one." I snorted. "They stalk their loved one on their first date?" I asked sarcastically. "You also know that Bella would never forgive us when she catches us." Edward was the one laughing now. "Emmett, we're two very skilled vampires. I'm sure we could get through a few hours without being caught," he said smugly. "Don't be too sure of that, bro." Anyway, his brother came out with a tray of God knows what. Gabriel and Bella started to eat. And talked. I had never seen her so carefree with a boy before. I didn't really see a whole lot of Gabriel in Paris. In school, I only saw the two of them during Lou. NCH and Edward distracted Bella enough then. So, really, it shocked me. I knew Bella felt a certain attraction to Gabriel, but really, she'd always been shy around boys, even Mike Newton. She didn't feel a smidgen of attraction towards him. But she still blushed if he stared at her or something. But with Gabriel, damn, she didn't even break a sweat while they talked. Sometime during the main course, Gabriel reached forward across the table to take Bella's hand. Before I knew what was happening, Edward had thrown a piece of rock at Gabriel. It hit him on the chest, causing the boy to retract his hand and rubbed his chest in pain. I chuckled and threw a glance at Edward, who was scowling but looking smug at the same time. "They're on a date, Edward," I pointed out the obvious. "You can't keep throwing stuff at him. They're gonna have to touch at some point." He shook his head and continued to stare intently in Bella's direction. I thought I heard him mutter, "Not if I can help it." I sighed. Maybe it was a good thing I came. You know, keep him sane. Or prevent him from killing Bella when Gabriel kissed her later? Edward shot me an agonized look. You think they'll kiss? He whispered. I rubbed the back of my neck awkwardly. Boy, did I wished I could just disappear now or what? I said nervously. Edward, it's sort of expected. I think they would, yeah. I shot him an apologetic look. He stared at me for a long moment, then turned his head away to look at Bella again. I saw his fists clenched, and didn't need to be an empath to know that he was hurting. Man, I hated this. I wished he could just come right out and tell Bella the truth. But that would only scare her, and I didn't want to ruin her future with Edward. Edward still couldn't get over the fact that she liked Gabe, even if it was just a little crush. The fact that Edward and Bella had kissed a few months ago certainly didn't help any. Edward saw that Bella had thought it was a mistake. I thought they were both being stupid. Edward should have just screwed it and kissed her again. Maybe she wouldn't think it was a mistake after that. Unless he's a terrible kisser, of course. Maybe that was the problem. Hey, do you think? Edward growled at me, and shot me a sharp look. Don't even think of finishing that sentence, Emmett, he snapped at me. Every time Gabriel reached out to touch Bella or hold her hand or to CK a stray strand of hair behind her ear, Bella would blush and Edward would throw something at him to distract him or irritate him or both. Sometime before dessert came along, Bella asked to be excused to the bathroom. I was getting bored just sitting around watching Bella talk about art and whatever. What happened to makeout sessions? Not that I wanted to see that, but if he'd at least tried it. Eddie and I would have moved to take him out instead of just sitting in a tree. Suddenly, inspiration struck. Oh thank you, Muse. If only you'd kick the stick right out of Edward's butt. I turned Edward and shot him a mischievous grin. Hey, Eddie, I called out. He glared at me. What do you say to a little prank? I shared my plan with Edward by running through it in my head. I thought that Edward would say something along the lines of, it's morally wrong, or something. Instead, he returned my grin, flashing me a thumbs up. Edward went inside the house to mess with the dessert. It was some sort of fancy stuff I'd never heard of. Edward had, though, sissy. Anyway, I stayed outside to mess with Gabriel's mind. Edward would be joining me soon. I stayed hidden in the trees but I stayed on lower branches. I hid in the shadows. Gabriel was smiling to himself as he waited for Bella to come out of the bathroom. I recognized that smile. I'd worn that smile. Hell, I invented that smile. It was the, I'm doing so great I'm gonna score, smile. I felt a growl building up in my chest and glared at the dude. No matter what, this French guy wasn't going to be Frenching my sister. I knew had I told Edward that Bella and Gabriel would probably kiss during the date. Maybe not a full-on-the-lips kiss. I mean, it was only the first date, but then again, it had been an amazing date so far as much as I could tell. Seriously, though, I couldn't just let my sister kiss some random guy. And a human, no less. Disgusting. Well, it wouldn't be disgusting to her, but she wasn't as vile as normal humans. And I didn't care what went on in his mind. If he was looking to score, he was your typical, average male. I can't have that around my own baby sister. I ran behind Gabriel, whispered, boo, and ran back to hide in the shadows. By the time Gabriel's heart sped up and he spun around in surprise, I was already in the safety of the shadows. I chuckled. This was going to be fun. I collected some sticks and stones, running to different angles, and pelted Gabriel with them. He was turning around in circles as his eyes widened. Maybe I could make him think he was crazy. If he were to be admitted to a mental asylum, it would solve our little problem. Edward's pav. For the entire journey from our house to his, Gabriel pondered my relationship with Bella. I didn't blame him. I, too, would get anxious if the girl I was falling for came into the room holding hands with another man. And it didn't make it any easier that he was there to pick her up for a date. I myself kept thinking back to that moment we shared in her room, and the fact that holding her hand had felt so natural. The both of us hadn't actually realized it until Gabriel's thoughts notified me. I was sitting on a top branch in one of the trees in the Toussaint's garden. Emmett said that this was bordering on stalker behavior. I wouldn't see all at that. I'd say it was more of a very protective gesture to ensure the safety of a loved one. And I knew Emmett wasn't really complaining. He usually agreed to any crazy ideas. So I might be going a little overboard. But I just wanted to keep Bella safe. Was it so wrong of me not to want anyone else to kiss her? I had claimed her lips, just for a few blissful seconds, not months before. I wanted her to be mine only. I really want to know about Edward, Gabriel kept thinking. I wonder if she would get angry at me. She told me herself Edward wasn't her brother. I don't understand it at all. During the salad, Gabriel finally managed to ask Bella about me. He had cleared his throat nervously, tugged at the collar of his shirt and given her an awkward smile. Then he had brought me up. Bella, he had said. His French accent audible even all the way up this tree. I wanted to ask you something. I hope you wouldn't take this the wrong way and get upset at me. Well, I could see what Emmett meant about articulation. But there was no comparison whatsoever to me. None. Bella had smiled at him encouragingly and taken his hand in hers. I snapped off a thin twig and threw it at Gabriel's head. Bella frowned, pulling back. I smiled smugly to myself. You can ask me anything, Gabriel, Bella assured him. Don't worry. Gabriel nodded, taking a deep breath. He looked her straight in the eyes, a serious look on his face. It's concerning Edward, he said steadily. Bella looked surprised, a blush spreading across her pale cheeks. Edward? She asked, her fingers trailing patterns on the tablecloth. Gabriel nodded once more. Yes, I was just wondering what your relationship with him was, he said hesitantly. She raised an eyebrow, though she still looked nervous. Why was she nervous? Did she not want him to know we were simply best friends? That we were soulmates? That we were more? Bella shook her head. Why are you asking this? Gabriel sighed, shrugging his shoulders. You were holding hands with him, he said. Sulking slightly, Bella laughed, reaching forward and brushing his hair from his eyes. Gabe, Edward's my best friend. You know that, she smiled at him. I turned away from them. She was looking at him so adoringly it was positively sickening. Emmett clapped me on the back, but I shrugged him off, fuming. Dude, you've gotta chill, he whispered. Another notch and you'd bring down the entire tree. I glared at him, but I knew he was right. I couldn't risk Bella catching us. She would be very incensed at me, and I didn't want that. So I took deep breaths through clenched teeth and forced myself to calm down. Maybe I should have brought Jasper along. Gabriel bit his lip, and took Bella's hand in his. Again, Edward threw a pebble at him. It hit him in the head, hard. Not enough to draw blood, though, thank God. Gabriel moved his hand and rubbed his head. I just wanted to make sure. I can't understand your relationship with Edward, Gabriel admitted sheepishly. Bella smiled. It's complicated, yes, but I assure you, there's nothing going on between Edward and I. She took his hand, kissed his knuckle and let go. I stared at her from where I was hidden. Did she really believe that? Did she honestly believe that we were nothing more? Hadn't she dreamt of our kiss every day for 3 weeks since it happened? Didn't she dream of it every now and again? I should know. I heard her talk about it when she was sleeping. Or did it really mean nothing to her? Why would she dream of me, of our kiss, when it meant nothing to her? Emmett was saying something like, that's harsh. I barely listened to him. I could only focus on Bella. I knew Alice said that she needed time, but this was getting ridiculous. Bella stood up to go into the bathroom inside the house. Gabriel's Tate outside to clear up and straighten out the table for dessert. Emmett was getting bored of simply sitting in a tree. He turned to me and smiled wickedly. Hey, Eddie, he called out. I glared at him. He knew how much I hated that nickname, yet he called me that all the time. What was wrong with him? What do you say to a little prank? I saw in his mind that he thought Gabriel was counting on getting a kiss from Bella tonight. I saw that Emmett was angry a boy would just go ahead and do that on a first date with his sister. I smiled slightly. Emmett had told me that Bella and Gabriel kissing was to be expected. They were dating after all. But it still angered Emmett. He thought that Gabriel wasn't good enough for her. I concurred. So instead of telling him how doing something drastic to them was morally repugnant, I went right ahead and smiled an evil grin. I could tell Emmett was surprised I went along with it, but he told me his plan in his head, anyway. I nodded my head and moved stealthily into the house. Neither Bella, Gabriel nor his brother saw me or felt my presence. It was one of the better times to be a vampire. I went for the dessert. Maybe if we destroy that, Gabriel would bring Bella home earlier. And their night would be cut short. His brother was apparently very good at cooking. It ran in his blood since Gabriel's mother was a chef. He was making souffle for his little brother and Bella. This was just too easy. I looked into the oven, opening the door so that the smell of the souffle rushed to greet me. I pulled a face at the disgusting stench. What human could eat this? Then again, they would probably say the same thing about mountain lions. I smiled at the dessert, then slammed the oven door as hard as I could without breaking it. As predicted, the souffle collapsed. I tensed as I heard someone coming into the kitchen. Of course the loud noise would have alerted someone. I ran out of the kitchen and slipped out the back door. I was right up in tree again without Gabriel even realizing that I had been in his house. Emmett appeared right next to me, chuckling. "How'd it go, bro?" he asked, raising an eyebrow at me. I grinned, because I knew he heard the oven door slam and didn't know what it meant. I shrugged. "Their dessert is completely ruined," I announced proudly. I tilted my head towards Gabriel. "What are you doing to him?" Emmett clapped his hand together. "Just scaring the crap out of him," he answered. "Going around whispering things then running away at vampire speed. Care to join me?" I would love nothing more than to upset him, mock him, think he's crazy and have his brother admit him into a mental institution. So, of course, I said yes. Emmett still went around whispering things. He would say things like, "The earth is falling," or, "The green peppers said you knew what they knew." Honestly, I didn't know how he even came up with it, and I didn't want to know. I went around rearranging the furniture in the garden. First I placed his chair on the table. Then I placed the candle on his head. Then I moved Bella's chair on top of Gabriel's chair on the table so that they were balanced precariously on each other. I kept moving the flowers from one spot to another. I heard Bella coming back out to the garden and placed everything in its right position again. By this time, Gabriel was already sitting on the floor, his hands over his eyes, his knees drawn up to his chest. I hid in the tree again, Emmett right next to me. Bella came out, saw Gabriel and panicked. "Gabe," she called out, running to his side. "Gabriel, are you all right?" He finally lifted his head to look at her. He looked as if he had seen a ghost. "The table, the chairs, they moved," he stuttered. I chuckled, knocking fists with Emmett. Bella looked around her, squinting in the darkness. Her eyes narrowed, her mouth pressed into a thin line. Emmett nudged my side. "Do you think she knows it's us?" he asked worriedly. I didn't know the answer to that, of course, since I couldn't read her mind. I merely shrugged. Bella turned back to Gabriel. "Well, it's all right now, Gabe," she said soothingly, running her hand through his hair. My fists clenched at the sight of that. It took 30 minutes before Gabriel calmed down, and before thoughts like the flowers were talking and Poltergeist placed the candle on my head disappeared. Gabriel's brother had already come out and told them that the souffle was ruined. Gabriel was now looking embarrassed and remorseful. Oh, what would Bella think of me now? I couldn't even give her a perfect date. She'll probably won't want to see me anymore. And to that, I'd say, good riddance. But Bella had other plans. She'd wanted to just walk around the extensive garden in the Toussaint's yard. Gabriel was more than happy to oblige. They walked around hand in hand while Emmett and I pelted him with small pebbles every now and again just to get him to loosen his grip on Bella. They just walked in silence for a while. Gabriel then took her to the front porch where there was a telescope. Gabriel's brother was apparently an avid stargazer. He was interested in astrology. Because of this, Gabriel knew quite a bit about stars. I watched as they stargazed together, and Gabriel explained the constellations to Bella. I wouldn't let him anywhere near her, though. Every time he moved to touch her back, or kiss her cheek, I'd pelt him with a pebble. Emmett found this hilarious and wanted to throw rocks at Gabriel for no reason. I found it a necessity. Finally, after his third attempt at kissing her cheek didn't work, Bella sighed. Turning to smile at Gabriel. "It's getting late, Gabriel. My dad would get worried if I don't go home soon," she said. Gabriel nodded his head, smiling, though I could hear the disappointment in his thoughts. He had really wanted to kiss Bella, even if it was on the cheek. Emmett and I followed the Audi back to our house. Gabriel climbed out of the car first, opened Bella's door for her and offered her his hand. They walked hand in hand right up to the porch. I knew the whole family would be watching and hearing. It would be strange if we weren't there. I shared a look with Emmett. "Sneak in through the back door," I suggested. He nodded his head vigorously. "You bet." Bella's pav tonight had been especially wonderful. Gabriel was the perfect gentleman. I couldn't think of one person that was as kind and sweet as he was except for Edward, of course. But that was probably because he was born in the 1900s. I shook my head slightly to clear it. There I go again, thinking of Edward. No wonder Gabriel had asked me about him during dinner. Then again, we had went down to the living room holding hand. I wondered why it hadn't felt wrong at all, like it fit to do that. It was probably just because he was my best friend. Or, as Jasper put it, my soulmate. Could he really be? I mean, what Jasper saw. It about us feeling the same as the other, knowing each other so well, being completely free to be ourselves with one another, all of that was true. I had always just chalked it up to my being his best friend, and vice versa. But soulmates, no matter how you put it, soulmates, was a very heavy title. It scared me to think that Edward and I could be like that. Deep down, though, it excited me. Just a little, I sighed as we reached the house. Gabriel opened my door for me, took my hand and led me to the porch. We held hands as we walked to the front door. When we reached it, I turned to Gabriel and smiled at him. I had a really great time tonight, Gabe, I told him. Even if he went a little crazy at the end, I knew just who to blame. Gabriel smiled back at me. Really? He asked hopefully. I laughed and nodded my head. Yes. He leaned forward, stepping closer to me. My heart skipped a beat a little, though it wasn't hammering like crazy. Maybe that was a good thing. I had wanted to kiss Gabriel, though, even back in Paris. So I leaned forward, as well, arms wrapping around his neck. The door swung open, and there stood Emmett. Gabriel's eyes widened at the sight of him. Emmett took hold of my arm and yanked me inside. I stumbled, but Emmett caught me, of course. Emmett gave Gabriel a terse smile. "Thanks for bringing her home," he said, before slamming the door in his face. I glared at Emmett. "Emmett," I yelled. That was beyond rude. I made to open the door, but Emmett just flung me over his shoulder and carried me into the family room. I yelled and kicked, but it had no effect on him whatsoever. He finally set me down on the couch. I glared up at him, and stood up. "Where's Edward?" I growled in his face. Emmett looked surprised one moment, then instantly went to worried the next. How should I know? I don't keep track of. I ignored him, looking around. Rose, Alice and Esme were already there, waiting eagerly for news on my first date. Alice looked extra hyper. "Are you okay?" I asked her, pausing. Alice gave a high-pitched giggle and nodded her head. I rolled my eyes. As if my family wasn't twisted enough already. I stormed away from Emmett, going to the piano, the kitchen, the library. "Edward!" I yelled. "Edward!" Carlisle and Jasper appeared in the living room, looking curiously at me. "Geez, kid," Jasper teased, rubbing his ears a little. "The first thing you do after a date is call out for Edward." I planted my hands on my hips. "I don't have time for humor," I shouted. "Where is he?" Speak of the devil, he arrived just in time. His topaz eyes shone of innocence. But I knew that look. It was the one he gave after doing something wrong, and wanted others to fall for it. Esme recognized it, too. "Oh, dear," she sighed. "Edward, what did you do this time?" she asked warily. Edward's eyes widened. "I didn't do anything," he said innocently. "Why are you screaming my name, Bella?" I glared at him. "You don't think I know that you followed Gabe and I?" "Don't insult my intelligence, Edward," I said angrily. Tears starting to form behind my eyes. Have I mentioned how much I hated my angry tears? They made being huffy and scornful extremely difficult. Emmett snickered behind me, while Rosalie and Alice gasped in shock. I swiveled around to face Emmett. I jabbed my finger against his cold, hard chest. "And don't think I didn't know you were involved, too." I spat out. "My name is Wilting Flower. I died without love. Will you be my friend?" "Come on, Emmett, that was the same thing you said to Joni in 3rd grade. You practically gave yourself away." Emmett gave me a sheepish grin, then shot an apologetic look at Edward. "Sorry, man, didn't have a lot of time to think of what I was going to say." He went to stand behind Rosalie, the coward. Of course, Rose wasn't all that happy with him, either. I turned back to face Edward. "What do you have to say for yourself?" I said through gritted teeth. Edward shrugged his shoulders, not looking like he even felt the slightest bit of remorse. "He's a boy, Bella. I just wanted to make sure you were safe. You hardly know what human males think," Edward sighed, refusing to back down. "As opposed to vampire males. Emmett and Jasper are great examples of how men without hormones are like," I said sarcastically. Alice giggled again and I shuddered. So that's what had made her so happy. Gross. Esme stepped forward and placed her hand on my shoulder. "You followed them, Edward?" she asked, bewildered, but even I could detect the humor in her voice. I folded my arms across my chest and huffed. This was in no way funny at all. "And what was with the rock throwing?" I raised an eyebrow at him. "Are you sure you were born in the 1900s, or was it the caveman era?" Edward scowled at me. "It was rude to try something on your first date," he said stubbornly. I threw my hands up in the air. "It's not rude if I wanted him to try something," I fumed. Carlisle interrupted. "What exactly did he try?" What exactly did you wanted him to try? He asked suspiciously, his eyes going from Edward, to Emmett, to me in mere seconds. I ignored the overprotective father bit and walked up to Edward. What on earth were you thinking, Edward? I raised an eyebrow. Following us. That was just I shook my head. What possessed you to do that? Edward glared right back at me. The intensity of his eyes stunned me. He was the one who was mad at me now. How did the tables turn? I was only trying to protect you. I gritted my teeth. Protect me, Edward, I'm a big girl. I could handle it if something went wrong, I informed him. As if I was the damsel in distress. There was a reason why I didn't quite like fairy tales. The damsel in distress thing always bothered me. No woman needed a man to save her. Of course, as long as you remembered what Emmett taught you about throwing a punch. And I did remember. You know, my first date was ruined because you and Emmett decided to play Mission Impossible tonight. I shook my head at him. I hope you're happy, Edward. I turned on my heels and stalked off, climbing the stairs. Protect me, I scoffed, plopping on my bed ungracefully and covering my eyes with my hand. Emmett and Edward had really gone too far this time. I hoped Esme grounded them for eternity and took away driving privileges. Let's just see how Edward could cope without his precious Volvo. I sighed, thinking back to my date with Gabriel. He had been so sweet to me. I thought it was pretty romantic how he had prepared the garden and all. He even had his brother cook for us. I hoped it wasn't too much trouble. And when he had leaned in to kiss me, I think I must have blushed so hard. I frowned, thinking back to earlier today when Edward had ran his finger down my cheek. I closed my eyes, imagining it again. How he had looked at me so gently. How his cool fingers had felt so wonderful against my overheated skin, how my heart had fluttered when he'd complimented me. And then he had kissed me on the nose. He'd never done that before. His cool thumb had swept under my lower lip. His eyes had lingered on my mouth, just like mine had lingered on his. I had wanted to kiss him again, just like we had in. I shot up in bed, gasping. Cold sweat broke out on my forehead. Kiss him. I had wanted to kiss Edward. Oh, God, I whispered, drawing my knees up to my chest. I was going crazy. There was no other explanation for it. What was going on? How could I feel that way about Edward? It couldn't be. He was my best friend, that had been established. But why did my body react that way to him? Why did my brain cease to function properly every time he was around? What on earth was he doing to me? Bella's Pav. I entered the cafeteria alone today. Gabriel was staying behind for a few minutes in class to speak with the teacher. I didn't bother with the lunch line. It was too long and the Cullens never ate anything on their trays anyway. I sat next to Edward, who raised an eyebrow at me. Where's Gabriel? He asked. I noticed that he still had trouble saying Gabe's name without spitting it out or gritting his teeth. At least he was trying. But that might have everything to do with the fact that Esme grounded him for 2 weeks for the stunt he pulled with Emmett after she had laughed to her heart's desire, of course. I smiled slightly. He's coming in a while, I said absent-mindedly. Edward returned my smile and pushed his tray towards me. I took a slice of pizza off his tray and bit into it. So what's going on? I asked, looking around. Edward leaned forward. He cupped the side of his neck with a pale hand. I stared at the single movement, my eyes trailing to his golden orbs. I felt my heartbeat speed up involuntarily, and blushed, looking down at the tabletop. He smiled, a crooked dazzling smile that almost had me hyperventilating. We were thinking of baseball tonight, he said. Alice saw a storm heading our way. Emmett threw an apple in the air and caught it effortlessly. You in? He asked, gazing around the cafeteria, bored. I shrugged. Sorry. I smiled apologetically. Gabriel's taking me out tonight. Jasper scoffed. Again, you two have been out every single night. What does he do on these dates of yours? He raised an eyebrow suggestively. I blushed, glaring at Jasper. He was too busy sending me shots of embarrassment to notice. Jazz, I cried out, exasperated. Where's he taking you this time? Rose asked, examining her nails. I grabbed her soda and popped it open. I took a sip and continued eating my pizza. Museum, I said between bites. She snorted. Why? She asked, confused. I rolled my eyes. He's an artist, Rose. A museum has art, thus the artist goes there. I pointed out the obvious. I actually enjoy it. He's very passionate about art, you know. Alice giggled, leaning forward with her hands cupping her cheeks, her topaz eyes glittering. Is that the only thing he's passionate about? She asked playfully. That, of course, just caused me to blush. A tray slid next to me, and I looked up, expecting Gabriel. Instead, I found Mike Newton with a silly grin plastered on his face. I sighed, too soft for his ears of course. My family, on the other hand, snickered. I threw them a glare. Sadists, Edward suddenly growled, throwing an arm around my shoulders protectively. I leaned into him, a little uncomfortable with how close Mike was. Hey, Mike, I said warily. What are you doing here? Aren't you set to sit with Jessica and Lauren and all? I peeked over at his usual table. Sure enough, the entire table was looking at us. Glaring might be a better word for it. I groaned. Great, just what I needed. Mike shrugged, leaning even closer. I blinked, shrinking against Edward's cold body. I thought I'd sit with you today, he smiled. I didn't know what to tell him. You're sitting in Gabriel's seat. I blurted out unthinkingly. It was the first thing that came to mind. Edward stiffened next to me. Mike shrugged. I'm sure he won't mind, he said, still giving me that strange smile of his. Emmett grabbed the empty soda can in front of him and squeezed it. He completely crushed it, and dropped the mangled tin can on the table. Well, I mind, he growled. Does that mean anything to you? Mike swallowed, staring open-mouthed at Emmett. I was pretty sure Jasper was giving him a boost on the fear factor. I rolled my eyes, shaking my head. Mike tried to be tough, anyway, and said, well, if Bella wants me here. I interrupted him. Mike, really, it's not very wise to make Emmett angry, I said truthfully. I'll just see you in class, okay? He stared at me for a long moment. The awkward look on his face made me feel guilty. Thankfully, I was saved from saying anything more because Gabriel showed up. He cleared his throat, raising an eyebrow at Mike. I believe you are in my seat, he said coolly. Mike looked so confused by this point. Cornered, even. I felt sorry for him. See you in class, Mike, I said again, more firmly this time. He gave me a sheepish look, and stood up. I guess I'll see you then, he said, picking up his tray. He shot Edward and Gabriel glares, as if they had been his obstacles. Emmett snorted as soon as Mike was out of the way. He's the president of your fan club, sis, he joked. I shot him a glare. Then turned to Gabriel. He slid into the seat next to mine and kissed my cheek. I blushed, and smiled at him. Are we still on for tonight? I asked. On. He frowned. I laughed. We're still going, right? Gabriel's smile widened, and he nodded his head. Yes. I hope you don't mind taking the Audi again, he said. I shrugged. Of course not. Is it still here? I thought your brother would have shipped it off by now, I mused. Gabriel's brother was an adventurer, just like Gabe. He wanted to see the world and whatnot. The latest on his list was Australia. Shipped it off? Rosalie asked, looking mildly interested in this. I bit my lip. Yeah, he's going to Australia, just to live for a little while there, I explained. Aren't you going with him? Edward asked, somehow managing to sound polite while he asked that. I avoided everyone's gaze. How could I tell them that Gabe was staying because of me? For me, how could I tell them that Gabriel was staying just so he could be with me? I didn't have to say anything, though, because Gabriel took my hand, smiled tenderly at me and shook his head. No, I'm staying right here, he said firmly. I really liked Gabriel. I liked the way he saw the world. The way everything seemed so interesting and new to him. He could turn the simplest thing into the most intriguing thing in the world. And he was passionate about art, about life. I liked that he was easy to talk to. That he understood me somewhat. And he came all the way to Forks from Paris, just to be with me. How many girls could say the same thing? I was glad that I was getting a chance to get to know Gabriel further. I was glad that we had more time together. But I wasn't going to be around much longer. At least, not as a human. I'd have to break it off at some point. I had less than 2 years left. I didn't know how long my relationship with Gabriel would last if I were to stay human, but I would never get the chance to know that. A part of me was incredibly upset about that. Gabriel was a wonderful guy. I was lucky to have time with him. The girl he would choose to spend his life with, devote his life to, would be the luckiest girl alive. Another part of me was excited at leaving behind my human life. I wanted nothing more than to be a Cullen, officially. I wanted to hug Jasper again without having to worry about boundaries and bloodlust. I wanted to have a wrestling fight with Emmett. I wanted to be able to run at vampire speed all the way to Mexico to hide from Alice when she had another crazy urge to shop. I wanted to race Rose at the speed she drove without worrying about crashing and dying. I wanted to be the strong vampire best friend for Edward, not the weakling human he had to protect all the time. I wanted to do Carlisle and Esme proud. All of this, though, would hurt Gabriel. Whether I broke it off now, or if I dragged it out and just disappeared 2 years later, it would hurt him. I didn't want that, but what could I do? I really did liked him. And he had come all the way from Europe just for me. I sighed inwardly. This was all too complicated. I felt so conflicted all the time, and I knew Jasper could sense it. He kept giving me hints that he and I could talk if I wanted to. I did. I wanted someone to tell me what to do, but I knew Jasper would never do that. He would tell me to follow my heart and do what's right because I knew it deep down. The bell rang, signaling the end of lunch. I leaned forward and kissed Gabriel on the cheek. I had biology next, with Edward. I waved at the rest as Edward and I headed out of the cafeteria. We were silent for a while. Until he broke it. Bella, he sighed. I know I haven't been entirely supportive of Gabriel, but he's staying for you, he said, stating it rather than asking it as a question. I nodded my head. Yes, I whispered. I knew he could hear me, though. Stupid vampire hearing. Edward shot me a look. You do know. I cut him off, shaking my head. Yes, I know. I'll figure it out, Edward, don't worry. Please, I begged. I didn't want to talk about this, least of all with Edward. I could always talk to Edward, about anything and everything. Gabriel, though, was a sore subject between us. He couldn't say Gabe's name without flinching and I couldn't talk about Gabe in front of Edward without feeling a painful pang in my heart. God only knew why. Lately, though, I had been having these strange feelings. I would blush harder when Edward smiled at me, my heart would beat faster when he looked at me. I wondered if I had always felt like that, if it had just happened one day and I had just neglected to notice it. It had always just felt so right to be around Edward. Even the embarrassing moments hadn't felt awkward or strange. It was just Edward, you know. He was my best friend. So we shared pretty much everything together. I figured that it was just natural that the embarrassing things were involved, as well. Class, Mr. Banner called out. I sighed in relief, fuck. Using on the class instead of the conflicting emotions raging inside of me. I smiled as the night breeze blew on my face. Gabriel and I had just finished looking at the art exhibits. We were just strolling around the front of the museum, not really minding the slow pace. It was a beautiful night, and the lights around the front of the museum cast a soft orange glow around us. Gabriel suddenly stopped. Since our hands were entwined, I stopped right along with him. I looked at him curiously. He had that same look on his face a few nights before. When we went on our first date. He wanted to kiss me. He stepped closer to me, arms encircling my waist. I smiled, placing my arms around his neck. I wanted this, too. Gabriel was a great guy. And I'd wanted to kiss him since Paris, but a tiny little voice in my head kept saying this was wrong. No matter how much I liked him, Gabriel and I weren't meant to be. My destiny was to be a vampire. In less than 2 years, if I ever got this close to him, I would kill him instantly. The thought itself made me want to cringe. What is wrong with you, Bella? Gabriel is about to kiss you. And all you could think about was how you'd drain him dry soon enough. That is just sick. As soon as his soft, warm lips touched mine, my eyes slid close. I felt my own lips move against his, and smiled into the kiss. This felt nice, being this way with Gabriel. He was just so sweet and so caring. I loved that about him. Somehow, though, it felt wrong. I felt disgusted with myself for kissing him. Not only because of my future but because, well, as strange as it was to admit it, because of Edward. I kept thinking back to when he and I kissed. I knew that the both of us decided that it was wrong. But I had been disappointed that he agreed it was a mistake. I had dreamt about kissing him, and how it felt like to have his cold lips on my warm ones. Kissing Edward was different than kissing Gabriel. With Gabriel, it felt nice and warm. With Edward, it felt amazing, and magical and right. I swore, when our lips had touched, I had felt an electricity humming between our bodies. For those precious seconds, every single piece of my life fell into place. I pulled back from Gabriel's kiss, and gave him a smile. I wouldn't ruin this. I had very little time with Gabriel left, and I won't ruin it by thinking of things, and people, that I couldn't have. His brother was leaving for Australia in a few months. I should convince him that he should leave with him. But not now. I want Ed to spend every last minute I could with him. I had come to really appreciate Gabriel's company, his friendship, and his heart. I knew it was selfish of me to keep him around for longer than was necessary. And it was selfish of me to use him this way. I mean, it was cruel how I knew this was going to end soon and Gabriel was just oblivious to it all. But I couldn't help myself. He was gentlemanly, and sweet. Caring and kind. I loved his passion, his art, his eyes. It was just hard for me to let go. Gabriel returned my smile and lifted a hand to my cheek. Was it all right that I did that? He asked me, suddenly worried. No brothers or Edward following me around in the shadows. No Alice to squeal loud enough to break glass. And no Carlyle to kill him. Yes, this was perfect. So I wrapped my arms around his neck and gave him a wide smile. It was definitely all right, I replied cheekily, leaning in for another kiss. I cut myself a piece of lasagna that I had made. It was one of those rare times when I could cook for myself. Not that I didn't appreciate and enjoy Esme's cooking, but I did enjoy depending on myself every once in a while. I sat down at the dining table and popped a piece of lasagna in my mouth, my eyes never leaving the history textbook in front of me. I had a test coming up next week, and I wanted to be sure to get my facts right. It didn't help that Jasper kept telling me things about the Civil War, either. His accounts and what was written in the textbooks contradict each other sometimes. While he might have gotten it right because he was there, I needed more proof than, my vampire brother went through the Civil War and told me this is how it went down. In other words, I needed to say the information in the textbooks rather than rely on Jasper's tales of what had happened in the 1800s. I paused, swallowing a bite of the lasagna. Sometimes it was incredibly creepy to think that my brother had been born in the 1800s. He was just so old. I chuckled to myself, and continued to read. Jasper wouldn't like it if I told him that. Esme, Rosalie and Emmett came into the living room, Emmett smiling like a cat who ate the canary. Rose and Esme merely looked serious, as if they were going to discuss something important with me. I remembered Esme wearing the same look when she and Carlyle gave me the talk. I shuddered at the plain memory of it. Rose sat on my right and Esme sat on my left. Emmett sat opposite me, still grinning from ear to ear. I placed my fork down and sighed. All right, what's going on? I asked suspiciously. Esme placed a hand on my arm. Sweetie, we have to talk, she said seriously. I gulped. I hoped Emmett didn't rat me out for that prank I pulled last week. I only put red coloring in the pool to scare Jasper. We know about Gabriel, about how he's staying behind for you, Esme begun. I let my gaze drop to the table. Ah, so that was what this was about. Great, I'd have preferred it to be about the prank. Is that wise, Angel? You know. Esme hesitated, unable to say the last part. I nodded, still not meeting her gaze. I know, Mom, but I can't help it. I do like him, very much. I also know that I should let him go. I'm not sure, this is all very confusing. I let out a heavy sigh. Rosalie folded her arms across her chest. See, she stuck her tongue out at Esme. I told you we shouldn't let her date. Esme glared at Rosalie, then turned back to me. None of us are going to force you to do anything, Angel. You're going to have to make the right decision on your own. This is very important, though, so think it through thoroughly, okay? She leaned forward and kissed my forehead. I know you're smart enough to do the right thing. I nodded my head, looking up to smile at her a little. I didn't know if her faith was justified in this scenario. Then Emmett clapped his hands together and said, Mom, tell her about your plan. He said this a little too gleefully. I wondered what was up. Esme sighed. Don't wear yourself out with the excitement, Emmett, she said sarcastically. Emmett wasn't the slightest bit abashed. Turning back to me, she said, Since you and Gabriel are quite serious about each other, well, we had been dating for almost 3 months now. Your father and I have decided that we should invite him to dinner. I stared at her. Invite who? Surely she couldn't mean Gabriel. Gabriel, to dinner? Yes. Where? Here, of course, dear. I'll make spaghetti unless he'd like something French. I could always learn from the Food Network, Esme mused. Mom, yes, dear, you can't be serious. You want Gabriel to come here for dinner? With the entire family? I was on the verge of hysteria by now. How was this even happening? This had to be either a really bad joke or my worst nightmare. Esme waved off my worried expression. Oh, I'm sure everyone would be on their best behavior. Emmett started laughing, and I groaned, smacking my forehead. If Emmett was laughing now, he would certainly take up the opportunity to embarrass me when Gabriel was in the house. Esme shot him a glare and he quieted down, though his grin was still ever present. I turned to Esme. clasping my hands together in front of me pleadingly. Mom, I'm begging you, don't do this. It's worse than death. Rosalie snorted, shaking her head. And people think I'm the drama queen. She wrapped her arm around my shoulders. You really are my daughter. She pretended to wipe a tear from her eye. I tried to push off her arm, but it didn't work, of course. I settled for an angry glare. Esme shook her head. It's not negotiable, Bella. Carlisle, Rose and I hardly know the boy. He's dating our daughter. Dinner is a mandatory. Invite him over on Friday night. I promise to keep everyone in check. She kissed my cheek and stood up, walking off. Emmett leaned forward, raising an eyebrow at me. So what do you think? Childhood stories or sex jokes? He asked, grinning like a maniac. I groaned, dropping my head in my hands. This was going to be too embarrassing for me to live through. Esme's pav. I hummed to myself as I made spaghetti. Rosalie was less than pleased at having to be pleasant to a human other than Bella. Especially since he was coming to the house. Carlisle was getting the boys ready, while Bella was desperately trying to get Alice to see if Gabriel was making any plans on canceling. Oh, she could be so paranoid sometimes. Sure, Emmett wouldn't miss the chance to embarrass her later tonight, but I'd keep him in check. I only wanted to get to know the boy my daughter was spending her free time with. It seemed like the two of them went out every other night for the past 3 months. Despite that, Bella had always dragged him out of the house within 3 seconds of his appearance. She knew that he would get interrogated by all of us if she stayed for a longer period of time. Oh, poor Edward. Not only did he have to endure Gabriel's constant presence for 3 long months, he would have to endure him tonight, as well. Carlisle had wanted the entire family present. Well, I supposed he would have to just keep his anger in check. I heard the click-clack of high heels as Bella came into the kitchen, followed by Alice, who was still fussing over Bella's outfit. She had GGED Bella for Bella Barbie time hours ago. Bella was now dressed in a red dress that came all the way to her knees, and high heels to match. She was, also, swatting Alice's lithe hands off of her. She gave me her best pleading look. But I wasn't swayed. I had grown accustomed to that puppy dog pout years ago. Mom, please, I'm begging you, call this off, she pleaded. I shook my head, smiling widely. It's too late for that, Angel. I'm already halfway done with the spaghetti. And the creme brulee is all done. I knew why Bella was anxious about tonight. Emmett was going to embarrass her, Edward was going to be temperamental. Carlisle and Jasper would go into overprotective mode, and Rosalie would make threats. Alice would squeal and get all excited, and I would probably ask awkward questions. But she really didn't need to worry. I had already talked to everyone about being on their best behavior. I had even threatened Rose and Edward into acting nicely around the human boy. Jasper sauntered into the kitchen and wrapped his arms around Alice, kissing her lovingly. He shot Bella a look. Would you relax, Bella? He laughed. Your nerves are worse than when we found out the Volturi was coming. The Volturi, I can handle. In fact, I would just about trade this dinner for a visit from dear old Arrow right about now, she muttered, helping me with the spaghetti. Alice rolled her eyes at her. Really, Bella, you act as if we'd completely humiliate you in front of Gabriel. She said, affronted. Bella gave Emmett a pointed look as he came into the kitchen, grinning like an idiot, aboard Rosalie on his arm. There's a reason for that, she said dryly. I laughed at her concerns. It was, actually, justified. She gestured to the heels. And is it necessary to put me in heels? It's hard enough for me to walk properly with flats. Alice huffed, throwing her hands up in the air. What is your problem with heels now? She practically growled at Bella. I shot her a glare. Now wasn't the time to go into fashion lectures. Bella glared right back at her. Living with vampires for over a decade has made her quite rebellious, if I did say so myself. Heels are a male invention designed to make women's butts look smaller, she quipped. She was interrupted when the doorbell rang and Carlisle called out, I'll get it. Bella's eyes widened and her heart started to pound faster as she panicked. She ran towards the kitchen door, stumbling along the way, and to make it harder for them to run away, she finished yelling the reason for my aversion to high heels over her shoulder. Of course Carlisle had already opened the door, invited Gabriel in and led him to the living room. We were all peeking from the kitchen doorway, even Alice, who had no doubt already seen this. I watched Bella gave Gabriel an apologetic smile, and took his hand. Sitting next to him, Dad, she said, almost a warning for him to keep in check. What were you and Gabe talking about? Carlisle laughed, though it sounded tense to me. It's been only a minute, Bella. We haven't gotten around to talking yet, he said. She brightened up at that. Great. Gabe, would you like a tour of the house? She raised an eyebrow at him as she turned to face him. Gabriel smiled, nodding his head. Sure, he replied, his hand still in hers. Bella pulled him up and waved at Carlisle. She led Gabriel deeper into the house. He looked around in awe. IEL had picked her up for every single one of their dates, but he had never been beyond the living room. He saw the piano and shot her a look. Whose is that? He asked, stepping towards it. She stopped him. It's Edward's. You might not want to touch it, I laughed nervously. Edward would definitely be unhappy with Gabriel if he touched the piano. For the life of me, I couldn't understand how someone could be as possessive over cars and a piano as much Edward was. And don't even get me started on his CDs. And his stereo, even though that I could understand. It was state of the art. Gabriel nodded his head and followed her towards the kitchen. The rest of us scrambled and dispersed long before they entered. Alice had taken over Bella's duty of helping me with the food, while Jasper and Emmett were having a competition over the sausages. I rolled my eyes. They could have a competition over anything, even inedible things. Well, inedible to us, anyway. I wiped my hands clean on a towel and came forward, shaking Gabriel's hand. Hello, dear, I was just making some spaghetti for dinner. I hope you like that. I smiled warmly at Gabe. I didn't have empathic abilities, but even I could smell the fear and anxiety coming off of the boy. Poor thing, we must have scared him. Gabe immediately lightened up and smiled back. Yes, I do. Is there anything I could do to help? He asked, looking around. I shook my head. It's almost ready. Why don't you have a look around the house with Bella? I asked, giving Bella a knowing look to show that I had heard my conversation with Gabriel earlier on. Alice gave Bella a mischievous grin and said, Gabriel, did you know Bella played the piano, too? Gabriel's eyes brightened as he looked at Bella. She blushed, shuffling from one foot to the other. You do? He asked eagerly. Bella hesitated, then nodded her head slowly. There was no point in lying. Emmett would call her bluff anyway. Why didn't you tell me? He asked, pretending to be hurt. Bella laughed a little. I'm not that good at it. Edward's the musical genius in the family, she explained. I knew better, though. Call it a mother's intuition. Bella didn't want to tell Gabriel that she played because he would ask her if he could hear a song from her. And Bella didn't play for anyone but Edward. Sure, we would hear her play during their lessons and whenever they had free time. But that was essentially her time alone with Edward. We generally gave them their privacy. I had never had her so happy, so carefree, as when she was with Edward. She looked so beautiful. That was the only word to describe it. It was like every single one of her problems had melted away, leaving just Edward and the piano with her. She wouldn't even play for me unless Edward was there. If she wouldn't play for her mother, how could she play for a boy who wasn't Edward? Let's go upstairs, Bella said, trying to divert his attention. The motherly side of me panicked. Upstairs, with a boy, of course, we would hear very thing that would happen between the two, so it really wouldn't be a secret what they did. Besides, I raised Bella to be a responsible adult. She wouldn't do anything despicable. Carlisle would kill the boy and Edward would throw him to the mountain lions if he tried anything, anyway. Okay, but remember to be extra safe, kid. Emmett hollered from where he stood. Bella flushed as she rushed Gabriel out the door. Emmett and Jasper were laughing uncontrollably, and I turned to them, yelling at them to stop. I heard Bella apologizing for her brother's behavior in the hallway. Sorry about that, I said apologetically. Thank God Gabriel didn't seem like he understood Emmett's crude joke. Bella's pav. I showed Gabriel around, pointing to different rooms. And even showing him Jasper's study. It was pretty impressive, and while Gabe wasn't as passionate about literature as I was, he still appreciated it well enough. We reached the third floor. That's Edward's room, I said, pointing to the door. I knew Edward was inside, so I didn't really want to show him inside. Finally we reached the last door, and I bit my lip nervously. Gabriel nodded towards the door and shot me an inquisitive look. What's in there? He asked curiously. I wrung my hands together. That's my room, I said quietly. Surprisingly enough, Gabriel heard it. Really? Can I see it? He asked. Sure, Gabriel. Step right into my room. When my entire family was listening in. Not only would Emmett and Jasper crack sex jokes for a month, Carlisle, R.O. Sally and Edward would kill you for even thinking it. Of course, I couldn't really say that. Instead, I said what he expected to hear. Sure, go right ahead, I gestured. Gabriel stepped through the doorway and looked around. I hovered in the doorway, watching him. He went from my desk, to my bookshelves, to my bed. Not that he actually sat there. Or touched it. I groaned inwardly. This was another one of those times when I get paranoid. Wasn't it? I asked myself. Gabriel turned to find me debating with myself at the doorway. He grinned at me. Are you going to come in? He asked amusedly. I shook my head. Oh, no. I barked out a short laugh. I've seen it. He wasn't done teasing me, though. You look like you're glued to the door there, he joked. I took in a calming breath. No, I'm just, observing my room from a new perspective. I stuttered. You know, I hardly ever stand here. It's really making me rethink my throw pillows. I was rambling and I knew it, but I couldn't stop myself if my life depended on it. Gabriel laughed, shaking his head. Would you like me to get out of here? He asked, taking pity on my anxiety. The fact that no boy had ever entered my room had crossed my mind several times. I mean, my father and my brothers had, but I didn't think that counted. Edward had, too, but he was my best friend. It wasn't a big deal if he came inside my room. But then, why did I feel so guilty that Gabriel was in my room and Edward wasn't? It wasn't like anything had happened here with Edward. Except that he had been in my room that night when we kissed. He had brought me back to my room, both of us soaking wet. He had hugged me tightly, saying that we were best friends still. I knew that this had happened in Alaska, but I had asked Esme to decorate my room exactly the same as in Alaska, just like Edward. I was tired of Alice going overboard and decorating everything and anything. So it was there. The memory fit nicely into the image of my room as it was at the moment. But I cleared my throat and shook my head. No, I'm fine with you looking around, I said bravely. If I really concentrated, I could hear the growling of 7 vampires. Gabe laughed, picking up Coco off the bed. Nice bear, he commented. Sarcasm dripping from each word. He held up my worn-out teddy bear. One of its eyes had been stitched back on because Emmett had, accidentally, torn it out. A little tear at the arm showed some stuffing. And a part of one ear was missing. I pursed my lips, pouting. Or, you know, at least I was, I shot back, taking back my statement about being alright with him looking around my room. Gabriel smiled at me, and placed Coco back on the bed. He looked around again, then noticed the bulletin board I had on my wall. I blushed, wanting him to just leave now. I had plaqued several of my artwork on the bulletin board, simply to remind me of art and of Paris. I didn't dare put Gabriel's because it would ruin his beautiful work. What's this? He asked, walking over to the bulletin board. I took a tentative step inside the room, and walked over to the board as well. You see, when I left Paris I was very amazed by your art, Gabe. So I decided to start drawing, too. I'm not half as good as you, I added quickly, hoping that he would get the hint and stopped scrutinizing my work. But it's just a hobby, so. Gabriel shook his head, taking my hand and grinning at me. No, these are brilliant, he said enthusiastically. I smiled hopefully at him. You think? I asked eagerly. Gabe nodded. Of course, Cherie. These are just wonderful. You have a knack for art, I see, he bumped into my side. I blushed, looking at the bulletin of my artwork. I had drawn quite a lot of landscapes, but of course that was to be expected when Esme kept choosing beautiful places for us to live in. I had also drawn people. Not just my family, but the people, and occasional vampires, we had come across over the years. I even had a few of Kate. This is beautiful, Gabriel said, drawing me out of my reverie. I looked over to see which one he was looking at. The color drained from my face when I realized that he was pointing to a drawing of Reflection Pond. I looked around the bulletin board, and realized with a sudden jolt just how many pieces I had done of that place. Gabriel turned back to me, innocent and naive. Where is that? He asked, tilting his head to one side. I looked away from his piercing blue eyes guiltily. Alaska, I mumbled. I tugged at his hand. Come on, let's go downstairs. I'm sure spaghetti's ready. Gabriel pulled me back into his embrace and smiled tenderly at me. Do you know, Bella? I think you look very beautiful tonight, he told me quietly. I blushed, as I always did whenever someone complimented me. But why wasn't my heart racing the way it should? It had back in Paris. It even had for a while when Gabriel had come to Forks, but why not now? Gabe leaned forward and pressed his lips to mine. I was too shocked to move. I only knew that there was no electricity. No desire to pull him closer, no feelings like I had when Edward and I had kissed. Pushing that thought out of my head, I pulled Gabriel closer to me anyway. Edward and I weren't meant to be, either. I couldn't even imagine what the rest of the family would say if they knew I was even thinking it. Forget the rest of the family, Edward himself would roll on the floor, laughing himself to death if he knew. I heard someone clearing their throat and pulled back from Gabriel. I was expecting to see Carlisle or someone else at the door, but instead, I saw Edward. I disentangled myself from Gabriel and put a good 3 feet between us, blushing hard. Edward looked murderously angry. His eyes had turned coal black. His jaw was clenched and so were his fists. Before I had a chance to ask him what was wrong, he spoke. Esme wanted to let you know that dinner's ready, he spat out coldly. He turned and walked away as fast as he could without at human speed. I faced Gabriel and laughed nervously. I guess we should go down now. I moved towards the door. Gabriel took hold of my wrist again and stepped closer, kissing my lips once more. Gabe, my dad's going to come up and murder you if we stay here any longer. I told him honestly. That was definitely what Carlisle would do, if Edward didn't do it first. He smiled, and let me lead him out of the room. I knew I should be focused on Gabriel, or on how Emmett was going to embarrass me with a stupid childhood story or even show him an embarrassing picture of me. God only knew he had an abundance of those. But all I could think of was how angry Edward had looked like when he caught us in my room. All I could think of was how I'd wanted to rush to his side, wrap my arms around his waist and never let him go. Was this even normal or am I going insane? Rosalie's Pav. He was in her room. He was in her room and he was kissing her. Of all the nerve, Carlisle, let's kill the human boy. I growled, standing up to rush up the stairs. Even after Edward had caught them, Gabriel was still going at it, pursuing her. I growled. Emmett took hold of me by the waist and held me down on the couch. Babe, you're going to embarrass her, he told me. I shot him a withering glare. Like you weren't planning on doing it on purpose. I spat out at him. Emmett shrugged, giving me a sheepish look. Yeah, but I'm Emmett. It's my job to humiliate and joke around. She knows that, she'll forgive me. But you're her mom, and one of her best friends. She won't oh easy on you if you just barged in there. I shook my head. That Lothario has wormed his way into my daughter's mouth. Again, and for that, he must die. I said firmly. Alice started to giggle at my words. And Emmett shot me a concerned look. You sure you don't need to hunt, babe? He asked, raising an eyebrow at me. I stopped struggling against his huge arms and sighed, glaring at him. Why the hell are you stopping me? I asked, frustrated. Emmett shrugged. Have you ever thought that Bella wants to kiss him? He asked me. I stared at him blankly. Emmett chuckled, kissing my hair lightly. She's grown up. She's got sexual needs, too. I started struggling against him again. Sexual, I screeched. Esme came out of the kitchen, an apron and mitts on her hands as she carried the spaghetti to the dining room. Volume, she sang out, looking and sounding like Donna Reed. I took in a deep breath, and allowed Jasper's gift to work on me so that I was somewhat calmer. What the hell did you mean by sexual needs? I demanded. You don't think, with Gabriel? Emmett asked. I nodded my head tersely. Emmett shook his head. Nah, I know sexual energy when I see it, and those two don't have it in them. Well, Gabriel does. But Bella, he chuckled, shaking his head. Not even a little. I relaxed a little, but gave him a confused look anyway. Then why? She would still want her privacy, Rose, just let it all work out on its own. He soothed, brushing my hair away from my face. Edward appeared at the bottom of the stairs, looking like he was about to wrangle someone. Maybe a certain French someone. He sat on the couch and growled at me, folding his arms across his chest and glaring at everyone. Emmett, of course, had to be the one to break the silence. Walked in on any make-out sessions, Eddie? He teased. Before Edward had a chance to lunge at Emmett, Bella and Gabriel walked down the stairs. I noticed that Bella released Gabriel's hand the moment she saw Edward. I raised an eyebrow, sharing a look with Alice, who had noticed the same thing. The boys were oblivious. Esme called us all in for spaghetti. I shuddered involuntarily. We would have to pretend to eat just so the stupid human wouldn't notice that we all didn't eat anything. Bella and Gabriel took their seats next to each other. Esme dished out spaghetti on each of their plates, then went around to our plates. I stared at my plate in disgust. Esme sat down, spaghetti in her own plate, and looked around. Bella's eyes widened at the obvious tension and picked up her fork, starting to eat. Gabriel did the same. Well, Esme smiled. Isn't this nice? Everyone looked at her as if she had grown another head at the dinner table. She cleared her throat, and turned to Gabriel, "So I heard that your brother is going to Australia." I smirked. "Good. Let him take the maggot with him." Gabriel nodded his head. "Yes. Dimitri is very inquisitive about the world. He has always wanted to go to Australia, and now he has the opportunity," Gabriel explained. "And he's leaving you behind?" Carlyle asked. I could tell that he was half dismayed and half concerned for Gabriel. Gabriel shrugged, smiling. "I am used to taking care of myself. Dimitri came with me because it was a new territory, and my parents were worried. Now I am fully capable of being on my own in America," he said determinedly. "Damn." Gabriel looked at me, noticing that I hadn't even touched my plate. I realized that the others had kept up their charade, moving their food around their plate, taking pretend bites. Jasper even took a real bite when Gabriel had been looking at him. But the food on my plate was still intact. He raised his eyes to mine, and flinched at the hostility he saw. "Still," he asked his question. "Aren't you eating?" I stared at him, speechless for a right answer for once. Then Bella cut in. "She's anorexic," she blurted out. I turned to give her a glare, but she quickly reached for her glass of water. "Gabe, tell them about your flight to America. I think we all need a funny story now," she said, averting my look. I barely listened to his silly human story. Who cared if he was new to American land and had never been on a flight before? And, who cared that a girl was stalking him in the plane? This was just so stupid and reckless, letting a human boy in the house. "So, did you catch the game last night?" Emmett asked, raising an eyebrow at Gabriel. Gabriel looked confused, and turned to Bella for help. "Game?" he asked. "Seahawks," Bella filled him in. "Emmett's a big sports fan." Emmett went on and on about the game, then grinned deviously at Bella and Gabriel. "About time someone scored around here, right?" he teased. Bella spat out her drink, coughing as she turned red. I snickered at her reaction, then pulled on a poker face when Esme and Carlyle both glared at me. The euphemism was lost on Gabriel, though. Either they don't joke about sex in France or he was just really innocent. I think it's the latter. Emmett wasn't done being himself, though. "You know, one time, Rose and I were in Bermuda, right? There was this janitor's closet." Bella interrupted Emmett while I smacked him on the head. "How was that Spanish test?" Bella all but shouted. Gabriel jumped, startled by her loud voice. "I thought it was easy." Gabriel frowned. "I didn't really understand the second half of the paper," he admitted. Bella blushed. "Unless you thought it was difficult," she amended. "I guess Senora Goff could be quite tough if she wanted to be," she allowed. Jasper chortled. "Yeah, that's why you got an A+, he quipped. Bella threw him a glare, which of course didn't bother him at all. By the time Bella and Gabriel were ready for dessert, my spaghetti was still more or less in my plate. I didn't want to eat any human food for a boy I didn't even care about. Besides, hadn't Alice said that this was temporary? Esme practically ran to the kitchen, singing out creme brulee. I sighed. When was this night going to be over? For that matter, when was Bella going to dump the human? I knew we'd all said that she should have human experiences, but this was just ridiculous. After dessert, Carlyle wanted us all to move back to the living room. He wanted to have a sit down and talk to Gabriel, since Bella had whisked him away when he first came in. This elicited relief from all of us. Or maybe it was just Jasper's doing. Whatever it was, we were happy we didn't have to sit in the dining room, surrounded by disgusting human food, anymore. I took a seat next to Emmett, and everyone else sat next to their loved ones. Bella was sitting in between Edward and Gabriel. How ironic. "So, Gabriel," Carlyle said, after a moment of awkward silence. "What are your plans?" "Plans?" he repeated. Carlyle nodded, clasping his hands together and leaning forward. "After high school, college, or are you planning on just settling with a high school diploma?" "Dad," Bella shook her head. I knew she was embarrassed. Carlyle was only asking because firstly, he wanted to know what kind of a boy Gabriel was, and secondly, he was trying to make him squirm. When Gabriel would go to college, Bella would be trying to control her bloodlust. There really would be no interaction between the two then. Medical school, business school, art school, Esme cut in as well. "How about some tea?" Emmett clapped his hands together, and it sounded like thunder in the room. "Oh, how about the time," he snickered. When Bella wanted to know where Okay, Bella laughed, clapping a hand on Gabriel's back. "What do you say I'll just call you tomorrow?" she asked him. I couldn't I was about to say this, but poor kid. He looked so confused. Edward crossed his arms over his chest and glared at Gabriel. You know Australia's much better than America, he said stiffly. Definitely more adventurous than Forks. Edward, Esme warned. You should ask your brother if you could tag along. Edward's musings were interrupted when Jasper let out a bark of laughter. And then there was TH. At one time when she wanted to ice skate, Jasper joined in Emmett's laughter. Alice started to giggle because of Jasper's gift. So we took her to the rink, and she stepped on the ice and slid all the way across the rink, I swear. Bella was about as red as a tomato. She took Gabriel's hand and practically dragged him out the door. Say goodbye, Gabriel, she shouted over her shoulder. Goodbye, Gabriel, we chorused. Finally, I thought to myself, Edward's pav. Everyone had dispersed. Emmett and Rosalie and Alice and Jasper were in their rooms. Esme was in the kitchen cleaning up and Carlisle was in his office. I wanted to go to my Volvo and take my iPod. I had left it there this morning, and I needed it to download more songs. I didn't want to go outside. Though, Bella and Gabriel were standing by his Audi in the driveway, avoiding the silliness of the family. I didn't want to see them together. Once tonight was enough for me. I hadn't realized just how hard it was to see them together. There were doting eyes, hand-holding and kisses on the cheek. I'd thought that was hell enough. But when they had actually kissed each other, full on the lips, I hadn't even known they were doing that. I knew that kissing was something that was inevitable in an intimate relationship, I just never thought of that. Even when Emmett mentioned it, I blocked it out. And then to catch them, locked in a passionate embrace. I shook my head. Alice should have told me that they were doing that now. She should have told me Gabriel was bold enough to do that with Bella. I would have killed him, sure, but it would be worth it. Edward, you have gone insane, I told myself. Unable to be patient any longer, I flung the door open and walked outside. Maybe if I moved at inhuman speed, I wouldn't see them. Well, it's getting late, I heard Bella said to Gabriel. I should head in. Dimitri would be worried about you, as well. I stepped round the garage door to see Bella and Gabriel holding hands by his car. They were saying their goodbyes for the night. Gabriel moved in for a kiss goodnight. My eyes widened. I should really head inside now. This was something I did not need to see. Bella was facing the garage door, and her eyes found mine. She looked shocked for a moment, then turned her head slightly to the side. Gabriel's lips found her cheek instead. I ducked back into the garage and fumbled around for my iPod. Sorry, I really should go back inside, I heard Bella stutter. All right, the disappointment was evident in Gabriel's voice. I'll talk to you tomorrow. Yes, definitely. I climbed inside my car and gripped the steering wheel with both hands, trying to calm myself down. I heard Gabriel's Audi driving off, then Bella sighing as she headed back inside. She had refrained herself from kissing him when she saw me. What did that mean? Did she only did that because she knew I didn't quite care for Gabriel? Did she why moved her head at the last second because she was uncomfortable kissing her own boyfriend when someone else was nearby? Or was it something else? I groaned, letting my head flop on the steering wheel. I jumped slightly when the loud sound of the honk sounded. I lifted my head and stared off into the distance. I remembered the reflection pond. I remembered that night with perfect clarity. If I closed my eyes now, I would have replayed it so vividly in my head that it would be as if I was actually reliving it. I clenched my jaw, my eyes fluttering open. Bella had plenty of drawings of reflection pond. I didn't think she even realized how many of them were on her bulletin and in her art folder. I knew. I examined them for hours when she was asleep. I couldn't do this any longer. I couldn't wait around and watch her with someone else. I didn't care what Alice said. It was time for me to take things into my own hands. I would make Bella see that I was in love with her, that we were meant to be. I could only hope that she would accept me and not break my already dead heart. I smiled to myself. It was time for me to show Bella just how much I loved her. Edward's pav. I frowned as I paced my room for the 1000th time tonight. I had been trying to brainstorm on how I should tell Bella that I was in love with her. A note, flowers, chocolate, maybe. No, none of these were good enough. They were too common. I had myself seen in the minds of plenty of men how they professed their undying love to the woman of their dreams. But none of their ideas suited Bella. She needed more. She needed a battalion of wonderful things just so she could understand how much I loved her. Edward, Esme's sweet voice called out to me through her mind. Could you come down here for a moment? I sighed, running a hand through my hair. Maybe I should take a break from brainstorming. It wasn't like I was having any progress, anyway. I was in the living room within the blink of an eye. I looked around me expectantly. The entire family were there. I frowned. At night, why would they all be here at night? Normally, they retreated into their respective rooms with their significant other. Something was on their minds. Esme smiled gently at me, and brushed my hair back from my face. Have you decided on how to tell her, my son? She asked. Nope, Alice sang out. I sighed heavily. It will come to me, I said. Hopefully. Emmett snorted, pausing his video game. Dude, quit stressing over this, he told me. Just grab her and plant one on her. Rosalie smacked the back of his head, a resounding thwack echoing around the room. Don't help him with the hormones, she hissed. She turned to me. Okay, I get that you're her one true love and all, but I'm not going to have any part getting my daughter together with a member of the male species. I rolled my eyes. Now really wasn't the time for the absurdities of my family. Alice giggled as she saw the expression on my face. It'll come to you, Edward, she said confidently. I know it. I shot her a grateful smile. Sometimes it was a good thing having Alice as my sister. In the meantime, the rest of us are going hunting, Carlyle thought. My eyes widened. All of you? I asked nervously. Rosalie shot me a death glare. It's not like I'm excited about leaving you alone with her, either, you know. She snapped at me. That really wasn't what I was talking about. I was still undecided on how to approach Bella on how I feel about her. I felt awkward around her. I was afraid that she would see through me and ask me what was wrong. What if I accidentally let it slip and she runs off, disgusted? Jasper sent me an assuring wave of serenity. Don't worry, he said. She'll come to when it's time. You don't have to worry so much about it. Rosalie was still unsure of leaving me alone with Bella. As if I would actually harm her in any way. She was my entire reason for existence. One bruise on her was enough to give me shocks of pain. Why would I hurt her? I mean, he's hormone-riddled, and all. If I could have blushed, I would have. I cringed at Rosalie's accusation. Jasper and Emmett snickered. Esme hid her own laugh and gave Rosalie a reproving look. You have to trust your own brother not to hurt our Bella, Rose, she said sternly. Rosalie sighed, defeated. She stalked over to me, squaring her shoulders. She jabbed a finger at my chest. If you hurt her in any way at all, she growled. I will personally tear you limb from limb and throw you in the fire. Understood. I nodded my head, hiding my amusement out of respect. In all aspects, Bella was Rose's daughter. It wouldn't really bode well if I were to laugh at her while thinking of ways to impress her daughter. Of course, I said politely. I turned away as the others filed out of the house, leaving for their hunting trip. They were going to Canada this time for a long weekend hunting trip. They would come back on Sunday night for a baseball game. Alice had predicted a storm heading our way by 7 Sunday night. I tapped my chin, thinking, maybe I should make Bella some breakfast. She would like that. We would have school today, though. I frowned, peering out the window. Alice had assured me his son wouldn't make its appearance until the afternoon, so I could accompany Bella to school. I cringed at the thought of Gabriel in school. I shuddered. Why on earth did he have to be there? Of course, it made Bella happy to have Gabriel around. And Alice and Jasper had told me plenty of times to be patient. The thing was, my patience was running out. I had found out I was in love with Bella for a long time now. I wanted to be with her. I had to be with her. It was driving me insane to have to pretend nothing was wrong every time I saw them together. A simple touch or a full-blown kiss, I couldn't stand it. I started to work on her breakfast. No matter what, this weekend would be the perfect time for me to impress her and confess my love to her. And whatever her answer was, I just had to accept it. Even if it broke my heart. I didn't exactly know what she wanted for breakfast, so I took out half of everything we had. I made waffles and pancakes and eggs. I'm sure there was something she'd like in there somewhere. I heard Bella's heartbeat quicken as she woke up and made her way to the bathroom. I smiled to myself, finishing up on the eggs and placing them on a plate. I took out a carton of OJ and placed it on the counter. Finally, Bella's footsteps neared the kitchen. Mom, Dad, everyone, she called out, confused. In the dining room, I called out. Bella popped her head through the doorway and smiled when she saw me. She walked in, raising an eyebrow at the huge amount of food on the table. Are we expecting a visit from the army? She teased me, though a blush rose to her cheek. As she realized that I had made her breakfast. I laughed easily and shook my head. I didn't know what you would like for breakfast, I explained. I made you a little of everything. Sit. I walked over to her and tugged at her hand, leading her to a chair. I sat next to her, just watching her eat. Bella shot me an amused glance as she poured herself some juice. Where's everyone else? She asked. I pretended to be puzzled by her question. What makes you think they aren't here? I asked innocently. She snorted with laughter. Edward, the house wouldn't be so quiet if they were, she pointed out, smiling widely that she had caught my lie. I grinned at her, hope flaring up when her heart started to beat as fast as a marathon runner's. All right, you caught me, I admitted. They went hunting. I've already went, so I stayed behind. She frowned all of a sudden and I felt my hope deflate. Did she not want me here? To babysit me? She asked sadly, a hint of frustration in her voice. I bit my lip and looked away. If you don't want me here. Bella placed the glass on the table and took my hand in hers. Her hand was colder than normal because she had just touched a glass of refrigerated juice. No, that's not what I meant, Edward. She assured me softly. I just hated when they treat me like I'm a little kid. I'm growing up. I want to be treated as such. I smiled at her, tucking a strand of stray hair behind her ear. To my delight, she blushed a deep crimson because of this. They're just protective of you. And so am I. But if it helps any, I'll treat you like the woman you are, I promised, leaning forward and pressing my cool lips softly on her cheek. I pulled back slightly to look into her brown eyes, and smiled. Her heart was pounding so furiously, it was the only thing I could hear. I hear. Her breath hitched and brushed my hand against hers casually. Bella cleared her throat, turning her head away. She transferred some waffles onto her plate and grabbed a bottle of syrup. When will they be back then? She asked. I, too, leaned back into my chair. There was no need to rush this. I wanted things to be perfect with Bella and me. I wanted her to remember the day that she and I finally confess our love to one another. That is, if she would confess her love at all. I had no idea how she would react to me. Alice had shown me her vision of Bella and I together, saying, "I love you," to the other. But would that happen in the near future? Or would my heart break before it could merge with hers? I sighed inwardly, troubled by my internal dilemma. Sunday night. Alice saw a storm and Emmett wanted to play baseball. Will you come with us? I asked her, curious. She had missed the last 2 games because of Gabriel. Bella seemed to remember that, as well, because she winced. I rubbed her arm soothingly and she gave me a grateful smile. Yes, of course, she replied. I've missed the games, she added softly. I leaned my hand on the table, resting my weight on my elbow and cradling my head in my palm as I watched her eat. We've missed having you at the games, I countered honestly. Bella looked down at her lap, her teeth attacking her lip furiously. I'm sorry about that, she said quietly. I reached out, tilting her head with my thumb and forefinger under her chin. I gave her a smile, which she returned tentatively. It's all right, Bella, I soothed. Just promise me you'll be around more. She smiled and nodded her head. Of course. You know I've missed being with you, she blushed as she said this. I grinned. I had missed her, too. I chanced a glance at my watch. We really should be heading to school, I mused. It was already 7:30. We would be late if we stayed any longer. Bella shook her head. Let's skip today, she suggested, smiling deviously. I rolled my eyes. Being CLOs to Emmett really had corrupted her sweet, innocent mind. She was becoming more and more like him every day. Bella, I said warningly. She shrugged. Come on, Edward, she pleaded, wrapping her arms around my neck and resting her chin on my shoulder. I turned my head so that I could see her face. She gave me one of her patented pouts that could put Alice to shame. What's one day? We don't have any tests or anything. I hesitated. I didn't want Bella to get into any trouble. Please, she breathed, her warm breath a pleasant breeze against my cool skin. You skip all the time when it's sunny out. Can't I have just one day? I shot her a suspicious look. Why the sudden urge to be rebellious? I asked, curiosity lacing my voice. Bella tried giving me an innocent look, but it was too ingenuous to be sincere. I smirked at her, raising an eyebrow. She sighed, resigned. It's Mike, she admitted, her voice too soft for me to hear. Newton. My brows furrowed. Had he done something to her? Had he hurt her? My fists clenched at the mere thought. Since my hands were on her hips, Bella felt it. She looked up quickly, and shook her head. No, Edward, it's nothing big, she amended. I gave her a confused look. If it wasn't anything big, then why was she so reluctant to go to school? She smiled sheepishly at me. He's just really insistent, she told me embarrassedly. Angela said that he was going to try something today. You know, ask me out in front of everyone in the cafeteria during lunch, she flinched. I laughed, my shoulders shaking uncontrollably. Bella scowled at me. It's not funny, Edward. I wouldn't like to be embarrassed in front of everyone. Of course, that only made me laugh harder. Bella huffed, averting her gaze from me. I controlled myself, although my smile remained intact on my face. I reached out and turned her to face me once more. I guess we're skipping school today, I said decidedly. Bella grinned at me. Great, she exclaimed excitedly, jumping up. What do you want to do? I thought for a moment. These past few months had been hard for me, since Bella spent more time with Gabriel than she did at home or with me. We had hardly gone to our meadow recently. I looked at her questioningly. What do you say if I suggested we go to the meadow? I inquired. Bella gave me a dazzling smile and nodded her head. She held out her hand, which I took. Let's go, she said cheerfully. I gripped her hand tighter so that she wouldn't slip from my grasp and swung her over my shoulders. Like a routine, we began. She locked her long legs around my waist, her arms gripping my neck in a chokehold. I laughed at her anxiety. Even after all these years. You'd better hold on tight, Spider Monkey, I teased, using the nickname I'd gotten used to calling her every time she climbed on my back. I dashed out of the house at breakneck speed. Despite her occasional, irrational fears of hitting trees and whatnot, Bella actually loved being able to experience moving this fast. I knew Bako, say she said it once when she was sleeping. She found it exhilarating. Within minutes, we were in the meadow. The sun was shining slightly, but there was enough overcast to hide the sparkles that would otherwise shine on my skin. Bella sank to the ground, laying back on the grass. I followed suit, placing my arms behind my head, smiling up at the sky. Bella turned to me and smiled. So talk, she demanded. I laughed. She was the most absurd human I'd ever met. But then again, I knew that years ago when I'd told her my family and I were vampires and she'd said okay. What do you want me to say? I played along, turning to my side to face her. I propped myself up on my elbow, cradling my head in my hand. With my other hand, I played with a blade of grass, twirling it around a finger gently. It took a lot of years to do so, but I had learned how to control my strength enough. Bella shrugged, her nose scrunching up in that adorable way of hers which meant she was thinking something through thoroughly. Her eyes lit up with amusement and she grinned at me. How's dear old Jessica doing? She asked with mock seriousness. I scowled at her. That is not funny, I said bitingly. The girl is insane. He follows me around everywhere. You would think. No, would give her a clue that I really have no interest in her, but of course the one human who would become infatuated with me had to be the clueless one, I ranted. Bella laughed, shaking her head. You know, it's kind of funny that you have a stalker, she snickered. I glowered at her. I suppose I could say the same thing about you and Newton, I pointed out. At this, Bella only laughed harder. What? I growled, irritated. At least he doesn't. She was laughing too hard to speak, so I had to wait it out until her giggles somewhat subsided. Wonder what I look like covered in nothing but whipped cream. She burst into laughter again while I cringed. How on earth did she know about that? I only knew because Emmett and I happened to be passing by when she and Lauren had been discussing the daydreams they had about me. Emmett had given me a hard time about it, never letting me forget. I narrowed my eyes at her. Emmett told you, didn't he? I asked knowingly, anger bubbling to the surface. Bella's hand flew to her mouth as she tried desperately to suppress an onslaught of giggles. It didn't work, and soon enough, she had her head buried in my chest as her body shook with laughter. I couldn't even stay angry at her when she was so close to me like this. Instead, I lowered my head and pressed my nose to her hair, inhaling the sweet scent of strawberries and freesia mixed together. Finally, her amusement contained, she sobered up and looked up at me. I noticed that she didn't move from me. She rested her chin on my chest as her brown eyes sparkled, gazing at me. Sorry, she said, her lips quirking into a smile. I couldn't help myself. I pretended to heave a heavy sigh. It's all right, I said dramatically. Just wait until Newton does something equally embarrassing to you, I added evilly. Bella blinked at me, her mouth opened as she looked at me in terror. You don't mean that, do you? She asked nervously. I laughed, amused. Of course I do, I teased. It's the Cullen way to humiliate one another. Bella groaned, dropping her head on my chest as she blushed. I smirked at her even though she couldn't see me. Don't worry, I'll go easy on you, I quipped. Bella shifted, moving back from me. I immediately felt the loss of her warmth, the comfort of her presence. She settled back into a supine position next to me, close enough for me to touch but far enough to drive me crazy. "Gee, thanks," she said dryly, closing her eyes as the sun slowly begun to show itself. When we reached the house, it was already 5:30. We had just talked the day away without even realizing it. We had gone back to our own little world, oblivious to the world around us. The sparkling sun, the darkening sky, the wind speeding up, none of those had any effect on us. The thing that alerted me of the time was the grumbling of Bella's hungry stomach. She had blushed furiously, while I had been horrified of the time. I had kept her in the meadow the whole day, depriving her of her meal. I reached around behind me and pulled Bella off of me. Setting her down on the floor, I scrutinized her. Was she very hungry? Did she feel faint from having missed a meal? I hoped she wasn't very angry with me. As if knowing what I thought, as if she were the mind reader, Bella smiled reassuringly at me. "Edward," she chided gently. "I lost track of time, too, you know. Besides, a little hunger isn't something you should beat yourself up about. I can handle it, I'll just have dinner and I'm good to go." I returned her smile, and leaned forward to kiss her forehead. Her entire face flamed up, and I chuckled. "What do you say you and I go out for dinner?" I suggested. "We could go to Port Angeles." Bella considered for a short second before nodding her head. "Sounds good. I need to get some new books anyway. Let me just change and I'll be right down," she said, turning around to head for the stairs. She tripped after taking her first step away from me, her foot getting caught on the carpet. I rolled my eyes, catching her around the waist and setting her back on her feet. She blushed, and rubbed her arm sheepishly. "Thanks," she murmured, batting her lashes at me before going up the stairs. I stood rooted to the spot, my mouth hanging open as I watched her leave. My eyes were fixed on the top of the stairs, even long after she had disappeared. Did she know she was being alluring, or was it something that came naturally for her? Shaking my head to clear it, I dashed up the stairs and changed at vampire speed. If I were to take her out, I wouldn't want grass stains on my shirt. I went out of my room and bumped into Bella. She stumbled as she hit my granite body. I smiled, catching her before she hit the floor. "Really, Bella," I teased, "you're extremely lucky to have been found by vampires, the way you fall every 2 seconds. Bella scowled at me, waving a set of keys in front of me. "Just for that, we're taking my McLaren and I'm driving," she said, moving over to the stairs. Right, she was taking her car because I teased her. I shook my head, smiling, and followed her. Bella didn't take her car out to school all that often, so it wasn't really a surprise that she wanted to drive tonight. It was true that the McLaren garnered a lot of attention. Whenever she drove it to school, it was almost impossible to avert the stares. Bella hated it, especially when the overly smug human males started to give her suggestive comments. I hated it, too. We went out into the garage. Bella slid excitedly into the front seat and I followed, slipping into the passenger seat. She slid the key into the ignition and the engine started with a purr. Bella smiled contentedly. "I've missed this," she cooed, running her hand proudly over the dashboard. I rolled my eyes at her. "And to think, before you saw this car, you would have bitten off my head for even thinking of getting you a gift this extravagant," I pointed out dryly. Bella lifted her shoulder and let it drop a moment later. "It was love at first sight," she said jovially. She pulled out of the garage and soon we were off to Port Angeles. She drove at just above 100. Living with vampires could get a human used to speed. She was slower than me on my worst day, but at least it wasn't 50. I fiddled with the knob on the radio. "You wanted to get some books?" I asked her, looking in the compartment for a CD. One of the good things about taking her car was that our music tastes were almost identical. Chances were, whatever I found in the car, I would like. Bella nodded, eyes focused on the road. "Yeah," she replied distractedly. "I ran out of reading material." I chuckled. "Only you, Bella, would live in the same house as Jasper and D. Carlisle and still be able to say that. Have you seen their libraries? Jasper had his own collection of books in his study, and Carlisle had his own in his office. It would be impossible for a human to run out of reading material. I, on the other hand, was a vampire. Not only do I not have to endure sleeping, an inane task that was necessary for humans to survive, I could also absorb every sin. Word in a book in less than 15 minutes. Bella glared playfully at me, before turning her eyes back to the road quickly. She was as much of a safe driver as Esme, who had never gone over the speed limit in her entire existence. Hey, she said defensively. A decade is more than enough time to finish reading their books. Of course, I said, still smiling. When we reached Port Angeles, it was still quite early. Bella wanted to go to the bookstore before we headed over to dinner. I eyed her critically. Are you sure, Bella? You did miss lunch. Bella sighed. Edward, she said, turning another bend. I'm fine. I took an apple before we left. Dinner can wait a few minutes. I bit my lip, nodding my head slightly. She smiled at me, and got out of the car. There's a music store a few blocks down, I mused. After we go to the bookstore. Maybe we could go to the music store. Bella chuckled. Edward, you don't have to babysit me all the time, you know, she winked. You go ahead to the music store. She must have seen my reluctance. Because she laughed. You take hours to pick one CD, Edward. Go on, I'll meet you there in a few minutes. I nodded my head, but made sure that she had her cell phone. When she gave me a yes, with an irritated huff, I smiled and kissed her cheek. Be careful, Isabella, I warned her. She nodded and waved as she headed up the stairs to the bookstore. I watched her go inside, hearing the thoughts of the people nearby. There was only the salesgirl inside the store, and no other customer other than Bella. The salesgirl didn't think of cults or sacrificing goats, though, so I figured it was safe. I watched the store for a few more seconds, smiling as I heard Bella ask where the Austen collection was. I walked away from the bookstore, keeping an eye on Bella using the salesgirl's mind. I knew that Bella would probably be angry with me if she found out I was babysitting her, but this wasn't a very populated area at night. I just wanted to keep her safe. I stepped into the air-conditioned music store, the atmosphere in it hitting me like a blast. There were several different people in the quaint store, and their scents hit me like a ton of bricks. I held my breath for a few seconds, then slowly took in a breath. I smiled. My self-control was getting better by the second. This hardly affected me anymore. I was surrounded by humans all the time in school. I walked over to the classical music section. I became so engrossed in the collection that I hadn't realized the time. Goodbye. Come again soon. She seems nice. Very interested in mythology. I glanced at my watch, startled. Bella was right. I'd been in the store for over an hour. Bella had already left the bookstore. I panicked, going from the salesgirl's mind to the mind of a 30-something businessman entering the store to the ones of the people Bella was passing by. She looked happy, so I assumed she had gotten all, if not most, of the books she was looking for. She was carrying a heavy-looking plastic bag in one hand, the other holding her purse close to her body. Suddenly her body shifted, her shoulders tense. Her movements grew quicker. That was when I heard them. Oh, look, poor little defenseless girl, how charming, running around by herself this time of night. I betcha she's a screamer. I froze. This vile human, with his disgusting, unfamiliar mind, wasn't a complete stranger to me. His kind were the exact ones I used to hunt. Ooh, Lonnie's going to just love her. Another man's thoughts broke through the panicked haze in my mind. There was more than one. A flashback of Rosalie telling me her story flashed through my mind. There they were, my supposed fiancé and his disgusting friends. They didn't care that I screamed, they didn't care that I was in pain, yelling for them to stop. I begged, Edward, but they did it to me, again and again, until I was sure I saw the light. I wanted nothing more than to die. The humiliation, the agony, the loss of my virtue. That the pain of the transformation was painful. You haven't felt pain. You think you lost your soul when you became a vampire. I lost my soul when they ravaged me. I let out an outraged growl, airing the person next to me out of her wits. I didn't care. I ran out of the store as fast as I could without attracting attention. When I was out of sight, I used my vampire speed. I was nearing her now. I could hear her heartbeat. Practically feel it under my own skin. I could taste the scent of her. I could also sense her fear. So could Lonnie, the leader of this group of people who wanted to steal the soul of my Bella. I snarled as Lonnie touched her arm, laughing in his mind and out loud at the way Bella was shaking. I moved faster, pushing my legs to go further than they ever had. Finally I reached her. I pushed her out of the way and she stumbled slightly. I crouched, tensed, as I stared down Lonnie and his friends. What's this? Her knight in shining armor. Lonnie was still trying to be brave, but he couldn't fool me. The fear was radiating off of him in waves. Oh, man, I knew we shouldn't have done this tonight. Too many people around. One of his companions was screaming in his mind. Let's go, man, the other one said. Lonnie ignored both his friends, attempting to scare me with his glare. Shut up, Jeff, he snapped, lunging at me. I held him off with one hand around the neck. The other hand reached around and snapped his wrist. Lonnie howled in pain, but I didn't care. He deserved it for what he was attempting to do. Jeff was trying to escape while the other companion was trying to help Lonnie. He came at me from the side, but I swept his legs from under him, tripping him, and stepped on his leg, breaking it from his knee down. I swung Lonnie to the wall behind me and dumped his semi-conscious body on top of his friend. Jeff was running away from me, but I was too fast for him. I moved at vampire speed, seeming to appear in front of him to his human eyes. I grabbed him by the neck. He started to claw at my hands, but it didn't faze me even a little. I squeezed until his air supply was cut off. I watched his eyes water, his face turning blue before my very eyes. I felt a presence running at me from behind. The figure swayed from side to side, not entirely stable on his feet. I turned around, dropping Jeff to the ground. He was spluttering around too much to get up, wheezing as he sucked up the oxygen. Lonnie had gotten up. He was trying to hit me, but I grabbed his hand before it made contact. Of course, he would have broken his hand if he'd made contact anyway. I twisted his arm into a bag angle, a sickening crunch making me smile. I threw a swift kick to his middle, hearing his ribs cracked as well. Jeff was struggling to get up, so I stepped on his legs, snapping the bones on each leg. He howled in pain, but it wasn't enough. These hooligans had been beaten up by me, but it was still not enough. I had to kill them. More than that, I wanted to. I raised Lonnie from the ground by the scruff of his neck, glowering at him. He seemed to know, even in his pain, that I was about to finish him off. He started to tremble, his thoughts calling out to the God he hadn't believed in just 5 minutes ago. I heard a sweet voice calling out to me. The voice of an angel. In my red haze, my mind couldn't identify it. Please, Edward, the angel cried out. I dropped Lonnie to the floor where he started to cry in agony. Bella, I exclaimed, turning around to see her shaking, holding on to a lamppost. I rushed to her side, reaching her in the blink of an eye. Did they hurt you? I asked. I had seen their actions and their thoughts, of course. Lonnie had touched her arm. He'd slid a hand down her arm. But other than that, they hadn't done anything. They didn't have the time. I gripped her to me, growling. I had almost lost her. I had almost seen her death. I couldn't lose her, not now, not ever. Bella was still shaking, understandably. She had just been attacked, for God's sake. Please, she whispered. Let's go. Please, Edward. I pulled back to look into her fearful eyes. Go wait in the car, Bella, I said firmly. I had to finish Lonnie and his friends off. I couldn't let them get away. But I didn't want Bella to witness a murder, either. I didn't know how long her innocence would hold. I didn't know how long until she saw a human getting killed. Or if she would be the one doing the killing. I didn't know how either of us would react to her first hunt, or when she slipped for the first time. I just wanted to retain her innocence for as long as I could. Watching me kill 3 humans wouldn't exactly be very innocent. Bella shook her head frantically, gripping onto my shirt with as much force as her hands could handle. Please, she said, tears welling up behind her eyes. Just let's go, okay? I can't be here any longer, she nodded towards the pathetic human men behind me. I ran my hand through her silky hair and sighed, nodding my head. Fine, I said softly, not wanting to scare her any more than she already was. I took her hand, swept the bag of books from the ground and walked her to the McLaren. I pulled her into the car, but I got her in the passenger seat. I was driving, no question. We were both shaken up. Bella was in fear and I was simply too angry to stay focused. But all in all, I had better reflexes. I started the engine and drove away from the bookstore, and away from Lonnie. My hands gripped the steering wheel hard. I had to remind myself time and again to calm down slightly so that I didn't put a dent in the floor or pull the wheel off. Bella's melodic voice filled my ears once more. Edward, she whispered, her voice husky. She cleared her throat. Edward, are you all right? She asked, sounding more like herself. I barked out a humorless laugh. Bella, you were the one who was attacked, I spat out angrily. How dare someone attack her? What sort of a sick lunatic waited around in the shadows for a defenseless girl? We reached the more populous part of the city. I parked in the shadows of some trees, needing the time to calm down before we move on ahead. Bella reached out and rested her hand on my arm. It felt so good to have her soothing warmth. I closed my eyes, willing my anger to recede. When I finally opened my eyes again, Bella smiled. Better, but it's not quite the topaz I love, she said teasingly. I cracked a small smile, then reached over to wipe at the corners of her wet eyes. Bella, I whispered, are you sure you're all right? Bella nodded her head. Yes, I'm fine, she said, blushing at my concern. You got to me just in time. My fists clenched again, and she frowned. Lifting my marble hand off my lap, she kissed my knuckle gently. I felt my fist slowly unclenching. I stared at Bella in shock. She had just kissed me. On my hand, but it was still a kiss. Maybe that didn't count, I didn't care. Her lips had felt so soft, so gentle against my own cold, hard skin. I wanted to feel it again. I shook my head imperceptibly to clear it, then bit my lip. Bella, how can you be so calm? I asked, confused. You sounded so scared back there. She looked away. I was scared, she admitted. NTED nothing more than to reach out and pull her into my arms. But you have to understand, I wasn't scared for me. I was scared for you. I gaped at her. For me, I exclaimed. Why on earth would she be scared for me? Nothing could have hurt me. She, on the other hand, was a complete danger magnet. She was, also, a fragile human. How could she sit here next to me, being so level-headed, and tell me that she was afraid only for me? Bella didn't look up to meet my eyes as she replied. You worked really hard to be where you are now, Edward. I didn't want you to ruin it all in a matter of 5 minutes, she said quietly. I made a face. Disgusted. I wouldn't have drank their blood, I said, shuddering just at the mere thought of it. She nodded. I know, but murder is still murder. You would have taken their lives, I know you wanted it. But you would feel the burden of it at some point. I didn't want you to go through that, all because I'm the almighty danger magnet, she said the last part bitterly. I cupped her cheek with one hand and gently tilted her face. I wanted to see her beautiful brown eyes clearly, and say it. Bella, my voice sounded strained, even to my ears. None of that was your fault, they were vile. Disgusting monsters. If it weren't you, they would have done it to another girl. Bella shuddered as she contemplated that possibility. I sighed, dropping my hand. I was completely amazed by her confession. Shocked, of course, that she had even the courage to think of what killing those bastards might do to me in the future at a time so crucial. But amazed, she was truly self-sacrificing. If I hadn't learned that when she had given up her humanity for our lives, I knew that now. You should have let me kill them, I told her, anger still evident in my voice. I still want to go back in. Bella's hand on the side of my face brought me back to reality. She tugged as hard as she could to get me to look at her. I finally allowed myself to look at her once more. Edward, you're an amazing person, she informed me. You saved me, and not just tonight either. I won't let you bear the burden of killing someone again. Not after everything you've worked for. We'll deal with it the more human way, we'll call the cops. You left them pretty banged up. I'm sure they'll still be there when the police gets there, she said, all this as though she was pleading with me. I knew it read her to think that I would fall off the wagon. She hadn't seen any of us slipping up, but she had seen how Jasper had reacted when he had almost attacked her after the incident in London. He had and how badly Rosalie felt when she had nearly gone for a human because she had gone so long without hunting. She had seen the disgust I'd felt when I recounted stories of my rebellious years. She knew how much it would kill me to have killed another human. But she was wrong. I didn't regret killing any of the humans I did. I killed only the sinful ones, the ones like Lonnie. Yes, I realized it was wrong of me to take the role of God. I realized how wrong it was for me to decide who should live and who should die. But I didn't regret killing them. They would have hurt innocent people if they had continued living. And killing Lonnie and the others wouldn't cause me grief at all. In fact, I would get a small amount of satisfaction from it, probably. Bella blamed herself, though, for the trouble she thought she had caused. She had already placed the burden on her shoulders. If I went back to kill Lonnie, she would feel even more guilty. I couldn't place that sort of weight on her shoulders. So I nodded my head stiffly and went out of the car to find a pay phone so that I could make an anonymous phone call to the police. After the call, where I had successfully disguised my voice, I slipped back into the car. I was about to just take Bella home when her stomach grumbled loudly. Bella shot me a sheepish look, her face flushing. I chuckled slightly. How about we get you some dinner? I asked, already putting the car in drive. She hadn't eaten a proper meal since breakfast, and after an ordeal like that, she was surely even more hungry. Shock did that to people. I wasn't going to take no for an answer. I pulled up in front of a place called La Bella Italia, parking in the lot in front of it. I took the keys, slipping it in my pocket, and was out of the car before Bella could even blink. She stepped out of the car and smiled at me. I reached out and took her hand, which she, surprisingly, didn't take back. I opened the door to the restaurant and gestured for her to enter first. Bella giggled at my action and stepped inside. I smiled, wrapping an arm around her shoulders. "Hello," I said absent-mindedly to the hostess. "I would like a table for two, please." My God, that voice! The hostess looked up and her eyes widened as she saw me. "Oh, wow, is that the most good-looking guy the first have ever seen or what? I've got to tell Susie. Better yet, I've got to ask him out." I expected Bella to start laughing, or nudge my ribs gently, so as not to hurt herself, and wink playfully just to annoy me because I could read the hostess' mind when she was so clearly infatuated with me. When I looked at Bella, though, she was glaring at the hostess, shooting daggers with her brown eyes. She reached up to grip my hand that was dangling from around her shoulder. I raised my eyebrow. Why was she acting like that? What had gotten into her? Possessive much? The hostess was thinking, as she contemplated Bella's reaction to her. Well, there goes my hopes of her being his sister. My God, the way he looks at her. Maybe I should just flirt a little. It couldn't hurt. If I give him my full attention, he'll dump plain Jane over there and come to me, no doubt. I struggled not to wrinkle my nose in disgust at her thoughts. Then looked at Bella in surprise. Possessive? Was that how she was reacting? She was jealous. The thought brought a smile to my face. I leaned down, just for the fun of it, and pressed my lips to Bella's cheek. She tore her gaze away from the hostess to look at me, blushing fiercely. The hostess was both touched by my sweetness and jealous of Bella at the same time. She brought us to a table in the center of the room, but I shook my head. "Something a little more private, please," I said pleasantly, slipping her $100 bill. She blinked at me, surprised, then shrugged. She led us away to a more private booth, and I smiled my gratitude. With a flirtatious wink, she headed back to the front of the restaurant. I suppressed a shudder and tuned out her illicit thoughts. I turned to face Bella as she sat next to me at the booth. She had her arms folded across her chest, glaring at the empty space in front of her. I chuckled. If she really was jealous, it was adorable. She turned her angry eyes at me. "What?" she demanded, miffed. I shrugged. "It's nothing, Bella," I said softly, brushing her hair back with my fingers. She blinked up at me, and I leaned in closer just to flash her a wide smile. Bella's eyes widened slightly, glazing over. Then a goofy grin broke out on her lips, and she batted her eyes at me, a delicious blush spreading across her creamy skin. "Hello," a deep voice greeted us. I looked over, annoyed, to see a boy about 17 years old, holding two menus in his hands. Our server, the hormonal teenage boy who was eyeing Bella appreciatively. Bella wasn't all that oblivious to the way his eyes raked over her, because she blushed, ducking her head. The server found this adorable. "Man, she's so hot. I wonder if Fabio over there is her boyfriend. I'd have no chance if he were." "No, Danny, remember what the therapist said. Confidence, not self-doubt. Just ask her out." Once her boyfriend wasn't anywhere near her, of course. "The dude looks like he's about to blow up." He handed us our menus, and I snatched mine from his hand quickly. The server's eyes widened. "Hi," he stuttered. "I'm Danny, and I will be your server tonight. Could I get you folks anything to drink?" I glared at him for a second longer, then turned to Bella. She cleared her throat, embarrassed that both Danny and I were looking at her. "I'll have a Coke," she said, her statement coming out sounding like a question more than anything. "Nothing for me," I said coldly. Danny seemed to catch on to the fact that I knew he was ogling Bella. He left soon after, but not without giving Bella a wide smile. She, of course, blushed, which made him think that she liked him. I was still glaring after him as he left. I turned back to Bella only to find her smiling amusedly at me. Bella's pav. The hostess was giving Edward these flirtatious winks and little waves of her fingers. Disgusting. I glared at her long and hard until she backed off. She left Edward and I but not before she gave another flirty wink, of course. I crossed my arms across my chest and huffed. That hostess was so indecent. For all she knew, Edward was my boyfriend. I mean, not that he was just a friend. Best friend. Possible soulmate, but not boyfriend. The hostess didn't know that, though. Here as sitting next to someone who was probably my boyfriend, and she was just winking and flirting like there was no tomorrow. How disgusting. When I heard Edward laughing quietly to himself, I turned to glare at him. What? I spat out, daring him to say something to anger me more. Instead, he just smiled. He reached out and brushed away a strand of my hair from my face. It's nothing, Bella, he said softly. His velvet voice sent shivers running down my spine. Edward leaned forward and flashed me his crooked smile. I felt my breath hitch as I stared at his flawless smile and his sparkling topaz eyes. I could feel the familiar blush creeping on my cheeks as I gave him a goofy grin in return. Hello, I heard someone say. I looked up, annoyed that someone else was interrupting us. I caught myself. Interrupting us? God, stop thinking so hormonal, Bella. A boy who looked to be around my age stood in front of our table, a couple of menus in his hand. He glanced at Edward, then looked at me. His yes raked over me, or whatever he could see of me, anyway. I felt a blush at having someone paying attention to me. The boy smiled widely, handing the menus over. Edward snatched the menus before I had even lifted my hand. Hi, the boy said. My name is Danny and I will be your server tonight. Could I get you folks anything to drink? He barely looked at Edward, but Edward looked like he was ready to snap Danny's throat. Edward turned to me, signaling me to give my order. I'll have a Coke, I said, my order coming out as a question. I had a habit to have everything I said turning into a question whenever I was nervous. Edward waved Danny off, not ordering anything for himself. Danny gave me an appreciative smile and I blushed for getting such attention. Edward glared at Danny until he left. He growled at the retreating back of our server, and shook my head, amused. When he turned to look at me, I snickered. A little more humane, Edward, I said, referring to his growl. That's what we're going for. Edward scowled at me. When Danny came back with my Coke, Edward was still looking ready to kill. I quickly ordered a mushroom ravioli, very much aware of how ridiculous it looked that I was the only one eating and drinking. Danny came by every 5 minutes to check if we needed anything else. Edward finally had enough and told him to just leave until he called for the check. When I was done, Edward practically begging me to eat faster, in his 1900s gentleman way of course, he called for the check. The hostess came by with the bill. I saw Edward shift uncomfortably as he slipped in tea. He money and slammed the bill on the table quickly. He took my hand and we went out of the door as fast as we could without actually running. Once we were by the car, we turned to look at one another and burst out laughing. That had to be the funniest dinner I had ever had. We slid into the car and I took the wheel again. I sighed, contented, as I drove off in my McLaren. Edward, sensing my happiness, laughed, shaking his head. He reached out and turned on the radio. After a few stations, he grumbled. Taking out a CD from a compartment, he put it on. I smiled as Debussy filled the car. The third song would be Clair de Lune. I exchanged a grin with Edward, then focused on the road, a comfortable silence filling the space between us for the rest of the ride home. When I parked in the garage, Edward took my bag of books from the backseat. He offered to carry it inside. I protested, saying that I could very well carry my own shopping bag. He ignored my protests and I didn't actually mind it. The answering machine had a green light blinking, so I pushed the button to hear the messages we'd gotten. The first was from Rosalie. Isabella Marie Hale, why aren't you answering your phone? Alice, had a vision of some meat sacks attacking you. Where the hell are you? I've been calling for God only knows how long. Call me this instant. I flinched, diving for my bag. I had forgotten all about my phone. Apparently, so hard Edward, because the second message was from Rosalie, as well, but for him. Edward Cullen, where's my daughter? I asked you to protect her for one lousy weekend and already you've messed up. It's not even Saturday yet. I rolled my eyes, shaking my head. Edward had a pained look on his face, though, so I walked over to him, placing my hand on his cheek, shaking my head. I didn't want him to blame himself. It wasn't his fault in any way. He saved me, he was my hero. Not the cause for my little run-in with trouble. That was my fault, as resident danger magnet. The final message was from Gabriel. Bella, his voice interrupted my time with Edward. I withdrew my hand from Edward's cheek awkwardly. It felt strange touching Edward or being near him at all when Gabriel was mentioned. I stared at the answering machine, unsure if I should continue listening, stop the message or delete it. I called you, but you didn't pick up. I was just worried you didn't come to school today. I hope everything's alright. Call me if you get the chance. I opened my phone and, sure enough, there were missed calls and text messages from Gabriel. I had forgotten all about him, for the entire day. How was that even possible? He was my boyfriend. I should have thought of him all day, wasn't I? Look at Alice and Rose. They think of Jazz and Em all the time. Even when Alice was shopping, E would pick out certain things she knew Jazz would like. And when Rose was fixing up cars, she'd tell me stories of the romantic things Emmett sometimes did for her over the years. Why wasn't I like that with Gabriel? I had to be the worst girlfriend ever to have actually forgotten about him for an entire day. I pressed his number on speed dial, and waited for him to pick up. Gabriel, I asked. I turned around to leave the room, not wanting to talk to him with Edward in the same room. It was just plain uncomfortable. Gabriel's voice sounded happy on the other end. I wished I felt the same way. Bella, he cried. Where have you been? I've been worried sick. I bit my lip guiltily. Yeah, sorry about that, Gabe. It was a last-minute thing, some family bonding time, you know. There was absolutely no need to mention that the only one I was spending time with was Edward. Besides, it wasn't a significant detail anyway. I talked to him a little. Gabriel said that he sat with Angela and Ben, her crush, at lunch. While Lauren tried to make her move on him again. I rolled my eyes. She was too insistent for her own good. I stretched my arms over my head and suppressed a yawn. Gabe, I'm really tired. I'll call you tomorrow, okay? I said goodnight and turned off my phone. I stared at it for a really long time, unsure of what to do. You should probably call Rose, Edward called out quietly. I jumped and turned around to see him standing at the foot of the stairs. His face was a blank mask, but I blushed anyway. His presence alone was enough to get me to do that. I nodded my head, as if agreeing with his suggestion. Right, I said, laughing nervously. I'll do that well, good night, Edward. He gave me a half smile, but it was still enough to take my breath away. I smiled back hesitantly. When I passed him on the stairs, Edward stopped me to kiss my cheek. Good night, Bella, he said softly, his sweet breath caressing my face. I made it to my room without tripping and called Rose on the phone. Alice had already assured her that nothing was wrong with me, and Edward had called her the moment he heard the message, but she still wanted to hear my voice. I told her not to worry since Edward was with me and to enjoy hunting. It was only 2 days away before she would see me again. I showered and changed into a pair of boys' shorts and a Smurf t-shirt. I climbed into bed, sighing as the soft sheets relaxed my tensed muscles. I closed my eyes, expecting dreams of my wonderfully sweet French boyfriend to come to me. But, as usual, Edward's beautiful face and crooked smile floated in my mind. And, as usual, he was telling me how much he loved me. Bella's Pav. I heard someone calling my name, but my mind was too tired as was my body. I mumbled something that even I couldn't understand and went back to sleep. Not 2 seconds later, I heard laughter. I cracked one eye open and stared sullenly at the person who interrupted my sleep. What? I asked blearily. He grinned at me, his dazzling crooked smile sending my heart into a frenzy. You just told me to bite you, he chuckled. I groaned, rolling over and sticking my head under my pillow. This is way too early for vampire jokes, I mumbled into the mattress. Before I knew it, he had thrown my pillow across the room and spun me around. I rubbed my eyes as I looked at him hovering over me. My breath hitched as I remembered the last time he had been that close to me, when we had kissed at Reflection Pond. I shook that thought out of my head and settled for being sarcastic. Edward, what did the pillow ever do to you? I said dryly, reaching for another soft pillow. Edward grabbed me by my shoulders and pulled me into a sitting position. Come on, Bella, he said excitedly. I gave up on going back to sleep and shook my head at him. Why on earth was Edward excited? The fact that he was acting like Emmett on Christmas morning made it all the more weirder. This was the cool, collected guy we're talking about here. We've got the whole day ahead of us, he smiled at me. What do you want to do? I rolled my eyes. What I want is to get more shut-eye, I grumbled. At this pleading expression, I sighed. I looked out my window. It was a good day, a rare sunny day. We couldn't go out because Edward was sure to sparkle in such bright daylight. I thought about it and grinned. Edward and I hadn't swam together for quite some time now. The last time we had swam together. I bit my lip. Why was I thinking too much of Reflection Pond? Was I going crazy or was it just because it was too early for my brain to function properly? No, SW. Imming had nothing to do with kissing Edward. The sooner we went for a swim, the sooner I'd see that. So I raised an eyebrow at him and asked, how about a swim? His answering smile was so blindingly amazing. I think I stopped breathing for a moment. I went into my bathroom. Edward said he would be making breakfast. I didn't want him to make enough to feed 20, so I told him I wanted pancakes so he would just make those. I closed the door behind me in the bathroom and went to the sink. Entangling my hair, I washed my face and brushed my teeth thoroughly. I shrugged out of my clothes and stepped into the shower. I sighed as the warm water caressed my skin. The truth was, I was nervous to be alone with Edward. Yesterday had felt like an emotional roller coaster. My exhaustion had nothing to do with the fact that I had been attacked. That I could easily block from my mind. I was more stressed out over having Edward so close to me. As if that wasn't enough, I stressed out over being stray. SSED out at having Edward so close to me. I didn't even know if that was English, but I knew that made sense nonetheless. What sort of a person was I if I could spend an entire day with a boy and not remember my boyfriend at all? Edward wasn't a boy, though. He was a real man. He was strong, and courteous, and gentlemanly and wonderful and beautiful. He took my breath away just by being in the same room. The fact that I was so in tune with his mind made me all the more attracted to him, I guessed you could say. There really wasn't a word for what I felt for him. At least, none that I could find. I felt something cold trickling down my back and gasped. I blinked, looking at the shower head. I had been standing in the shower for so long, the hot water had run out. I frowned at myself, turning off the water and stepping out of the shower. What on earth was wrong with me? I wrapped a towel around myself and went into my room. I took out a blue bikini set Alice had gotten for me, and slipped them on. I put on a pair of boys' shorts and a t-shirt on top so that I wouldn't be running around the house in my bikini. I didn't bother drying my hair because we would be going into the pool after my breakfast anyway. Stepping into the dining room, I was greeted with the delicious smell of pancakes and maple syrup. Edward was sitting in the chair he had sat in yesterday. I smiled at him and took my seat next to him. "You didn't have to make me breakfast, you know," I told him, reaching for my juice. He smiled. "I wanted to," he said, his velvet voice sincere. I was eager to get to the swimming pool. Ever since Edward, Emmett and Jasper had taught me how to swim all those years ago, I had gotten quite addicted to it. Rosalie had to constantly tell me to get out of the water or I'd end up looking like a prune for a night. Once I was done with my breakfast, I grabbed my empty plate and glass, loaded them into the dishwasher and tugged at Edward's hand all the way to the indoor pool. He chuckled at my enthusiasm. "Bella, the world wouldn't end if you slow down a little," he teased me with mock severity. I rolled my eyes at him. Coming from the guy who wouldn't drive slower than 120, I quipped. Grinning because I could already imagine swimming around. The pool wasn't as amazing as the waterfalls Jasper found while he was hunting, but it would do. Maybe I could convince Edward to take me there later. He probably wouldn't since the others were hunting near there, but it would be worth a shot. I reached for the hem of my shirt and pulled it up over my head. I slipped my boy's shorts down my legs and kicked my clothes aside. I turned around to jump into the pool, but I was met with Edward's chest instead. I looked up into his eyes to find that his beautiful topaz orbs were smoldering. I gasped as I realized just how closely he and I were standing. My eyes glazed over as his hands worked their way slowly down his shirt, flicking at the buttons. He shrugged out of his long-sleeved shirt and his pants. I took in a deep breath, my oxygen mixed in with a dose of Edward. I smiled, a little shakily, at him, and took his hand in mine. He returned my smile, but his was completely confident. I felt a little self-conscious standing in front of him with so little on. He looked like the very image of perfection. I looked so ordinary next to him. I studied his chiseled chest, his marble arms. His pale skin. My eyes trailed upward to meet his smoldering eyes. They burned into me, making me blush. Edward and I ran forward and jumped into the pool. I swam to the very bottom, then resurfaced, wiping the water from my eyes. Edward was right in front of me, smiling. His bronze hair looked darker because it was so wet. Just like old times, we had a competition to see who was faster, using human speed. Of course, we swam around each other and had a water fight, splashing each other. Emmett had a volleyball net installed, so we played, Edward against me. It was so much fun to be like this with him again, when he didn't cheat and use vampire speed and strength, of course. Honestly, did he have to win every game? It was so easy to slip back into Edward and Bella, no reservations, no complications. No interferences. Just Edward and Bella. Just us. I laughed as Edward tackled me. I made sure to take in a huge breath before he brought me down underwater. He held me there playfully for a few minutes, then wrapped his arms around my waist and pulled me up to the surface. I gasped, taking in as much oxygen as I could. Truly, he was being ridiculous. Holding me, underwater while I was trying not to burst into laughter. Of course, he would never hurt me, so I wasn't worried about that. But my sides hurt as I took one look at the impish grin on his face and started to giggle uncontrollably. He could be an immature boy when he let loose and just had fun. That was what I loved about him. That he could be a real man but still be playful when I needed him to be. I stopped laughing immediately. Loved about him, surely I meant, loved, as in, loved my best friend, right? I felt the water move beneath me as Edward walked me backwards. I felt my back being set against the cool tile of the side of the pool. Had he always been this beautiful? Yes, he had, but I'd just never seen him in this light. Edward, my Edward, it sounded right. I untangled my arms from around his neck, and ran my hands down his arms. Edward shivered, closing his eyes. He stepped closer to me, though, so I didn't think I was doing anything wrong. Wrong, it depended on what you meant by the word. Wrong, as in morally abhorrent, or, wrong, as in, this felt right. I placed a trembling hand on his pale chest, watching in fascination the sparkling diamonds dancing on his skin. I brushed at the hard skin, wiping away the water as if they were blocking my view of his perfectly sculptured body. Edward opened his eyes and I gasped. His eyes weren't just topaz any longer. They had darkened considerably, but they weren't exactly black either. They were the most brilliant shade of dark gold I had ever seen. His cool hand ran up the length of my bare back as he pushed us closer together. Our heaving chests were pressed against each other. I bit my lip, my eyes snapping shut of its own accord at the sensation of his skin on mine. He leaned down and ran his nose along my jawline. He was taking in my scent, hearing my heartbeat, feeling the blood rushing to my face. One of his arms unwound from my waist and I opened my eyes, silently begging him not to leave me, not to stop touching me. If I could have thought clearly, I would be ashamed of my actions. I would be too embarrassed to ever look at Edward in the eyes. But I wasn't thinking clearly. The unbearably sweet scent coming off of him was overtaking my senses, fogging up my brain. His cool touch was driving me up the wall. His intoxicating, sweet breath was blowing on my face as he breathed in and out heavily. His free hand came up to my throat. My breath hitched as he brushed the wet strands of hair stuck to my neck, leaving my skin there completely bare. Edward looked me in the eyes, then, his blazing eyes pleading with me. "Bella," he whispered, a silent plea. My arms wound around his waist, an unspoken consent. "Bella," he breathed my name again, as he bent his head, lifting me off the floor of the pool. And pressing me harder against the side of the pool. It didn't hurt, though. And even if it did, I barely noticed, because Edward's lips were pressed to my neck. His mouth sucked gently on the skin, causing my eyes to roll back into my head. I gasped when I felt his cold tongue pressing against my overheated throat, drawing circles on the skin. The lust was taking over. I had never felt anything like it before. My feelings for Edward was mixed with desire until it became so strong that I felt so overwhelmed. Truthfully, I was scared. The emotions running through me were so immense. But I didn't want to stop. The rational part of me told me to step back, but I couldn't. It felt like I had waited so long for this, for him. "Edward," I whispered, my voice unable to come out any louder. He pulled back from my throat and I groaned, clawing at his back to pull him closer to me. His lips left a burning trail as they kissed every inch of my neck up to my jaw. His butterfly kisses led up to my lips, and my eyes fluttered close. Waiting in anticipation, a shrill sound from the house echoed around the room, making the both of us jump. I pushed away from Edward. Even though I would have never broken away from his grasp using my own strength, he let me go. His eyes were unreadable as they gazed into mine. The telephone was still ringing, so I turned around and climbed out of the pool. My legs were so shaky I felt as though I would collapse at any given moment. I reached for a spare towel Esme made sure to keep on a rack by the pool. I wrapped it around my body. When I turned back around, Edward was still in the pool but he was facing away from me. I opened my mouth to say something, but no word could come out of my mouth. I bit my lip and went out of the room, still too dazed to really see what was in front of me. I passed 2 phones before stopping in the living room. I grabbed the cordless and pressed the button. Hello, I spoke shakily. I cleared my throat so that the person at the other end wouldn't notice that something wasn't quite right. The voice at the other end made me roll my eyes. "Hey, Bella," Mike Newton exclaimed. "How are you doing?" My eyebrows furrowed in confusion. His voice took on a pitying note as he asked me that question. Fine. Why? I asked, bewildered. You weren't in school yesterday, he explained. He had thought that I was sick. With my entire family. Well, to be fair, there had been a few sunny days before and the rest of the family usually stayed home, but I usually went to school without them on those days. Carlisle wouldn't let me play hooky. He'd said that it was because the others had been through high school plenty of times before and I needed to maintain my GPA. I nodded my head before remembering that he couldn't see me. Yes, I'm fine. I just wanted to stay home with the family for once, you know. I laughed awkwardly. I had wanted to stay home with Edward. The memory of our little encounter in the pool lingered in my mind. We hadn't actually kissed on the mouth. Not since that first time. Was that supposed to be a good thing? Did that mean I didn't cheat on Gabriel? Did that mean I was supposed to be guilt-free? I sighed a little. Even I knew it didn't work that way. Mike laughed along with me even though he had no idea why. Listen, Bella, he said suddenly. I tensed up. Angela had sent me a text message last night saying that Mike might find new ways to ask me out because he had sounded so determined yesterday. I realized that Mike had been talking for some time but I hadn't been paying attention. I asked him to repeat what he'd been saying. I wanted to know if you, would want to go out. On a date, you know, with me. Mike, he stuttered. I fought the urge to laugh. Poor guy, I had never asked anyone out before and I highly doubted I would. But he made it sound so painful. Sorry, Mike, I really can't, I said apologetically. Mike was actually a good guy. I mean, he was a little hormonal but I suppose teenage boys were like that. He did offer me a place at his table during lunch whenever my family weren't there. Normally I just sat with Gabriel, Angela and Ben, but it was nice of him to offer, anyway. Something struck me as odd. I had never given him my house number. I had never even given him my cell phone number. We weren't even listed, so how had he gotten my number? I frowned confusedly. Mike, how did you get my number? He laughed a little nervously. I might have asked Angela, he admitted. I narrowed my eyes. Angela would have never given him my number, no matter how many times he'd asked her. She was true to her word. I had learned that in the short amount of time we had gotten reacquainted. And she just gave it to you? I asked disbelievingly. Well, by asked, I might have meant taken her phone without permission and gotten your number off her contact list, he said sheepishly. I gasped, blinking furiously at how absurdly he had acted. Oh, don't worry, he added quickly. I gave her back her phone. I snorted quietly, as if that changed anything. Right, I said slowly, turning around and shaking my head. I froze as I saw Edward standing a few feet away from me. He had a simple towel wrapped around his waist, his clothes in one hand. He wasn't moving an inch as he looked at me unabashedly. I, on the other hand, blushed furiously. Mike was still saying something on the line. This Friday dance. But I wasn't listening to Mike. I was too caught up in Edward's beauty, his grace, his presence. I felt the connection to him even standing so far apart. I wanted to throw myself at him, wrap my arms around his neck and have him kiss me like he had in Alaska, like he had in the pool. Only longer. I never wanted him to stop touching me. I couldn't, though. It wasn't right. I was with Gabriel. I wasn't a dishonest girl. I couldn't be. And while I knew for sure now that I needed to end things with Gabriel, I couldn't just go around acting on what I desired. Especially when had I desired was the vampire I couldn't have. Realizing that the phone was still in my hand, I spoke into it. I have to go. Bye. I hung up quickly and placed the cordless back on the table. Edward and I continued staring at each other. I don't think either one of us was breathing. He might not need it, but I did. I took in a haggard breath, and tried to remember to keep breathing. Edward took a step forward, and my heart pounded faster. Bella, he called out. Why did my name sound different when he said it? It sounded better, prettier. He dropped his clothes on the floor, and stepped closer to me. He closed the gap between us in a matter of seconds. He cradled my head in his hands, his thumbs brushing my cheeks in a repetitive manner. I struggled to regain a semblance of control. Edward, I choked out. What we did that was wrong. I said, pain shooting through my heart as I said this. Edward's beautiful face contorted in hurt and confusion as he slowly released me. I shook my head, stepping closer to him and taking his hands in mine. No, don't, I whispered, my eyes watering. I was so confused. What was happening to us? What did I feel for him? Did I love him? Was I in love with him? Did he feel the same way about me? It was just a lot to handle. I took in a calming breath and continued. I might need time. I don't understand anything, I said, my voice breaking as I said it. So much for control. Edward hesitated then smiled gently down at me. Bella, you'll understand everything in time, he said softly. I know it. Just promise me you won't run from me. He pleaded. Promise me you'll stay with me. I stared at him in shock. How could he even think that I would do something like that? How could he think that I could actually up and leave him? Just the mere thought of being away from him, not seeing him every day. Not hearing his voice or arguing over music or annoying him by singing Sugababes songs for 3 hours straight, it caused me physical pain. Just the thought only. How could he think that I would go through with it? That I wanted to go through with it? I smiled and nodded my head. Okay, I bit my lip nervously. I promise. I took the mac and cheese out of the oven and placed it on the counter. I had popcorn, mac and cheese, soda and Oreos. I was ready. Edward and I had decided to have a movie marathon for the rest of the day. I hadn't had the time to watch my favorite films recently because I'd been so busy with schoolwork. I took some of the mac and cheese and placed it on a plate. Balancing everything in my hands, I made my way to the living room. Edward had already placed a soft mat and throw pillows on the floor, something Alice had gotten us all used to whenever we watched movies. He had also taken out my favorite movies from the extensive collection of DVDs we owned and placed them on the floor next to the mat. He chuckled when he saw me balancing everything at once. Don't hurt yourself, Bella, he teased, reaching out and helping me. I scowled playfully at him and plopped down on the mat next to him, rolling over onto my stomach. I placed the plate of mac and cheese in front of me and speared a few with my fork. What should we watch first? I asked Edward. He gestured towards the DVDs in front of us. These are your favorites, he smiled. You choose. I picked THE 1996 version of Romeo and Juliet first. Edward rolled his eyes. Rose, Alice and I had watched that movie only because Leonardo DiCaprio was in it and he was too cute. Alice had gushed about his appearance in that movie too much for me to ignore. I actually found it intriguing because of how the setting was modern and the dialogue was more or less the original. Edward sighed as he put in the DVD. I knew it had nothing to do with Leonardo DiCaprio. He despised the story of Romeo and Juliet. He really felt that it was idiotic. Two households, both alike in dignity, in fair Verona where we lay our scene. And right on cue, he shot me a look. I don't understand why you even like this story, he said in disgust. Romeo was completely clueless, not to mention less than a man. He should have stood his ground and fought for his love. I rolled my eyes at him. He would have ended up getting them both killed, I pointed out. He snorted. They both killed themselves in the end, Bella. If he wanted to leave, at the very least he could have concocted a better plan and take Juliet with him. How could he just leave his wife behind? He shook his head. I ignored his jests and went back to watching the movie. Edward would be Edward, no matter what. The truth was, I had always fantasized about Romeo. What girl hadn't? If only we were so lucky as Juliet to have her prince just show up at her balcony and sweep her off her feet. But secretly, I had to admit, if Edward were Romeo, he would be a lot more romantic than anything Shakespeare could ever come out with. And honestly, Edward put Leo to shame. I caught myself blushing as I buried my face in the throw pillow I was currently hugging. I had lost my mind. That was the only explanation for replacing Leo with Edward in Romeo's scenes. We were at the last few minutes of the movie, when Romeo had bought the poison to kill himself after learning of Juliet's death. Edward turned to me and said, I do understand his perspective at this point, though. My brows furrowed as I tried to understand what he was saying. What do you mean? I asked, reaching out to grab a handful of popcorn. Juliet was his soulmate, his reason for living. Romeo might be flaky, but I understand. If my soulmate were gone from this world, I wouldn't want to be in it, either, he elaborated. I felt a shudder run through my spine as I heard his words. I kept repeating them over and over in my head, all the while remembering what Jasper had said about Edward and I being soulmates. I narrowed my eyes at Edward. Had he known that Jasper called us soulmates? Did he feel that way? Did he know? I turned my attention back on the screen, wanting to see the part where Romeo and Juliet kill themselves. I always end up crying during that part. After the movie ended, I stood up and stretched. I wanted to watch the other version of Romeo and Juliet, simply to annoy Edward, but I decided against it. Pride and Prejudice. I held it up. Edward laughed, taking it out of the DVD case and putting it in. Must you always choose the romantic films? He teased me. I gently nudged his shoulder with mine as I laid back down next to him. Oh, you love it, I teased back. Only when they don't end in tragedies. I bit my lip as I thought about it. It was true, all of my favorite films and stories were tragedies. Wuthering Heights, Romeo and Juliet, Tristan and Isolde, I suppose. It would have been more normal of me if I were to choose a fairy tale, but I couldn't help it. Not only did I find fairy tales a tad too unrealistic, tragedies were also better stories. The Love Betway and star-crossed lovers were told better than the story of a cheerleader and a jock any day. Edward leaned in close to me, and I turned to look at him in surprise. What are you thinking? He whispered, his sweet breath blowing on my face. I almost sighed out loud. I realized then that the movie had been playing for half an hour and I had spaced out, not even watching it. I blushed at having been caught, and shrugged, turning back to look at the TV. Or, at least, I tried to turn away. Edward's topaz eyes held me captive as he flashed me his crooked smile, causing my heart to race. My palms start to sweat as I subconsciously lean in closer. His smile flickered as he, too, started to close the gap between us. I wanted to stop but I couldn't. The temptation was too strong. Our connection was too strong. I felt like I was whole whenever Edward was around. Add in a little, okay, a lot, of hormones, and I was done for. Our lips were just about to touch, our faces less than an inch apart from each other, when the doorbell rang. I jumped back, my face flushed. Edward shot me a sheepish smile, which I returned. I'll just answer the door, I mumbled, unable to control my blush. I stood up shakily, hoping to God I wouldn't trip, and went to the front door slowly. I heard Edward pausing the movie so that I wouldn't miss anything. That really wouldn't bother me at all, I hadn't actually paid attention to the first half hour of it anyway. I opened the door without looking into the peeping hole. Edward could yell at me about safety later on. Who on earth could actually find this place without directions? I was curious. I gasped as Gabriel stood in front of me, shuffling his feet from left to right. Gabriel, I choked out. What horrible timing. The guilt of spending so much time with Edward and what we had done in the pool, it nearly crushed me. I should have had better self-control. Gabriel was a really sweet guy who came all the way from Europe for me. I shouldn't have done this to him. He deserved better. What are you doing here? Was all that I could manage to say. Pathetic. He looked a little embarrassed. I've missed you, he said quietly. The guilt doubled, making me almost gasp out loud in pain. I brought a hand to my chest and rubbed where my heart beat painfully. I just wanted to see you. I hope I didn't cut in on any family bonding time. He looked so abashed and so worried that he had upset me. My God, why couldn't he have been a jerk? That would have been easier. Much easier. I could have broken his heart without a second glance if he were. But he wasn't a jerk. He was a sweet guy. And he cared for me. He'd missed me. What was a girl to do? So instead of slamming the door in his face, I smiled and opened the door wider. Come in, I invited. Maybe I could up some lie about how my parents would kill me for having a boy over when they weren't in the house. It was true. They wouldn't kill me, but they probably would ground me for a month. I led him towards the living room. Edward was still lying on the mat, but he was looking at us as we walked in. Sorry I didn't call, I said awkwardly. I really didn't have much of an excuse. The truth was right in front of Gabriel. Gabriel saw Edward, the mat, the pillows, the food. He turned to me with narrowed eyes. What's going on? He asked, his voice low. We're watching movies, I said quickly, trying to dissuade his suspicion. It was just paranoia on his part. Right, the annoying voice in my head said. It sounded suspiciously like Alice. Because you didn't just have an almost make-out session with Edward in the pool and you didn't fantasize about him the entire time after. Get a clue. I sat down on the couch. It was much too awkward to just resume my place on the mat next to Edward, and extremely inappropriate since Gabriel was right there. Why was it inappropriate when Gabriel was around but completely natural when Edward and I were alone? I wondered to myself. I realized Gabriel had followed suit and was still waiting for me to continue, as if there was something I was excluding from my story. I guessed I wasn't as good a liar as I thought I was. We haven't been spending time with each other lately. We've got some best friend catching up to do, I explained. Gabriel seemed to accept this. It wasn't a lie, I told myself. That was the purpose of this weekend. To avoid Mike's advances and spend more time with Edward since I hadn't seen him that much lately. Of course, that was my fault for going out with Gabriel so much. I frowned, confusion seeping in again. How could I like hanging out with Gabriel but love Edward? This was just too much. Edward stood up from the mat and for a moment, I thought he was going to leave Gabriel and I alone. A part of me was grateful for that. Edward didn't like Gabriel at all, and Gabriel tolerated Edward because he was a very important part of my life. But other than that, they could be sniping at each other for hours if someone didn't step in. The other, bigger, part of me panicked. I didn't want Edward to leave. I wanted him with me, even if it was an awkward situation. Especially if it was an awkward situation. His presence alone was enough to calm me down. Edward didn't leave, though. He walked over to the couch and sat next to me. Gabriel shot him a glare and I focused on the frozen picture of Mr. Darcy on the screen. Edward didn't comment on why he was sitting next to me, and I didn't ask. I wanted him there, so I didn't care about the reason. I turned to Gabriel. Are you staying? I asked, wincing slightly. I hoped that my voice didn't sound too cracked. Gabriel nodded his head firmly, eyes still trained on Edward in a glare. Edward returned it with much more fervor. I resisted the urge to groan out loud. Oh, maybe Gab. Riel wouldn't catch the disappointment in my voice. After a few minutes of uncomfortable silence, I stood up and walked over to the DVD set. How about we watch a different movie? I asked rhetorically. I was changing it to one of Emmett's spy movies no matter what. I was not going to watch a romantic tragedy movie with my boyfriend and Edward. That was just too odd to comprehend. I put in the Bourne ultimatum and sat back down in between Gabriel and Edward. I mostly leaned back and tried to keep myself from accidentally touching one or the other. Gabriel tried to take my hand once or twice. I felt so guilty over what I had done and what I would have to do to him that I couldn't just hold his hand. Not to mention the fact that I could practically feel Edward stiffening up next to me every time it happened. So I pretended I needed to grab more popcorn or stretch my arms or do something else that required both hands just so I could take my hand back without hurting Gabe's feelings. Edward glared at Gabriel until he backed down when he tried to put his arm around me. We watched about 3 spy movies before Gabriel said he had to head back home. I couldn't have been more relieved. The tension in the room was so incredibly thick, I couldn't stand it. I walked Gabriel to the door, shooting Edward a glare when he made to come with us. Gabriel stood at the doorway, smiling at me. What are you doing tomorrow? He asked me, his accent still evident in his voice. I shrugged. The entire family's playing baseball, I said, grinning in excitement. I hadn't seen them play for so long. Gabriel saw my exuberance, and wanted to know if he could come along as well. I shifted uncomfortably on one foot to the other. That was an impossibility. I shook my head. I'm sorry, Gabe, but the family sees it as bonding time. Just us. You know, maybe some other time. He looked a little disappointed but nodded his head nonetheless. Yes. Well, I'll see you on Monday, then. I didn't hold Gabriel's hand or kiss him when I bid him goodnight. It was too strange. Holding his hand seemed pointless to me now, and I didn't want to kiss anyone but Edward. I closed the door behind Gabriel and sagged against it. I didn't want to kiss anyone but Edward. Just call Bellevue already. Bella. I jumped, turning around to face a sheepish-looking Edward. Behind his eyes, though, I could see the pain reflected. I walked slowly towards him and sat back down next to him on the couch. Edward, what's wrong? He took in a deep, unnecessary breath and let it out slowly. I'm sorry, he blurted out. My eyes widened. Did he regret everything that had happened? Was he trying to tell me to forget it all? How could I even do that? I should have never put you in that situation, he elaborated. It was completely wrong of me to touch you like I did when you're with another boy. I gaped at him. Here I was, nearly tearing the hair out of my scalp from sheer frustration at trying to understand our current situation, and he was apologizing for not being enough of a gentleman. What was wrong with the world? I snickered a little when a little of the shock had worn off. Edward looked so guilty, like he had been caught stealing from the cookie jar before dinner or something. Edward, I rolled my eyes. Enough with the whole gentleman thing. Don't get me wrong, it's great and all. But I'm going crazy trying to understand everything here. Etiquette isn't exactly something I'm worried about. He gave me a half smile, but it was still enough to get my heart thudding violently against my chest. Morals are what I was talking about, actually, he corrected. I shook my head. Morals, etiquette, it doesn't matter, I said firmly. I want to understand, and I will. It'll take time. Can you please just give me time? I asked nervously, wringing my hands together. I was afraid to even look him in the eyes. Edward took my hands and kissed my knuckles gently. Of course, he smiled. I'll wait for you forever if I have to. Edward and I were in the meadow again. I would never get tired of being there, just laying around and talking. It was peaceful, a rare occurrence when you're a Cullen or a Hale. I had my hand raised above my head as I traced patterns in the sky. I found a rabbit, a cat and something that looked like a lion in the clouds. A pale hand covered mine, and brought it back to the ground. I turned my head to my left to see Edward laying next to me, smiling at me. He shifted his body so that he was facing me on his side. I mimicked him. His hand still held mine, while he cupped my cheek with his free hand. He ran his thumb along my cheek, causing me to blush. Edward chuckled, his topaz eyes sparkling with happiness. Suddenly, the daylight faded into night, and the sound of water trickling made me lift my body slightly off the ground to observe the surrounding. We were back at Reflection Pond. My clothes were wet, as were Edward's. He was still so close to me, but not close enough. I reached out to bring him closer to me, but he was already on his feet. I frowned in confusion. Where was he going? I called out to him, but he only threw a smile over his shoulder and ran towards the mountains. He was gone. I kept calling for him, walking on unsteady feet to find him. I was plunged into utter darkness as I moved forward. I tripped, unable to see anything, and fell. I looked up, my ankle in pain, and was met with a pair of red eyes. I screamed for Edward, but he was far gone. Cold hands gripped me by the shoulders. Edward's paw. I was looking through her art folder again. I felt the pang of jealousy I always felt that Gabriel was the one have introduced her to the world of art, but I couldn't help but be amazed. She was an incredible artist. I think she simply drew whatever came to her mind. It was another reason why I completely loved looking at her art. It was another way for me to know what she was thinking or what was bothering her. She would normally come to me if she was having a problem or if she just needed someone to talk to, but she edited. I wanted to know everything. I felt a thrill run through my body as I flipped through her latest sketches. They were all of me. Sometimes it was all of me. Sometimes it was just my face. Sometimes she drew my eyes. There were even a few of us together, although she certainly didn't do herself justice. The way she saw me, it was utterly ridiculous. She drew me as if I was some sort of a god. I was nothing close to that. I had to admit, I was flattered, and beyond pleased that I had been the one plaguing her mind recently. I had thought that I was the only one who had been feeling so much lately. I knew she was still working things out in her mind. I didn't blame her. I had, after all, kissed her like that when she was still with another boy. I didn't actually kiss her on the lips, but it was still wrong of me to do. Did I regret our intimate moment? Not at all. Did I regret turning her into a dishonest woman? Most definitely. I wanted to protect her, not corrupt her. I sighed, running a light finger along yet another picture of us at Reflection Pond. She had so many of these. I guessed she never tired of drawing them. And I never tired of seeing them. I groaned, dropping my head in my hands. What on earth was I thinking? I had just acted on my instincts without even thinking. What if Newton hadn't called? What would have happened then? Or if Gabriel hadn't interrupted us during Pride and Prejudice? I had always felt the strongest kind of connection to her. Every emotion, every thought, every movement, we shared it somehow. I didn't know how or why, but it was there. I didn't need to read her mind because I knew her thoughts. Take this evening, for example. I didn't walk away and leave Bella alone with Gabriel for 2 reasons. 1. I would never leave alone with a boy. It was my territory I was protecting. I would just never tell her that because she would get angry that I was referring to her as an object. 2. I knew she wanted me to stay. Shish. Hadn't looked at me or gestured to me or told me that she wanted me to stay, but I knew she did. And when I had sat down next to her, I had felt her relief. I'd read in Jasper's mind how he had talked to Bella once about me. She had gone to him because she'd felt confused about her feelings. I supposed she had started to develop intimate feelings for me since then. Jasper had told her that she and I were soulmates. I didn't know if I believed it at first, but it was getting harder to deny. When I first found her, she was this innocent little girl I wanted so hard to protect. That hadn't changed. But as time progressed and our relationship deepened, she wasn't just the human who saved my soul. It felt like she was my soul. But this morning I had just lost control to my lust. It was worse than bloodlust. Something I hadn't even thought was possible. I had wanted to touch her, hold her, kiss her. I had wanted to be with her, whisper her name and hear her tell me that I was her love. When she had whispered my name, holding me tightly to her as if she never wanted me to let go, it took all of the control I had left to not tell her I loved her and just kissed her long and hard. What a wonderful gentleman I am, I thought sarcastically to myself. Rosalie would kill me. Even Esme and Carlisle wouldn't be happy with me at all. I wanted to, don't get me wrong. But I had to be gentle with her. She was still so breakable. And what if she hadn't wanted it, too? What if she still wasn't ready and I had just pushed myself on her? It would have actually ruined our relationship. Besides, I knew she would want to end things with Gabriel first. That was an inevitable fact. Even if it weren't because of me, she would still have to end things because firstly, she clearly didn't feel the same way about him and secondly, she wouldn't want to hurt him. She was that sort of a person. I didn't want to succumb to my feelings for her, succumb to my passion, and make her an even more dishonest person. I had to be patient and wait. 2 words that I absolutely despised right about now. Edward, I heard Bella mumble. I smiled to myself. Her dreams consisted only of me recently. It had tormented me before. But now I was merely very pleased. I knew now that she felt the same connection and the same attraction. She just needed time. I couldn't push her into jumping right in. I had the time to think it through. I had to grant her the same courtesy. Bella started to thrash on the bed. My smile slipped from my face. She was having a nightmare. Red eyes, she murmured. A chill went down my spine. Edward, she screamed. I ran to her side, her art folder falling to the floor. I placed my hands on her shoulders and shook her gently. Bella, I called out. When she still continued to thrash around, yelling my name, I started to panic. I shook her slightly harder. Bella, her eyes snapped open and she shot up into a sitting position. Edward, she cried, sobbing. When her eyes focused on me, she threw her arms around me and sobbed into my shirt. I wrapped my arms around her waist, shifting so that she was cradled against my chest, sitting her on my lap. I ran my hand through her hair repeatedly, soothing her. I couldn't help but wonder what her nightmare had been about. Why had she said, red eyes, before screaming my name? It hurt to think that she might have had a nightmare of me hurting her in some way. When she finally calmed down, I pulled back to look into her pink eyes. She blushed, looking down at her lap. Sorry, she mumbled. I just had a nightmare. I nodded my head. I know, I whispered, wiping the tears from her cheeks gently. Will you tell me what your nightmare was about? Bella stayed silent, though the flush on her cheeks grew more pronounced. I grimaced. She didn't want me to know what her nightmare was about. What did that mean? Was it because the nightmare version of me had harmed her? Did she not want me to know that? I bit my lip and decided to pry. I had to know. Please, Bella, I pleaded. You said red eyes before you said my name, I continued when she didn't tell me. Was it me? Did you dream that I heard why? She placed a warm hand on my mouth, muffling my words before I finished my question. Edward, no, she said fiercely. Don't ever think that. Bella sighed heavily, dropping her head on my chest. I knew she could tell that I still thought of myself as a monster. She wanted to help me. But she didn't know how the memories of my rebellious years haunted me. She didn't know how disgusted I felt every time I felt the temptation to drink from a human. She looked up at me shyly, then asked, if I tell you, promise not to laugh. Her voice was so serious that I nodded my head immediately. I dreamt that we were at the meadow. And then we were at the pond. In Alaska. She blushed crimson. I smiled widely, leaning down to press my lips on her forehead. But then you disappeared. I called out to you, but it was so dark. I couldn't see. You were gone. She was shaken by this nightmare. I could feel her trembling against me. I fell. When I looked up, I saw red eyes looking at me. I frowned. Was it me? I asked sadly. She shook her head. No, I felt it. It was like a stranger. I couldn't see who or I don't know. Edward, it was a nightmare, she sighed again. I brushed her hair back from her face. Then why were you so shaken up? I asked, confused. She had woken up sobbing in my arms. There had to be something in that dream that had scared her. She blushed again and looked away. I was afraid I would never see you again, she admitted softly. I was afraid you'd left me. I gripped her tighter, tilting her head up so that she would look at me. Isabella, I growled, I would never leave you. Tears started to well in her eyes, so I leaned forward and kissed her eyelids. I promise. She had been the reason for my existence for the past decade. Before her, I walked around aimlessly. How could she even think that I would leave her? Bella smiled, content with my answer, and snuggled into me. I kissed her forehead once more, then placed her gently on the bed. "Sleep, Bella," I whispered. She called out to me just as I reached the door. "Edward, will you stay?" she asked quietly, blushing as she did so. I smiled, and nodded my head. I headed over to the rocking chair by the window and sat down in it. I watched as Bella tossed and turned, 15 minutes passing by before she sat up in bed and harumphed. "I can't sleep," she complained, rolling her eyes. I laughed, turning off the stereo which was playing Claire de Lune. I sat next to her and patted the bed, gesturing for her to lie down. She stared at me dubiously, but I just gave her an innocent smile. She shook her head, though I could see the little smile playing on her lips. Once she was lying down, I started humming the lullaby I wrote for her. Immediately, her eyes began to droop. I smiled to myself. Maybe I should make her a recording of her lullaby, so she could play that instead of Claire de Lune to go to sleep. I started to swing my legs over the edge of the bed, but Bella stopped me. She wrapped her arm around my waist, eyes closed, and snuggled into my chest. "Bella," I called out anxiously. Not only was this inappropriate, considering she was still Gabriel's girlfriend, but Rosalie would kill me if she found out. Alice had probably seen this, but I was guessing that she didn't. Rose, otherwise I would have been nothing but a pile of ashes by now. She looked up at me with half-closed eyes. "Stay with me, Edward," she whispered. "Please." I hesitated. I wanted to stay with her. I loved watching her sleep. She looked so peaceful, so content, when she was deep in slumber. I didn't know if I should have that right, though. But she wanted me to. She wanted me to stay. How could I say no to my Bella? She must have seen the reluctance in my eyes, because she pulled herself closer to me. On instinct, my arms wound around her to keep her welded to me. "Please, Edward," she breathed, her warm breath tickling my skin. "I'm only content when you're near me." Resigned, I tucked her in, wrapped my arms around her and hummed her lullaby until her eyes drifted shut. I continued hummin' G until her breathing completely evened out. She shifted a little every now and then, but her sleep was peaceful. "Edward," she whispered. I froze, afraid that she was having another nightmare. I didn't want her to suffer, even in her dreams. And I hated that she dreamt I left her. That would never happen. "I love you." I stared at her sleeping form. She was definitely unconscious, but she'd admitted it. Joy leapt through my heart and I lightly kissed her hair. It was the sign I was looking for. The sign that told me Bella was ready for my confession. I was no longer afraid of telling her, of her reaction. I knew she needed time. And I was never afraid of that. I was just afraid she'd tell me no. Now I didn't have to worry about that. She loved me. I smiled down at her and whispered, "I love you too." "Bella's pav." I yawned, blinking at the harsh sunlight coming in through the windows. When you live with vampires, you tend to get rooms with lots of windows. Edward must have opened the curtains up. Speaking of Edward, he wasn't with me. I looked around the room, panicking. I noticed a folded piece of paper on the pillow next to my head, and took it, curious. "Bella, I've gone to pick up some of those donuts you liked. I will be back soon. I'm sorry if you woke up without me. You were in a very peaceful sleep and I didn't want to wake you up." Rosalie called again, and asked me to tell you that she would be back this evening. "She's still very worried for you. Be safe until I return. Edward." I smiled to myself as I reread the note. I placed it on my nightstand and got out of bed, stretching. Another day of Edward before the family returned. I frowned as I stepped into the shower. What would we tell everyone? Would they agree with this or would they tell us no? And what was this, anyway? Edward and I never actually discussed it or agreed on where we stood. I sighed, rubbing the shampoo into my hair. I hoped no one would get angry at me for wanting Edward. In that way, I hoped they wouldn't be angry at him, either. For what we almost did. Anxious to see him again, I pushed away all negative thoughts. I knew I needed to sort them all out at some point, but I really didn't have the energy to do so at the moment. I just wanted to see Edward again. I quickly showered and changed, and went downstairs. My donuts were on the kitchen aisle, as well as one of those frappés Angela had gotten me addicted to. I took a sip and reached for a donut. A pair of cold arms wrapped themselves around my waist and I gasped, startled. The frappé fell from my hand, but one of the hands on my waist caught it and placed it on the counter. I felt him right behind me, his chin on my head. "Edward, you scared me," I said, waiting for my heartbeat to slow down. He chuckled, turning me around to face him slowly. I know, he smiled. I can hear your heart racing. He could hear my heart. All the way from there. Did that mean that he heard it every time it started to pound faster because he was near me? I blushed furiously at the thought. You can, I asked blankly. Why didn't you tell me? He laughed at the mortification on my face. It was more fun this way, he teased. I rolled my eyes, still blushing. Though my heart rate was somewhat normal now. I didn't think it was possible for it to be completely steady whenever Edward was around, so I grabbed a donut and headed for the living room. The thing about growing up around Emmett was you grew up being completely addicted to Sunday morning cartoons. I sat on the couch and turned on the TV. Edward sat next to me. What would you like to do today? He asked me quietly. I turned to find him watching me, his body angled towards me. I flushed and swallowed. I was wondering if we could just play the piano for a little while. I've missed that, too, I admitted. He smiled and nodded his head. Of course, Bella, I'd want to hear you play, he mused. I knew he was only being polite. Edward was the real musical genius in the family. Next up was Rosalie. I was just the girl who liked to play from time to time. It was mostly because of Edward. The piano always soothed the both of us when he played, and one day I decided I wanted to join in. Edward had to drag me away from SpongeBob. He detested the cartoon because he found it annoying and unrealistic. I rolled my eyes at that. It was a cartoon and he expected it to be realistic. What was he basing that on? Wile E. Coyote. But I didn't complain all that much because Edward had sat me down on the piano bench and had sat next to me. We begun playing a few of his songs. I liked those better than anyone else's compositions. His had more emotion to it. I could almost understand everything he felt when he wrote the songs. I didn't know if that was just because of my huge imagination or because he was just expressive that way. After a while, I started playing Chopsticks. Edward laughed and joined in. When I first learned this song, I had played it over and over simply to annoy Jasper. Esme finally had to punish me with no piano playing for a week just to spare Jasper. Of course, the first song I played when my punishment was over was Chopsticks. Edward and I continued messing around with a few of the notes. I recognized this routine. It normally started as harmless fun. Then out of nowhere, we would have composed a song together. I grinned as we made progress. I worked a lot harder on the compositions when Edward was with me. He was the perfect inspiration. His fingers worked the keys so lithely, I couldn't help but follow. I tended not to think too much and just let instinct take over. I think that was his point. He bumped his shoulder into me, smiling as we moved along. The flutter of my heart had absolutely nothing to do with our new song, but with his proximity to me. It was moments like these and the ones in between that made me wonder about our relationship. One moment we were just like we used to be, and the next I want nothing more than to know how it felt like to kiss him again. Was I really in love with him? All these feelings, all these slip-ups when we touch like lovers do. I wouldn't do that with just anyone. Edward and I have had a special bond since I could remember. The older I got, the stronger it became. I had always looked at him as my best friend and my protector. But the feelings that I had for him now, the desire coursing through my veins, was nowhere close to being just friends. Jasper said that we were soulmates. I admit that the connection we had was bordering on uncanny. We pretty much shared the same soul, more like. It had good points and bad points. I had always found it a good thing that he and I had this connection. I didn't need to ask if something was wrong because I knew he would tell me anyway. I didn't need to know what made him happy because it came to me naturally. But the bad point was just showing itself. I think our connection had made me fall for him. Fall for how much, I didn't know. And did he even feel the same way? For all I knew, he didn't love me that way. Maybe he's just confused about how he felt. Maybe I was the one who's confused. Whatever it was, it would hurt if Edward were to leave me. I didn't want him to run or stay away from me if things turn out badly. What if one of us felt more than the other? What if something were to happen to ruin it all? I knew I was being paranoid, but I couldn't help it. Edward was my everything. It would kill me if our relationship were to be obliterated. An eternity was a long time and I'd like it very much if I could spend it with Edward. And, riotously happy, had to be a part of the equation, too. That nightmare I had, was it just a random, irrational fear? Or was it a sign telling me to stay away? It's hard for me to process everything, Becca. He's been my best friend almost all my life. Then suddenly, I'm hit with desire, love and lust. Was it even natural to like him this way? To feel so much for him? He'd seen me grow up since I was 6, running around in tweedy pajamas. And now here I was, trying to figure out how much I loved him, and if I should just sit on my hands every time the desire to touch him overcame me. I couldn't even begin to imagine what Carlisle, Esme and Rosalie would say. Alright, so I know Rosalie would ground me and kill Edward, but what about Carlisle and Esme? Would they be disappointed? Would they be angry at me for doing this? For feeling this way? And what about the rest of the family? I was pretty sure it was going to be awkward. I almost choked as I realized that Alice would have already seen very thing that had happened the past few days, including what happened in the pool and when Edward stayed with me last night. I blushed. I was going to have a lot of explaining to do. Oh, God, when they returned, Jasper would surely sense all of the emotions in me. It was too hard for me to conceal from him. What would he do, then? I was sure my feelings had intensified about 1,000,000 times since the last time we'd seen each other. Would he and Alice keep it all a secret? Did the others already know? Would Emma tease me endlessly about it? Was Rosalie already setting up a fire to burn Edward? Would I blush non-stop? I sighed, adding a solemn note to the song. Edward frowned, and he turned to me, raising an eyebrow. I shrugged and gave him a small smile. He nodded and turned back to the piano. He understood that I was just lost in my thoughts, and needed time to sort things out. That was definitely a positive aspect of our connection. I thought back to Gabriel. I felt like such a dishonest person. I'd never intended to hurt Gabriel. He was the sweetest person. I really meant it when I said he showed me a different side to life. I was grateful for the time he and I spent together. But I knew since day one that he and I were never meant to be. I was just too selfish to let him go. I cared for him, even back in Paris. I had wanted more time with him, so I kept him by my side. I should have told him no. But he had come all the way from Paris for me. Paris. In Europe. He came to America for me. While I had no doubt that he would have traveled to the States at some point in his life anyway. I knew that he came earlier for me. He wanted to be with me, and I liked him enough to be selfish and say yes. Now I was going to have to let him go, all the while loving another man. And then there was the factor of everyone else in town. I didn't actually mind whatever they thought or what they wanted to say, but I didn't want them to jibe at my parents. And by that I meant Charlie and Renee Swan. From what I could tell, they were very respectable people. My memories of them were slightly hazy, but I really loved them. Carlisle was an amazing father and no one could ask for better mothers than Esme and Rosalie. But Charlie and Renee Swan were still my parents for 6 years. They created me, brought me into this world and loved me. I didn't want to sully their name. Not that I believed being with Edward would in any way sully their name. He was an amazing person, beautiful inside and out. His mind, his personality, his smile, they were all enchanting. One thing I had learned in my few months being back in Forks, though, was that everyone in the town loved to gossip. You should have heard what they had to say about my family when we first moved back here. They knew that Esme couldn't have any children and that we were all adopted. They made something big about that. They knew Alice and Jasper and Rosalie and Emmett were together while they lived under the same house. And called the same two people, Mom and Dad, and they made a big deal out of that, too. I could only imagine what they would say if I were to just dump Gabriel and move on to Edward. Could I even do that? Would my family allow me to? Would Edward want to? I honestly had no idea what he wanted, or what I wanted for that matter. We had never really sat down to sort it all out together. A part of me was grateful for that since I needed a little more time. The other part of me was still so confused and needed his help. It felt like I was in a strange Austen novel, or a teenage soap opera, whichever had more drama in it. I feel so conflicted. I want him to love me. I want to know if I'm in love with him. I hope my heart gets settled enough for me to finally understand. Edward's pav. It was already night time. The family was due back any second. I was a little upset that my time alone with Bella was over, but if things progressed the way I intended them to, I would think that time alone with her would be in abundance pretty soon. I was in the kitchen with Bella. She was eating her dinner as we waited for the others. We would be heading to the clearing for the baseball game soon after the others returned. She already had on her baseball jersey, as was I. Alice had gotten us all baseball jerseys, with our names at the back, along with our number. I would have thought that Bella would be angry at Alice for spending money on her, but she had liked it. Bella took another bite of her sandwich and grinned at me. I can't wait for the game. she said excitedly. It's been quite a while. I nodded my head, agreeing. Bella normally had fun during these games, even though she didn't play with us. It was our way for her to bond with the family, especially Esme, who was umpire. Besides, there really was no telling what Emmett and Jasper would do when they became competitive. Bella shot me a look that said, "Don't get angry at me." I smiled, and gestured for her to say what was obviously bothering her. "I can't wait until I become like you," she admitted. I tensed for a moment, and then forced myself to relax. Curiosity made me ask her, why? She shrugged. "I can finally play with everyone," she pointed out. "I wouldn't just sit on the sidelines anymore." I laughed. "You want to be a vampire so you could play baseball, Bella?" "That has to be the most absurd reason," I joked. I wanted to lighten the mood. I knew she felt inferior whenever she wasn't a part of the team. As much as Emmett enjoys teasing Bella about her clumsiness, I knew she hated it. She envied us for being so graceful while she tripped over her own feet every 3 seconds. Of course, I found it endearing. She, however, had a different opinion. She rolled her eyes. "It's not just baseball, Edward," she stuck her tongue out at me. "I want to be with the family without any reservations. You know, Jasper and I hadn't been able to really spend time with one another lately." I bit my lip and placed a hand on her arm. "He wants to," I assured her. "He really loves you." She smiled sadly at me. "I know, I love him, too. But that's just it. I miss my big brother. I know it's not his fault. I just miss him. Once I'm like you, it could be like before, only better and slightly less ridiculous," she laughed. I smiled reassuringly at her. "Well, there's only a year and a half left before your change occurs," I reminded her. "You will be able to join in soon enough." Bella stared at me, blinking confusedly. "Are you actually accepting the idea of my becoming a vampire?" she asked slowly, disbelief clearly written all over her face. I shifted my weight from one foot to another. Accepted it? Well, there really wasn't anything else I could do. I wanted her to have a normal life. But she wouldn't even be alive if she stayed human. Besides, I knew none of us would be able to let her go. So, reluctantly, I said, yes. She was gaping at me and I couldn't help but chuckle because she looked too funny. Realizing this, she closed her mouth but continued to stare at me incredulously. "I do regret that you can't have a normal life," I explained, my voice soft. I didn't want to offend her in any way. But it's unavoidable. And, truthfully, Bella, I can't let you go. I wouldn't be able to leave even if you asked me to. So this fate of yours is just something I'll have to accept." She turned pink, her gaze dropping to the table. I smiled, reaching out to touch her hand. She intertwined her fingers with mine and squeezed. "I don't understand why you think I need a normal life, anyway." She cleared her throat, probably to try and divert my attention. "Normal versus happy. I'd pick the latter any day." I smiled at her attempt to change the subject. I rolled my eyes when she reached for another Pop-Tart. She had already eaten a whole box of it, along with 3 sandwiches. I would imagine this was how Emmett acted when he was a human. "Are you trying to compensate for the eternity of being disgusted by human food, Bella?" I teased, bumping her shoulder with mine gently. Bella scowled playfully at me. Coming from the guy who prefers mountain lion smoothie over anything else. She shot back, raising her eyebrow at me as if challenging me to retort. I laughed. She had spent too much time with Rosalie, that was for sure. I stared into her captive, aiding brown eyes and subconsciously leaned forward. Stopping myself, I bit my lip, wondering if I should tell her right here and now what I felt for her. Our entire weekend had gone by and I hadn't done anything to tell her. I wanted to tell her in a grand gesture, but my ideas were still a little sketchy. As much as I hated to admit it, I was going to need Alice's help. We had had plenty of opportunities over the last 3 days to finally get it all out, but there was always something in the way. We would either get interrupted by someone like Mike or Gabriel or even Rosalie, who kept checking in. Afraid that Bella would be in shock after her attack. I had to admit that even I was amazed at how composed she was. Not everyone would be so calm. I supposed, though, after being attacked by vampires and whatnot. Human men didn't seem very scary, especially since they hadn't done any damage, thank the Lord. I knew she needed time to process her feelings and sort it out with Gabriel, but I just needed to tell her. 3 little words, I could do that. I opened my mouth to tell her, but the front door slammed open. "Squirt, where are you?" Emmett yelled, even though he and I both knew he I'd smell her scent coming from the kitchen. Emmett rushed in before Bella had a chance to reply and lifted her up in a bone-crunching hug. "Hey, there, Angel," he greeted her. Bella was gasping as she tried to breathe through his iron grip. She croaked out. "I can't breathe," she rasped out. Emmett looked at me, puzzled by her garbled words. I stepped forward, sighing, and pried Emmett's arms off of Bella. She stumbled, flailing her arms as she went headfirst to the floor. I caught her by her waist and righted her. I made to pull away from her before I gave in to the desire to pull her close to me, but Bella gripped my arms, heaving as she tried to breathe normally. She shot Emmett a look. "Good God, Emmett. What did you eat? Super bear," he roared in laughter, his shoulders shaking. He slapped Bella on her back, and her knees gave out a little. It was a good thing that I still had my arms wrapped around her, else she might have fallen over. Bella seemed to realize that she was still locked in my embrace, and blushed. She stepped away from me, and I reluctantly let her. "Dude, Rose is so mad at you," Emmett thought, giving me a knowing look. Alice saw and started squealing when she was chasing deer. Rose threatened her new designer bag, so she had to tell. "In the pool, really? Didn't know you had it in you." I growled at him, but he just chuckled. "Look," Alice said, "nothing happened, and I believe her. You're way too tame, but if anything happens to my sister, I'll kick your ass straight to Montana." "Got it." I nodded my head, restraining myself from lunging at him for the "too tame" comment. Bella was first and foremost the daughter and sister of the family. They were ready to protect her from anyone who could hurt her, and that included me. I might not be able to physically wound her because it would kill me to do that, but heart was involved. The heart was a fragile matter, I knew that. "Isabella," Rosalie's panicked voice came in through the door. Within seconds, Bella had been swept into her embrace. "Baby, are you all right?" she asked, checking every inch of Bella to make sure she wasn't hurt. I knew she was worried because of what happened to herself. Men like Lonnie W. are the reason for her human death and her transformation into a vampire. She was afraid for Bella, afraid that something similar might have happened. And it would have, too, if Bella had been completely and utterly alone that night. Bella blushed at being the center of attention. "Mom," she groaned, trying to push Rosalie away. It didn't do any good, though. "Mom, I'm fine," she stressed the word. Rosalie turned to me, her eyes filled with worry, disbelief, anger and relief. "I'd kill you for the pool. And sleeping in the same bed. Are you trying to commit suicide? Is that what this is about? The only reason you're not a pile of ashes now is because this makes her happy. You make her happy, not to mention this was inevitable. Just don't, go too far or anything. If I could have blushed, I would have." Rosalie was telling me not to make love with Bella. I shifted uncomfortably and moved slightly farther away from Rose and Bella. There was just something wrong with the mention of at in front of a mother and her daughter. Especially when I was in love with the daughter. Rosalie bit her lip, arms around Bella, her cold glare still on me. Her eyes softened a little and she muttered a curt, "Thank you." I nodded my head to acknowledge her gratitude. I knew her cold attitude had more to do with the fact that she wasn't ready for Bella to grow up. She wanted more time with her daughter. And she felt like I was taking her away from her. I didn't blame her. Bella was our humanity. Even when she was changed, she would continue being Rose's daughter. I wouldn't get in between their relationship no matter what. I hope Rose would understand that. The rest of the family filed in, as well. Alice was excited, of course, dancing around to Bella to give her a peck on the cheek. Jasp. R took one step into the kitchen and froze, looking around. His eyes landed on Bella, who blushed and looked away. Wow, very intense emotions. Guess Alice was justified being so excited. I wished she hadn't interrupted me when I was chasing down the lion, though. It's been a long time since I had one. I was getting tired of elk and bear. Esme was concerned for Bella's physical and mental health, as well. "Are you sure you're all right, dear?" she asked Bella, placing a hand on Bella's forehead. Bella rolled her eyes. "Really, I'm fine. And I don't have a fever, either," she said, shrugging off Esme's hand. "I'm fine," she said again. When no one believed her, she threw her hands up in frustration. "Edward," she turned to me. "Tell them." I smiled at her irritation and nodded her head. She didn't seem too shocked by the events that happened, I said, frowning slightly. Maybe that was denial. Bella slapped a hand on her forehead. When I said, "Tell them," I meant, "take my side," she glared at me. "Good job saving her, man." Jasper clapped me on the back. Bella folded her arms across her chest and stared defiantly at Jasper. Hey, she protested, I could have taken care of myself, thank you very much. Emmett and Jasper exchanged looks and burst out into laughter. Bella blushed then shrugged. Okay, I could have run away, she amended. You would have tripped, I countered. I could have driven away. It was a good few feet away. They would have caught up to you by then. I could have used my pepper spray. You know, that really doesn't do anything, I mused. The silly things humans used to defend themselves with were ridiculous. Bella groaned. You're being annoying, she informed me. I grinned at her. And you're being stubborn. Carlyle chuckled, stepping in. All right, that's quite enough, he said sternly. His smile let us know he wasn't actually angry, though. Let's head out to the clearing, shall we? Emmett rubbed his hands together and turned to Alice. She answered his unspoken question. 2 fingers pressed to her temple as she closed her eyes. 15 minutes, give or take, she murmured. We went out to the garage. I climbed into Emmett's Jeep Wrangler, Emmett taking the wheel. Bella and Rose sat in the back, still in each other's embrace. Rosalie was still in shock over what happened, and was too relieved her daughter was safe to let her go. Bella had her head on Rose's shoulder, completely content. She was just leaning into her mother, comforting her and letting her know that she was there. Bella knew that Rosalie needed to be with her and that she would calm down in her own time. She was letting Rose just hold her and be content. I smiled at the sight before turning to face the front. Have you told her? I shook my head slightly at Emmett's question. Dude, what's wrong with you? You had 3 days alone with her. I sighed loudly. We keep getting interrupted, I said through gritted teeth, my voice low enough so that Rosalie wouldn't be able to hear, let alone Bella. Emmett snickered. Rosé. I shook my head again. Newton called. I rolled my eyes. And Gabriel came by. Emmett's eyes widened. Whoa, he didn't walk in on anything, did he? No, almost, though, I sighed again. Staring out of the side of the Jeep. Emmett had taken the top down since the rain wouldn't hit where we would be. We reached the side road in 10 minutes. We had to run to reach the clearing. There was an awkward moment when Rose and I both reached for Bella to run to the clearing. Bella blushed and looked down at her feet. Emmett cleared his throat and grabbed Rosalie's hand, dragging her away from us. Come on, Rose, let's get to the clearing before Jazz gets there and see if we can get the better bats, he said. He threw her over his shoulder and ran before she could protest. Wouldn't be awkward at all once Bella and I get together, I thought dryly. Bella laughed nervously as I approached her. I smiled, throwing her over my shoulder as gently as possible. She locked her legs around my waist and pressed her cheek to mine. Ready? I asked her. She smiled widely. Yes, she breathed excitedly. I took off to the clearing at vampire speed. Bella laughed, her eyes wide open. I knew she loved the speed, but I made sure not to go that fast. She was still human. I wouldn't want her to get whiplash or throw up. When we reached, I reached around behind me and placed Bella on her feet in front of me. I brushed her cheek with the back of my hand and gave her a wide smile. Her heart thudded violently. Bella blushed at that, knowing now that I could hear her clearly. I chuckled, leaning forward and kissing her cheek. Good luck, Bella smiled, knowing my tendency to turn these friendly games into competition. I nodded at her and rushed off to the other side of the field to get ready for the game. All the luck in the world would be useless if Bella wasn't with me. Alice lifted her head as she disentangled herself from Jasper's arms. It's time, she called out, grinning. Batter up, Jasper's paw. We reached the clearing first. Carlyle and Esme headed off to walk around the field, holding hands. I turned to Alice and swept her up into my arms. She giggled, wrapping her arms around my neck. Her feet were dangling off the ground now. I smiled, kissing the tip of her nose gently. Are they coming soon? I asked, glancing around in irritation. Normally, Emmett was the one who reached first. Alice nodded her head. Rose is pissed, she murmured, amused. I sighed. Rosalie wasn't a force to be reckoned with when she was angry. I wondered what ticked her off this time. Edward, Alice said brightly, answering the question I was about to ask her. I rolled my eyes. Of course, Emmett reached the field in a blur, even to my eyes. He had Rosalie thrown over his shoulder. You put me down, Emmett Cullen. She screamed. He obliged, but gave her a reproving look. Rose, they're in love. You're not supposed to interfere, he pointed out. She huffed, crossing her arms across her chest. But I'm her mother, she complained. Emmett smiled, wrapping his arms around her. Yeah, but she's growing up, Rosie. You can't baby her all the time, he said gently. Why don't we just focus on the game tonight, darlings? Esme cut in, her voice motherly. As if on cue, Edward and Bella came to the clearing, Bella on his back. They were both laughing. It was the happiest I had ever seen them. I wondered exactly how much happier they would be once they'd confessed their love to one another. We averted our eyes when Edward stepped toward Bella, running his hand down her cheek. It was an intimate moment and we had to respect their privacy. Well, as much privacy as they could get in a family of vampires, anyway. The moment Edward stepped away from Bella, I noticed that her emotions came crashing down on her. The serenity and love she felt around him was crushed underneath the weight of her fear and guilt. I could understand her guilt. Bella was a sweet person. She cared about everyone, even from a young age. I could remember her comforting me when I had almost lost control. She should have been angry with me, and yelled at me. Or avoid me or even be afraid of me. Instead, she comforted me. It was the strangest yet sweetest thing she had done for me at that point. She would feel guilty about feeling so much for Edward when she was with Gabriel. But we all knew that relationship was going down the drain. She must have known that, too. It was just typical of Bella to not want to hurt him. But what was the fear about? I stared at her confused. As she walked over to Esme, I watched her for a while and saw her shooting furtive looks at Esme, Carlisle and Rosalie. She kept twisting her baseball hat, putting it on then taking it off yet again. She was nervous. I smiled to myself. She was afraid of their reactions. Understandable. She didn't know about Alice's vision. And the way Rose has been acting was definitely enough to make anyone scared. They were both umpires for now. Bella had said how she wanted a more active role once she was a vampire. She wanted to see how it would be like to play. When she wasn't so clumsy anymore, of course. Alice and I were still huddled together when Edward came over to me. "Jasper," he said urgently. Alice didn't move from my embrace, and I happily held on to her. Edward raised his eyebrow at her but she merely shrugged. "Hello, I've already seen your question. Psychic, remember?" she reminded him. Edward rolled his eyes at her and ruffled her hair. She huffed, and straightened her black spikes. I kissed her cheek tenderly before turning back to look at Edward. He was shuffling nervously from one foot to another. "Have you sensed anything different about Bella?" he asked awkwardly. I chuckled, shaking my head. "You sure you want to know?" I asked him. He nodded his head firmly. "She loves you," I stated simply. "She's accepted that, though she's unsure how much she loves you. She's trying to figure it all out, so she's pretty much an emotional wreck right now. Not to mention how she's feeling so guilty about breaking up with Gabriel." I held back the part about her fear. I blocked my mind so Edward wouldn't read it in my thoughts. Of course, the fact that I was blocking my mind in the first place made Edward suspicious of me. "You're hiding something from me," he accused. I bit my lip, unsure if I should tell him. After all, he did have a tendency to take things the wrong way. If I told him Bella was afraid, he would jump to conclusions before I could even explain it to him. "Jasper," Edward growled, frustrated. I sighed. It was his call. "She's afraid," I said, defeated. Edward's face fell, but I spoke up before he could say or do anything in response to my answer. "Not of you. She's afraid of the family's reaction. She doesn't know what they'll say if they knew. She doesn't know about the visions, remember?" Edward smiled brightly. "She has nothing to worry about, then," he said contentedly. Alice suddenly raised her head, grinning widely. "It's time," she called out, yelling only for Bella's benefit. And because she was so excited and needed to burn off some of it. Right on cue, thunder and lightning crashed upon each other. The clearing was perfectly dry, though, just as Alice had predicted. She disengaged herself from my arms, kissing my cheek once. "Impress her," she advised Edward, who smiled like a little boy on Christmas morning. He frowned at my euphemism and ran off to take his position. Esme, from where she stood with Bella, clapped her hands together to get our attention. To Bella, it would seem like thunder, I supposed, but she had gotten used to it. She didn't even flinch from the sound even though she stood right next to Esme. "Batter up," Esme called out. All through the game, Edward impressed Bella. He ran faster than he had ever done, was more energetic than I had ever seen him, and played like a pro. Every now and again, he would go up to Bella and asked her teasingly how the game was going. Every time he did this, Esme would move away from the two in an attempt to give them a little privacy. And every time, Rosalie would give off a flare of annoyance and Bella would blush like crazy. I laughed, shaking my head as the wind blew through my hair. It was pretty amusing how the two of them skirted around each other like that. Right at this moment, Edward had just scored another home run and had gone over to Bella. "Enjoying the game so far?" he asked her, smiling. Bella laughed, throwing her head back. "Wah." Veil of lust from Edward hit me so strongly, I felt the sudden urge to grab Alice and rush her to a secluded part of the woods. "Whoa, tone down the lust, Eddie," I joked, forcing the lust away. Alice would never forgive me if we lost. He didn't acknowledge that he had heard my thoughts, but the lust slowly ebbed away. Thank God. I sent him some calming waves simply so as not to drive myself crazy. Bella nudged Edward. "You're really into the game tonight," she smiled widely at him. I rolled my eyes. Of course he was. Emmett was getting impatient. "Eddie," he hollered. Edward snarled in his direction. Emmett didn't even flinch. Maybe Edward was getting soft. He turned to glare at me and I grinned innocently. "Would you get back here?" Edward sighed, turning back to face Bella. "I have to get back," he stated unnecessarily. He took her hand and kissed the back of her hand. She turned bright red and he chuckled, running over to the field. We resumed the game for the 50th time that night. I could hear Bella's pounding heart as she watched the game. Or, more accurately, as she watched Edward. I knew for a fact that her eyes and her mind hadn't left him the whole time. Her emotions were haywire for her to focus on anything else. She was impressed, too, by his wins tonight. He had scored home run after home run. Like she said, his head was really in the game. What she didn't know as that he was just trying to impress her. It wasn't that hard to score a home run when you're as fast as Edward. Bella's heart stopped for a moment. Everyone on the field froze, afraid something had happened. Then her heart started up again, but it pounded furiously, erratically. Is she going into cardiac arrest? I thought to myself. Of course, Edward heard me and moved forward, dropping his bat. I sensed her emotions then. Love, pure, unadulterated, irrevocable love. Realization, fear, again, understanding, lust, affection. I stopped Edward, shaking my head. Trust me, she's fine. Resume the game, Edward. He looked at me as if I had grown another head in front of me. Edward, she'll be even worse if you go to her now. She'll be embarrassed. Just resume the game. He took one more look at her then ran back into place. The others followed his lead even though worry was still their main emotion. "Oh my God," I heard Bella whispered, stunned. I could smell the faint scent of salt and Knew that Bella was close to tears without even turning around. "Esme," I heard her call out softly. "Could you please take me home?" Esme nodded her head, worried, and threw Bella over her shoulder. She we had heard Bella asking her to take her home, so she didn't bother telling us. Once Bella was out of the clearing and thus, out of earshot, the others stopped playing and looked at me. Alice was already squealing because she saw my answer to their inevitable question. Edward was the one who asked. "Jazz, what on earth was that?" he asked, concerned. I laughed at his fearful look. He had absolutely nothing to worry about. In fact, he should feel nothing but happiness. That was Bella having an epiphany, Edward, I chuckled. He stared at me curiously. "She finally realized she's in love with you." Stunned silence followed my statement. Emmett broke it. "Finally," he burst out, pumping his fist in the air. A slow smile spread across Edward's face. I was blinded by the euphoria exploding from him. Finally, indeed, Bella's pav. I crawled into bed, wrapping the sheets around me as I drew my legs up to my knees, chewing on my lip. I was in love with Edward. Oh, God, how did I not see that? Was it obvious? I didn't drool over him or anything, did I? Did everyone know? It would be hard to miss with Jasper's gift. I knew Jasper knew, because he had stopped Edward from coming to me when I'd panicked back at the clearing. He knew. No doubt Alice knew, too, which was why she looked so excited. If those two knew, Edward and the others would, too. What would the others say now? I was mostly afraid of Rosalie's anger and Carlisle's and Esme's disappointment in me. And Edward, what would he do? Would he run from me, now that he knew I wanted more? Would he hate me? I squeezed my eyes shut, my chest aching from the very thought of it. Tears welled up behind my eyes. I heard Esme knocking on the door. I jumped, startled. "Bella, dear," I heard her call out. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine," I whispered, afraid that if I spoke any louder, my voice would crack and tip her off. Silence greeted me. "All right, dear," she said finally. "But if you need anything I'm here for you, Angel." Her concern made it all the more painful. I didn't know if she would approve, but what was there to approve if Edward didn't feel the same way? I knew we had had our occasional slip-ups, but I still didn't know what that meant. I didn't know if he was in love with me. The thought itself was laughable. I was just a plain Jane, an ordinary human. I was the girl he'd seen as a little girl. He'd seen me in all my awkward moments. Why would he fall in love with me? Why would he want me? I slipped further into the bed, dropping my head onto my pillow. Sob threatening to escape my mouth. I struggled to keep it in. My phone rang suddenly, startling me. I slowly shifted until I was sitting upright and reached for my phone. The caller ID read, Gabriel. Guilt crashed down onto me in such strong waves. I was glad Jasper wasn't here to feel it. I reluctantly answered it, knowing that he would call the house phone if I didn't. Gabriel, I whispered his name. He didn't seem to notice that my voice sounded different. Bella, he said cheerfully. I'd just picked up my tux for the dance. My body froze. The dance. Oh, God, what was I going to do about that? Really? I stuttered. Yes, he replied, still excited. I can't wait, Bella. My first American dance. It would be amazing. No was more like it. Sure, Gabe, I whispered. It'll be great. Gabriel paused, then said, Are you all right? Bella, you sound different. How did the game go? I felt my throat tighten at the mention of the game. It was good. Emmett got a couple of great hits. Listen, I've got to go. The game was very strenuous. I'll see you tomorrow at school, okay? I bid him good night, hoping he couldn't hear the guilt in my voice. I sank back into the sheets, and let the tears fall. How could I have been so horrible to him? How could I break his heart now? He was so innocent, so wonderful to me. He really did mean a lot to me. He had come all the way from France for me. He did all these amazing things for me. And here I was, trying to figure out how to break his heart. Looking back, the whole time I was with Gabriel, I had been in love with Edward. The racing heart, the sweaty palms, the blushing, the jealousy, the same feeling I had around him then and now. My heart had never been available for Gabriel or anyone else to take. It had always belonged to Edward. I had just been too scared to see it for myself and admit it. Now everything would be ruined. Gabriel would get hurt, no matter how this all turned out. That was always the inevitable, even if I hadn't fallen in love with Edward. I should have just stayed friends with him, like Carlisle had wanted. Like Rose had wanted. And Edward I didn't know what he would do. Would he leave? Would he be disgusted that I fell for him? Look at how he treated Tanya. Would I be like her now? Infatuated by him but never getting a hold of his heart. I didn't know when exactly, but I managed to cry myself to sleep in the night. The house was silent throughout, even when the Cullens reached home. Not even Emmett made a single noise. I guess they knew of my heartbreak. If it was possible, I woke feeling worse than I had the night before. Nothing was resolved, my head and my heart were both pounding in pain, and I had to go to school today. Was God out to get me? I rolled over, groaning at the pain in my head, and cracked my eyes open. I blinked at the sight on my nightstand and sat up immediately. I raised my hand to my head. Head rush, I moaned. Shaking it off, I reached over to the bouquet of flowers in a vase on my nightstand. I smiled as I recognized the flowers. Calla lilies, daisies, white lilies, pink roses and freesia. Edward had placed it there. This was the same flowers he would give me whenever I had a bad day. Since I had been gardening with Esme from a young age, I knew the meaning of the flowers. Edward H. Ad simply read it off her mind and thought it suitable to cheer me up. The calla lilies were for magnificent beauty because Edward saw that I didn't see myself clearly. He always said that I was a beautiful person, inside and out. And that I needed to see that and have confidence in myself. The freesia were because of my scent, of course, and for friendship and innocence. Two things Edward saw were a few of my best traits. The daisies signified my apparent loyalty and gentleness. The white lilies were for how sweet I was. I always blushed when I thought of his explanation for the roses. And the pink roses were for happiness. Because he said I deserved it all the time. I wasn't too sure about that, but I'd take the comfort of the flowers any day. I leaned forward to take a whiff of the bouquet when I realized the two additions to it. Startling blue forget-me-nots and gardenias. I gasped. It couldn't be, could it? Forget-me-nots signified true love. Gardenias signified secret love. What was he trying to say? That he loved me, that he was my true love. I traced the petals of a forget-me-not flower with a gentle finger. This was getting more and more complicated by the minute. Someone knocked on my door and I jumped. Bella, Get to it. Alice shouted from the other side of the door. We have to leave in an hour. I haven't got time to delay if your hair's going to be salvaged. I rolled my eyes, taking a deep breath of the sweet scent of flowers before putting the vase back on the nightstand. I didn't know what I was going to do about the flowers or Edward. That came with a lot of problems that I didn't have the energy to deal with at the moment. What I did know was that I had to break things off with Gabriel, but not before the dance this week. He wanted to live American for a while, and this was his first dance. I had already promised him I would go with him. I didn't want to make him upset before he even got the chance for his first American dance. He sounded so excited over the phone. I'd go with him, just for one night, then I'll break up with him. How about on Saturday? Did that sound good? I sighed, heading over to the shower. Congratulations, Bella, I muttered to myself. You've just reached a new low. Will you stay still? Alice growled at me, desperately trying to do my hair I bounced in my seat in front of the vanity. I was acting more like Alice than myself at the moment. I couldn't help myself. The dance was finally here. Gabriel was going to be here in 30 minutes. This was the last night Gabriel would see me as his girlfriend. I had managed to go through the entire week without kissing him. Little kisses on the cheek, sure, I'd allowed that. I just pretended to be European when that happened. I had to allow the kisses on the cheek lest Gabriel found out I was planning on breaking up with him before tonight. I really did want him to have fun and not be upset tonight. Of course, it was simple to lie to him about the no lip locking for 5 days straight situation. I just told him my family placed strict rules about kissing in front of them or anyone else. No PDA. He had wanted to go on a date, but I just told him I was too busy helping Alice pick out my dress and whatnot. I just didn't mention that Alice had picked out my dress a month ago and everything was already prepared. Now I had to spend hours with Gabriel, dancing and all, in a public place. Edward and the Cullens would be there, and so would everyone else. The Cullens knew I was going to break up with Gabriel, and soon. They had never mentioned my little strange episode at the clearing, nor had they mentioned anything about Edward and I. But they were too quiet, so I knew that they knew. And I knew Edward knew, too. The way he kept looking curiously at me. Rosalie had been shocked that I was going to the dance with Gabriel, but I had promised him. I wanted him to have one last good memory of us together before I break it off. I knew I hadn't been around that much for him, and I knew he was worried. Of course, he had reason to be, but it didn't mean that I couldn't just NCE a few times with him and give him something pleasant to remember us by. Finally, Alice stepped back from my hair and stared at it before crying out done. I sighed in relief. She gave me my dress. It was actually pretty decent. It was knee-length spaghetti strap midnight blue dress, with a black ribbon tied around the waist. I slipped it on and Alice fussed over me, making sure everything was just right. I looked at the clock. Gabriel would be here soon. Alice gave me an assuring hug. It'll be all right, she murmured and gave me a quick peck on the cheek. I smiled half-heartedly at her, and squeezed her tightly before releasing her. Thanks, Alice, I said, going out the door. I was wearing heels, so I walked twice as slow just to be careful. I made it down the stairs without tripping, which in itself was a miracle. I stepped into the living room. It was almost empty, except for Edward. My heart started to pound faster at the sight of him. He was just so beautiful. His tousled blonde hair made me want to just rush over and run my fingers through it. He was in a tux, something I was sure Alice had either tricked him or blackmailed him into wearing. He was sitting on the arm of one of the couches, waiting for the rest, his eyes downcast. At the sound of my pounding heart, he looked up and gave me his crooked smile. I flushed a deep red, and gave him a smile. Hi, I said, inking at him to make sure this vision was real. How on earth had I never noticed before how incredibly Adonis-like he was? Was I vision impaired because I knew I had been in love with him for quite some time now? Bella, he called out. I looked up to see him still looking at me, his eyes widened. You look beautiful, he choked out. I smiled shyly at him. Thank you. Edward cleared his throat and stood up. I bit my lip, trying to control my blush and my heart in vain. He stopped right in front of me and stood frozen in place. I blinked up at him, unsure of what to do. He lifted his hand and I simply watched, entranced. He slid his hand into my hair, running it down my soft curls. I felt myself trembling at the feel of his cool hand, and reached out to grip his waist to steady myself. The doorbell rang, interrupting us. My eyes widened and I stepped away from him, disgusted by my behavior. Gabriel's here, I announced. Edward looked away. Yes, he said, his voice void of emotion. I knew better though. He was upset. I frowned, then walked closer to him hoping that he wouldn't run from me. I leaned up and kissed his cheek lightly. He turned and smiled at me a little. Save a dance for me? He asked. I wasn't a really good dancer. In fact, I was a terrible dancer. My uncoordinated movements were even worse on the dance floor. But for Edward, I could do it. So I nodded my head, and reluctantly moved away from him. I opened the door and greeted Gabriel with a smile that I hoped was bright enough to be believable. Gabriel was also in a tux, but it had nothing on Edward. I stepped out and closed the door, not wanting the two of them in the same room at the same time for more than necessary. Wow, Bella, he said, appraising me with his eyes. I smiled uncomfortably as he led me to his Audi. You look really beautiful. He leaned forward and kissed my cheek. I blushed at his compliment, but his kiss didn't get my heart worked up, nor did it make me lightheaded. I stared at Gabriel. Did he feel the same way I did? Or was he feeling more? Hey, Bella, Jasper called out. I looked over to see him leaning against his new car. A Jaguar XKRS he had recently acquired. It was a limited edition. But I had learned a long time ago not to question how they get what they want. I waved at him a little. I knew Alice would be there as soon as Gabriel and I had left. She was probably ushering the others to the living room to leave the moment we did. We got into his Audi and drove. He drove within the speed limit, of course. I stared out the window, missing the speed that would have gone with the ride if I had been with Edward. I wondered if we could go on a ride in his Vanquish soon. It was a wonderful car that he had just gotten. I still hadn't gotten over how amazing it was. We reached the high school, where the dance was being held. They had transformed the gym for the night. Gabriel got out his car the same time I did. I didn't want him to be all chivalrous for me, not when I was going to break his heart tomorrow. We stepped into the gym and greeted by crepe paper and streamers. I rolled my eyes. This was worse than death itself. Gabriel asked me for a dance, but it was a fast song. I really couldn't dance to one of those. I shook my head. Later, please, I said, eyes looking sharply at the mass of students on the dance floor. I couldn't even recognize their movements. Gabriel laughed. He had always been amused by my two left feet. I'll get us something to drink, he suggested. I nodded my head and went to sit down at a table by the side. I felt someone tapping my shoulder and turned my head to see Mike standing there, hands in his pockets. I bit my lip to keep from sighing. Hey, Mike, I smiled up at him. I really didn't mind him, when he wasn't trying to hit on me, at least. Wanna dance? He asked, holding out his hand. I shook my head. I'm really not a dancer, Mike, I said, panic rising to the surface. He was still insisting. Come on, Bella, one dance. I'm sorry, a velvet voice interrupted. Relief flooded through me. Edward would get me out of this dilemma for sure. Nothing could stop him from beating off Mike Newton with a stick, or a baseball bat, if he had to. She's dancing with me. I hoped he wasn't serious. Mike took one long look at Edward, his eyes narrowed. Then he shot me a little smile. Maybe later. I didn't have a chance to reply with a more coherent sentence because Edward had picked me up and twirled me over to the dance floor. The song had changed to a slow song. Impeccable timing, I praised him. He gave me a crooked grin and my heart thudded once. His smile widened. I ignored that. Terrible idea. I gestured towards the dance floor. Edward laughed, lifting me off the floor and setting my feet on his. It's all in the letting, he whispered into my ear, sending shivers running down my spine. Don't you trust me? He asked, feigning hurt as I still looked hesitant. I rolled my eyes. You know I do, I replied, smiling anyway. He chuckled, wrapping his arms around my waist and supporting me with his hands on the small of my back. I wrapped my arms around his neck to keep myself from falling off his feet as he twirled us around the dance floor. I laughed as we, Edward mostly, danced. I felt like a little girl, free of any inhibitions. I saw Alice and Jasper and Rosalie and Emmett making their way to the dance floor. They were as graceful as Edward. All of them. I leaned into Edward, letting him support me fully. I was probably as light as a feather to him. Alice winked at me over Jasper's shoulder and I blushed. I averted my gaze from my family and focused on Edward. He was looking at me so intently, his topaz eyes glittering and intense. I flushed under his penetrating gaze. He smiled at me. Have I mentioned, how ridiculously beautiful you look tonight? He asked, his voice low. Another shudder ran through me at the sound of his velvet voice. I let my eyes drop to his chest, where my hand had subconscious. Lee found its way to play with his collar. Once or twice, I mumbled. Edward kissed my forehead, causing me to look up. I panicked slightly, then felt myself relaxed. It must have been Jasper. The fact that he could sense my emotions at all was unnerving at the moment. I looked into Edward's beautiful topaz eyes, which was a mistake. I ended up being completely entranced by his eyes. The surrounding melted away. Only Edward existed for me. I didn't even realize that others were whispering about us as we moved around the dance floor. I didn't realize the song had changed 3 times. I didn't realize that we had inched so close to one another that our bodies were literally pressed against each other. Someone cleared their throat, and I started. I looked around only to find Gabriel standing next to Edward, frowning at us. I blushed, and stepped down from Edward's feet. "Will you dance with me?" Gabriel asked, giving me a small smile. I nodded my head, taking his hand, guilt overtaking me once more at how I'd practically been drooling over Edward while I was supposed to be Gabriel's date. One night of happy memories. Just one night, and I couldn't even do that. I felt a wave of serenity and reassurance, and looked over at Jasper, who was sitting at the reserved Cullen table, courtesy of Alice. I gave him a grateful smile and he winked. I would have giggled if it hadn't been for the fact that I still felt terrible. Edward looked lost for a moment, his eyes flicking from Gabriel to me and back again, before he walked away. I think I heard Jessica asking him to dance and his polite decline. I peered over Gabriel's shoulder at him. We moved further and further away from Edward's place at the table where all the Cullens were sitting. Soon we moved far enough for me to lose sight of him as other dancers blocked my view. I looked up at Gabriel, whose eyes hadn't left him. His eyes were unreadable. We just swayed to the music in silence. "Bella," Gabriel spoke up suddenly. I looked at him. His eyes were as blue and as penetrating as the first time I saw them. They didn't captivate me the way they used to, though. Another stab of guilt and pain. "Will you walk with me for a while?" he asked, almost pleadingly. I nodded, smiling slightly. He took my hand and led me outside. The exterior of the school had been decorated, too. Lights, streamers and banners were all over the place. We walked along the trees, not going into the woods. Finally, we stopped walking. We were near the gazebo Edward and I used to sit under every now and then, just to talk or be together whenever we need. To avoid Mike and Jessica and the lurid thoughts that came with them. Gabriel turned to look at me, his face betraying how nervous he was. "Bella," he said quietly. "Lately I've been feeling like I'm losing you." I stared at him in shock. Had it been that obvious? Even to Gabriel? Well, Alice had always said how I was the worst liar in history, but I had just found out I was in love with Edward a week ago. Maybe he was referring to how I'd been pulling away because of how I had to break up with him anyway. Yes, it might not have anything to do with Edward, anyway, I assured myself. I just wanted to say before I lose the chance. "I love you." I froze at his words. It couldn't be true. He couldn't possibly love me. I knew we had been serious before, but he couldn't love me. Not when I had to let him go. "Please, God, no," he continued, unaware of the bout of tears building up in me. "I don't know what went wrong, if anything's wrong, but I want you to know that we could work things out. I want us to. I love you, Bella." I please say something," he pleaded, noticing that I had been gaping at him, my eyes wide and filling up in tears. I was too much in shock. He loved me. How could this have even happened? Gabriel meant a lot to me. I was hoping that when I did break up with him, I wouldn't have to break his heart, too. At least, not as much as I would if he loved me. What was I going to do now? Gabriel took a step forward and cupped my cheek with his warm hand. I was still unable to move. My mind kept having flashes of Edward. Edward and I laughing together at the piano. Edward sparkling under the sun. Edward swimming with me. Edward holding me close to him, trailing kisses up my neck. Edward and I sneaking off behind Alice's back to escape her shopping rampage. Edward and I had loved being around Gabriel. But I couldn't stay with him. And apparently it looked like I couldn't spare his feelings, either. I grabbed his hand that was on my cheek, squeezing it one last time, and then pulled it away from my face. "I'm sorry," I whispered, the tears falling down my cheeks. "I'm so sorry, Gabriel." I turned away from him, the resigned look on his face etched onto my brain. I ran from him, stumbling a few times because firstly, I was so clumsy and secondly, my vision was blurred from the tears. I had rushed away from Gabriel so quickly, I hadn't thought about how to get home. I couldn't even get myself to calm down and focus for a moment to figure it out. My thoughts were too frazzled. Bella, I heard someone call my name. I turned around to find Alice rushing towards me. She had to use human speed because she didn't want to risk getting caught being so speedy. She reached me, and wrapped her arms around me. I leaned into her, silent tears making their way down my cheeks. I wanted to sob but I couldn't do that in a public place. My embarrassment was kicking in. She pulled me towards Jasper's Jag. I looked at her, puzzled. She smiled sadly at me and led me into the passenger seat. He can ride home with the others, she said soothingly. I really didn't notice much after that. I was crying too hard. I had broken Gabriel's heart. I saw it in his eyes, on his face, when I had told him, I'm sorry. How could I have done that to him? When I opened my eyes after calming down a little, I was already on my bed, Alice right next to me. She had helped me out of my dress and into some PJs. Removed my makeup and the pins in my hair and helped me into bed. I crawled next to Alice and laid my head on her lap. She had already changed out of her dress so I didn't have tea. Oh, worry about ruining it and incurring her wrath. Alice stroked my hair gently, and kissed my hair. It's okay, Bella, she whispered soothingly. I gripped one of her hands tightly in mine and sobbed until I passed out for the night. When I woke up the next morning, I was in the same fetal position as I was in last night, my head still on Alice's lap. I sat up on the bed and stretched, suppressing a yawn. I looked at her guiltily. Last night really happened, didn't it? I asked sadly. It wasn't just one of my freakishly vivid nightmares. Alice giggled a little but squeezed my hand reassuringly anyway. No, Angel, it really happened, she replied, telling me what I already knew. I'm sorry. I winced at the same time she did as her words hit me like a ton of bricks. I sighed, shaking my head. The way I left things with Gabriel left much to be desired. I had to go talk to him today, face to face, and apologize for the way I acted and for, well, everything. He deserved better. Alice saw my decision and nodded her head. I'll pick out your clothes for you, she offered. Only Alice would think of that at a time like this. Fashionable but not too. I'm sexy even after breaking your heart. What do you think? She asked, eyes shining but still sympathetic at the same time. I rolled my eyes. Sure, Alice, I said dryly. I headed over to the bathroom but turned to give her a smile. Thanks. She nodded her head once and went to my wardrobe. Flipping through the clothes, I thought I heard her mutter something about a shopping trip. I shuddered involuntarily. I fidgeted in the blue sundress Alice had made me wear. I thought it was too. I could care less but she'd told me to wear it or endure a non-stop weekend of shopping. I had no choice. I dug around in my purse for my car keys. I wasn't looking where I was going and walked headfirst into Edward. I blushed, stumbling a little before he caught me. Good morning, H. He greeted me with his patented crooked smile. I groaned inwardly. Did he have to be so damn gorgeous right now? Morning, I replied. His eyes raked my outfit and he raised an eyebrow in question. I'm going to see Gabe, I stuttered. His face fell and he looked away from me. Oh, was all his sad, velvet voice said. I realized that he must have thought I was going to reconcile with Gabe. I fumbled around with my words until I could form a coherent sentence. I have to apologize, for last night. Because I never really said anything. I huffed in irritation at my lack of grace. I just need to tell him goodbye. Edward looked back at me, his face brightening up. He must have realized that he looked too happy for the occasion because he tried to look more solemn. I'm really sorry you have to do that, he said. I rolled my eyes. His grin was still intact on his face. You look it, I commented dryly. He chuckled. My fingers finally found my keys and I held it up. Well, I have to go. He waved and smiled at me. I walked out of the house and went straight for my McLaren. The drive to Gabriel's house wasn't as long as I wanted it to be. He lived only a few miles from our isolated home. I saw him outside, sitting on the porch. His Audi was nowhere to be seen. His pained eyes met mine for a brief instant as I climbed out of my car. Gabriel, I walked over to him. Can we talk, please? He sighed, and nodded his head, gesturing for me to sit down next to him. It hurt me that I had caused him so much pain. He really did mean a lot to me. He was an amazing friend, and a wonderful boyfriend. I shouldn't have hurt him like this. I couldn't find the words, and ended up repeating what I'd said last night. I'm sorry. He closed his eyes. You said that before, he said harshly, before sighing again and giving me an apologetic look. I bit my lip. I know, and I meant it. I never meant to hurt you, Gabe. I really do care for you. Things just aren't the same for me anymore. I don't know why I never saw this coming. I said honestly. Our breakup I had anticipated from day one. I had pushed it out of my mind because I was having too much fun with him, but I knew it had to happen. I would be a vampire before my 18th birthday, our relationship had to end before then. But falling in love with Edward was completely unexpected. He turned to look at me, revealing just how hurt he was. I flinched. Why didn't you tell me? He asked quietly. I looked down at my lap. You were so excited about the dance. You were so happy. I couldn't take that away from you. I figured we could have one last night together. Gabriel and Bella, before I had to say goodbye. I already promised you I would go with you. I trailed off uncomfortably. He didn't say anything. When I looked up, he was still staring at me. The hurt so plainly evident in his cloudy blue eyes. His eyes that had made me fall for him in the first place. Gabe, you were very important to me. You still are. You were wonderful to me. Whichever girl you choose to be with, she's the lucky one. Gabriel sighed, defeated. He attempted a small smile for me. I'm going to Australia, he announced. I looked at him, surprised. I already talked about it with Dimitri. Forks is too rainy to be adventurous, he joked. I laughed. I'm glad you're living out your dream of seeing the world, then, Gabriel, I told him, smiling. He reached forward and pulled me into a hug. I wrapped my arms around him and buried my face in the crook of his neck. He smelled like apples and a musky scent that I supposed was masculine. I smiled against his skin. If not romantically, I really did love Gabriel as a friend. I pulled back and pressed my lips to his warm cheek. You really did show me how I should live my life, Gabe. You showed me that I should be exciting and wonderful and fearless. You gave me a lot. I'll always be thankful to you. I squeezed his hand one last time and stood up. And I'm sorry. I was halfway to my car when Gabriel called me back. I turned around, frozen in place. He had stood up, too, and was staring right at me. He looked halfway between pained and curious. He was practically tipping over as he stood on his toes in anticipation. Is there someone else? I bit my lip. How would I even answer that? He understood my silence, though, and rocked back on his heel. It's Edward. It wasn't a question, it was a statement. My eyes filled up with tears as I watched the damage I had done to my friend. Goodbye, Gabriel, I said sadly, and walked back to my car. He let me leave without another word. I watched him in my rearview mirror, seeing him for the last time, until he disappeared from my view. Edward's paw. Edward, Bella complained, her arms and legs tightening around me as I ran. I had pulled her out of her room and dashed out of her window at top speed. It was nearing twilight now, perfect timing for my plan to work. The dance had been 9 days ago. The memory of her in that blue dress had haunted me every single day since then. She had looked so beautiful. Her dress flowed gracefully to her knees, her mahogany hair cascading in soft curls down her back. Her brown eyes had captivated me to a point where it was impossible not to touch her. I had almost lost my self-control and kissed her right there and then on the dance floor if it hadn't been for Jasper. The dress, the coy smile, that husky, "Hi," she had said to me. I remembered Alice's vision only after she had left the house. It was me she had been playing coy with. It was me she had been blushing for. To think I had disapproved of Alice's vision when I first saw it all those years ago. Rosalie had told me to take my time since Bella had been heartbroken at having to hurt her friend that way. Alice, however, told me that tonight was the perfect time to tell her. Tell her, as if she didn't already know. Of course, I hadn't actually said those 3 little words to her. I supposed it could get confusing, especially after everything that had happened. Jasper told me she was insecure about my feelings for her. 9 days had gone by. 216 hours. 12,960 minutes. 777,600 seconds. It was more than enough time. It was definitely enough to drive me insane. She asked me again where we were going, but I only laughed. I wanted it to be a surprise. You'll see when we get there, Bella. I tried sounding stern, but the laughter was evident in my voice. I think my anxiety over her reaction was affecting me. We reached the meadow, but I stopped before she could catch a glimpse of it. She looked confused because I suddenly stopped and pulled her off my back. She looked around the darkness surrounding us and raised an eyebrow at me. Why did we stop here? She asked, puzzled. Is this the part where you pull out a ritualistic knife and kill me? I barked out a laughter that sent an owl flying away, hooting in surprise. I shook my head at her absurdity. We're going to have to monitor your viewing habits. I teased. I have something to show you, but you have to cover your eyes. She giggled. Doesn't that contradict your other statement? She asked, closing her eyes anyway. I swept her up into my arms and she squealed in surprise, her eyes flying open. Eyes closed, I demanded. She closed her eyes and slapped her hand over her lids. I walked to the meadow at vampire speed. A light breeze blowing through her hair. I brought her to the middle of the meadow and set her on her feet. I released her, picking something off the ground and hiding it behind my back with both hands. She was wrinkling her nose, smiling as she took in the sweet scent surrounding us. Open your eyes, Bella. She opened her eyes and gasped as she looked around her. I had placed candles all over the grass. It was damp enough and windless enough to not catch fire. I had scattered the green ground with forget-me-nots, gardenias, freesia, red tulips and roses. I had done my research. I knew the meaning of each of these flowers. Just like I knew Bella would know. It was why she was looking around her, gaping at them as her eyes filled with tears. Forget-me-nots signified true love. Gardenias for secret love and sweet love. Freesia for her scent and for her innocence. Red tulips for declaration of love. The coral and orange roses for passion and desire. She turned her gaze slowly towards me, her wide brown eyes meeting my golden orbs. Edward, she whispered, stunned. I pulled her over to sit down on the blanket I had placed in the middle of the meadow with one hand, the other still behind my back. Once we had both sat down, I brought out what I was hiding, cupping it in both my hands. I held it out for her. A single full-bloom red rose. That meant, I love you. She stared at it, long and hard. And I saw tears starting to spill over onto her cheeks. Bella, I said softly. I love you. Edward's paw. She turned her gaze slowly towards me, her wide brown eyes meeting my golden orbs. Edward, she whispered, stunned. I pulled her over to sit down on the blanket I had placed in the middle of the meadow with one hand, the other still behind my back. Once we had both sat down, I brought out what I was hiding. Cupping it in both my hands. I held it out for her. A single full-bloom red rose. That meant, I love you. She stared at it, long and hard, and I saw tears starting to spill over onto her cheeks. Bella, I said softly, I love you. At this, her head snapped up and she gasped. Her lower lip started to tremble as more tears made their way down her cheeks. I smiled, reaching over to wipe at the corners of her eyes. With trembling hands, Bella took the rose from my hands and cradled it in her own. I cupped the sides of her face with my hands and leaned my forehead against hers. Closing my eyes, I breathed in her sweet scent. There was a slight burn in the back of my throat, but it didn't take over me. I was controlling myself without even trying. I'm so confused, Bella said finally. I frowned, looking down into her eyes. They were tinged pink slightly because she had been crying. What are you confused about? I asked her softly. A shudder ran through her body and her eyes darkened slightly. Desire. I grinned at the blush covering her cheeks. Bella shrugged slightly, clearing her throat to regain some of her control. I just feel overwhelmed, I suppose. I didn't really understand with everything that happened these few weeks. And now, she looked at me, her eyes studying my face as if she was waiting for me to say this was all a dream. I shook my head, taking the flower from her and placing it next to her on the blanket. I took both of her hands in mine and rubbed soothing circles on the back of her hands. I'm in love with you, Bella. You are my everything, my heart, my soul, my entire existence, I told her sincerely. I bit my lip, hesitating before saying the next part. I wasn't sure if I should or if it would hurt her if I said it. I needed to get it all out, though. So I took a deep breath and spoke again. I realized I was in love with you when we made up after Maria's attack, I admitted. Her eyes widened and her breath hitched. I chuckled when I realized that she had stopped taking in her much-needed oxygen supply. I leaned forward and kissed the tip of her nose. Breathe, Bella, I whispered. Her eyes glazed over, and her heartbeat sped up. She parted her strawberry lips and sucked in the air, though, so I smiled. When Gabriel came to Forks, I let my eyes fall to the blanket, unable to meet her eyes. This heart it breaks every time I see you with him. It hurts to not be with you. I wanted to kill him or get him deported at the very least. Every time I saw him with you, I wanted to take you away and never give you back. Bella was silent. I must have scared her. Saying things like these. Maybe I hadn't been so clear on my feelings. Maybe I was overwhelming her even more. Maybe this really was too soon for her, after everything that had happened with Gabriel. As much as I hated to admit it, he meant a lot to her. I bit my lip and continued, I just wanted you to know that I'll wait for you if you need the time. I'll wait forever if that's what you want. I finally looked up into her eyes and pleaded, just don't run from me, please. Bella simply stared at me, a new bout of tears spilling over. With a shaky hand, she reached out and touched my face. I leaned into her warmth, my eyes fluttering close as she traced every inch of my face. She felt so soft to the touch. Her fingers were at my mouth, tracing lightly over my lips. I took hold of her hand by the wrist, and kissed her fingers one by one, gently. I brought my lips to her wrist and inhaled deeply. My eyes finally fluttered open and I looked at her. I couldn't help but be expectant of her answer. Bella closed her eyes, and she attempted to even out her breathing. When it didn't work, she gave up and opened her eyes again. Her smile would have brought me to my knees had I not been sitting down. That was when I knew her answer. Bella's paw. Here I was, sitting next to the most beautiful creature alive. Surrounded by candles and flowers, and all I could do was cry. I couldn't stop myself. I felt so happy, but so guilty at being this happy after everything that had happened at the dance. Gabriel had already left for Australia, but we hadn't left things at a particularly good note. I felt bad for it. I felt anxious about what was to happen next, but in a good way. Then I remembered everyone at home. And became afraid of it. Edward started to ramble about how he understood if I needed time. I had never seen him so utterly nervous. It brought me back down to earth. Hard. What on earth was I doing? The man, or rather, the vampire, of my dreams was confessing his love to me, and I was just sitting there, crying and making him feel uncomfortable. So I sucked in a deep breath and tried to calm my wild heart. When it wouldn't listen, I gave up and settled for just telling him everything I felt. I opened my eyes and gave him the biggest smile. I couldn't help that, either. He blinked once at me. A look of hope and disbelief crossing his flawless features one after another. If I hadn't been so nervous, I would have laughed at how comical he looked. I cupped the side of his face with my hand and lightly brushed at his cold skin. It felt amazing against my fiery skin. Edward, I beamed at him. I love you, too. I had been in love with him for as long as I could remember. I remembered having my first crush on him when I was 8. I remembered waking up to him after having a particularly horrible nightmare. I remembered the first time I realized how much my heart fluttered around him. I remembered the moments we shared together when we first came to terms with our attraction to one another. And I remembered the exact moment I realized I was in love with him. Edward gave me his crooked smile. But it was wider somehow, happier. Before I could even blink, he had closed the gap between us. The force of his embrace knocked me backwards and I laughed. Edward grinned, and shifted until I was in a comfortable position. He leaned over me, and I gasped at the intensity in his eyes. He was still holding one of my hands, and he raised it above my head, holding our entwined fingers to the ground. He leaned in closer, and my heart started to pound like I had been running a marathon. I whispered his name as his lips slowly descended on mine. I gasped into his kiss. We hadn't actually kissed on the lips since that night at the reflection pond. The intensity of it, the electricity I felt humming between our bodies, was too overpowering. I felt like I was about to burst just in the sheer presence of him. Our lips moved together as one. My free hand ran up his chest, and slid into his thick bronze hair. It felt so soft and so welcoming. I tangled my fingers in it and pulled him in deeper into our kiss. I didn't want him to let go of me, or stop what he was doing. Edward pulled back slightly and I moaned, wanting him to get closer. I blushed as I realized what I had just done. He smiled, pressing a kiss to my collarbone. The feel of his cool lips on my flesh made my somewhat calming heart to burst out into overdrive again. I flushed deeper, but Edward's lips curved into a smile against my skin. His lips trailed up to my pulse point, and further up to my jaw. Do you have any idea how long I've wanted you? He whispered against my lips. I shuddered, my free hand gripping the front of his shirt and my trapped one struggling to get free. Edward reached for my free hand and pinned it down on the other side of my head. His lips sucked my bottom lip very softly. Good God, the man could give me a heart attack just by kissing me. I smiled suddenly. He was kissing me. Edward was kissing me. That sounded, and felt, so amazing. I expected Edward to remark on my smile, but he was too distracted. His lips left a painful burning trail as he kissed down my throat. He inhaled my scent, then made his way further down. I felt my eyes rolling back into my head, and a loud moan escaped my lips. I didn't even have the thought to blush. I was too caught up with his mouth on my skin. I arched into him, making him groan. His hands released mine as he slid them under me. His cool hands slowly ran from my shoulder blades, down my back and further down to the back of my thighs. I was either hyperventilating or having a cardiac arrest or both. I gripped at his shirt, nearly going mad with the emotions surging through me. The love I felt for him flowed freely between us. There were no reservations now. I loved him, and he loved me. It had never been this right. When he pulled away from kissing me, he only did it to give me time to calm down. I needed to breathe, something that I forget every time he touched me. He didn't move an inch away from me, though, and for that I was thankful. I started to breathe again after a minute or so, and stayed still for a moment. I still had a lot to talk to him about. I had a lot to apologize for. I looked straight into his topaz eyes. And teared up. He reached out with one hand and stroked my cheek lovingly. That only served to make my tears spill over. Edward started to panic. "What is it, Bella?" he asked, worried. I shook my head. "I don't deserve you," I whispered, closing my eyes. I had gone around denying my feelings for him all the while falling deeper in love with him. I had forced myself to Lou K the other way and ended up hurting the both of us, and then some. If I had just confessed, even if it was only to myself, then maybe things wouldn't be so complicated. Maybe I wouldn't have hurt my friend. Maybe. Edward leaned down and kissed my tears away. My arms around him tightened. "I'm so sorry, Edward," I whispered. "I should have just admitted it. I'm sorry I ran. I never wanted to." He pressed his fingers to my lips, then replaced them with his lips. He pressed his lips gently on mine, the electricity shocking me once more, and pulled back to look me in the eyes. "You had to take the time," he assured me. "Even up to moments ago. You were so confused. I was the moment I knew we were meant to be together. I had to learn to accept it first, and you did, too." I brought one hand to his chest and caressed him through his shirt. "How can you still say this after I hurt you? After everything with Gabriel?" I asked, truly wanting to know. A look of pain flashed through his eyes at the mention of Gabriel and I winced. I made a mental note never to mention him again. "Sorry," I whispered again, looking away. I hadn't even realized just how much I had hurt Edward. How could I have done that? How could I have been so blind? "Look at me, Isabella," he commanded. A shiver shot through me when he called me by my full name. It meant that he was dead serious about something. When I faced him, I had to bite my lip to keep from gasping. His eyes had darkened. I saw the love, the desire, the soul in his eyes as they bore into me. The candles glowing around us only served to make it all the more intense. Edward ran a hand lightly down the side of my body and I really did gasp, my eyes fluttering close of its own accord. I felt his lips pressing to my ear. "Open your eyes, Isabella." I did so, and stared at him helplessly. I felt so weak when he held me this way. He refused to spare me from the intensity of his gaze. This is why I can still say this. I understand why you needed to be with him. I understand the time you needed to sort it all out. If you hadn't, you might not even realize it now. I have you now, and I'm never letting you go. You are my life now, Bella. Never doubt that." I tugged at his shirt. I was too speechless for words and too caught up in the passion of his words to care. I needed him. I wanted him. I had to have him. Edward must have either sensed how wild my feelings were driving me, or he felt the same way. He bent down and caught my lips with his. He moved slowly above me, sliding his hand into my hair. When I arched myself into him, his free hand pressed on the small of my back and held me to him. I grasped at him desperately, running my hands along his back, and to his front, trying to feel as much of him as I could. The sky had darkened completely, but I didn't mind it. The way Edward was touching me had driven all sensible thought out the window. All I wanted was to stay with him like this all night. And all day tomorrow. In fact, all I wanted was to stay with him like this forever. My perfect piece of heaven. Edward's lips found mine again, and he gently bit down on my lower lip. My eyes flew open in surprise but he only smiled at me. I blushed and pulled back slightly, needing the air. Edward trailed little kisses down my neck. He playfully nibbled at my skin, sucking and biting alternatively. I pulled him closer, but my mind was starting to think of my family back home. I needed to know if they were going to be angry with us. I needed to know if they would be all right with this. I wasn't planning on letting Edward go, either. "Edward," I called out. My voice was breathy and husky instead of clear and strong. I cleared my throat and tried again, but it didn't work. I decided to just ask him. "Are we allowed to do this?" I asked, my V. OICE sounding strangled even to my own ears. Edward murmured. Since his lips were against my skin, a tremor shot through me. What do you mean? He asked, kissing me in between words. I laughed. He wasn't even paying attention. I tugged at his hair until he looked into my eyes. He grinned my favorite crooked smile, crawling back up so that we were eye to eye. He leaned his weight on his elbows on either side of me. Without even thinking, I unbuttoned his first 2 buttons and pulled the shirt so that I could see the little bit of his bare chest. I trailed little aimless shapes and figures on the smooth plane, and felt him shiver. I smiled, and continued. What will the others think of this? I asked, eyebrows furrowing together at the thought of what was waiting for us at home. Instead of answering, Edward groaned, dropping his head to my shoulder. He breathed in and out heavily before lifting his head. He grabbed my wrist and pulled my hand away from his chest. If you actually want E to answer or listen to your question for that matter, he growled. You're going to have to stop doing that. I couldn't help laughing at the half-tortured, half-pleasured look on his face. He scowled at my amusement until I controlled myself. Then a smile flitted across his face. Are you worried about the family? When I nodded my head, he laughed. You don't have to worry about that. They've been waiting for this to happen, he told me. At my bewildered look, he chuckled again and started to explain. Apparently, Alice has had visions of the 2 of us falling in love with one another since the very beginning. They didn't even tell Edward until when I was 13. That was the time he decided to stay away from me. He wanted to protect me from this life. I knew that if there was even the slightest chance that you could be saved from becoming a monster, my falling for you would change that. We would never let each other go, and you would ultimately be damned, like me, he said quietly. I wanted to protect you. What I didn't know was that I already loved you. It just took time for that love to grow into this. And it just took time for the both of us to realize it. I let out a huge breath. That I hadn't realized I had been holding. All of that time he'd known he would fall in love with me. Paris, my birthday, all that time he ignored me and favored Tanya he knew. And I thought finding out he'd been in love with me since Maria attacked was big news. I rolled my eyes. Alice could have just told me, I said, pouting. That would have saved me a lot of headaches. Edward laughed, and kissed my pouting lips. Well, she didn't think so, and you can never contradict the psychic, he reminded me. I sighed. Of course not. I frowned as I thought about the visions, and our future. Wait, so what does it mean? That Alice saw us falling in love so far back? Is this just a ploy fate has in store or something? He shook his head, kissing my cheek gently. I blushed. He didn't seem to be able to stop himself from touching me in some way every now and then. Not that I minded, at all. Alice saw it so far back because our love is inevitable. Can you feel how strong it is? He whispered. I nodded my head, entranced by the beauty of him. He was glowing in the light emanating from the candles. Edward smiled gently at me. Visions and fate has nothing to do with it. This love involves only you and me. Our hearts, our feelings, our love, not anything or anyone else, he said firmly. So everyone's all right with it? I asked. He nodded his head, and leaned down to trail kisses down my neck. Carlisle, and Esme, they wouldn't want to kill you, would they? He shook his head slightly against my skin, not breaking contact. And Rosalie, his lips froze on my skin and he pulled back slightly. His eyes were wary. I groaned inwardly. I knew it. If Rose reacted so badly to Gabriel, she would react 10 times as worse with Edward. Edward's hands immediately cupped my face, and he stroked my cheeks lovingly. Bella, it'll be all right, he assured me. Carlisle and Esme will be pleased that we have found one another at last. Rosalie would be tougher, but true love can't be defeated, Bella. Not even by overly protective mothers. Despite the situation, I laughed. I'd like to hear you say that to Rose's face, I joked. He pretended to be horrified. Only on the day I decide to be suicidal, he teased back. We collapsed on each other. Edward careful not to crush me with his weight, shaking with laughter. I felt a slight chill. I had come all the way here with just my t-shirt and one of the shorts I wore to bed. Edward noticed this and ran a finger down my bare arm. Do you want to go home? He asked. Go home, and leave every single detail of his perfect confession behind? Never. If I could, I would stay here forever. I knew that was impossible, but I at least wanted to stay for a little while more. I shook my head and brought him closer for another kiss. I could never get enough of him. Edward smiled into our kiss. I felt his tongue sweeping my bottom lip, and parted my lips to grant him entrance. I gasped at the sweet taste of him. His cold tongue made it feel like I was sucking on a very sweet candy. I gasped when I felt his hands slipping under the short t-shirt I was wearing, his fingers caressing my bare back. As his hands inched higher, my t-shirt bunched upwards. My trembling hands made their way to the front of his shirt and I started to undo the buttons that were still intact. I pushed the fabric down his shoulders, eager to feel the hard muscles of his torso. I ran my hands down his neck to his marble chest. Edward bit down on my collarbone, careful not to break the skin, and I gasped, arching into him. His hands were tugging my shirt upwards. The phone rang. The both of us groaned, our eyes snapping open. Why did I have a strange feeling of déjà vu? We reached for our phones, both his and mine were ringing. The caller ID read Alice. I rolled my eyes, sharing a look with Edward. We answered at the same time. You do not want to do that. She yelled into the phone, making me cringe at the volume of her voice. I blushed as I realized that Alice had seen us making love. She had seen our decision. Our unspoken agreement. I caught Edward's eyes. He, too, looked abashed, but he was grinning from ear to ear. I blushed even harder and looked down. At least, not tonight, she sang out, giggling. Will you come home, already? I need to talk details with Bella. At this, I groaned, closing my eyes and shaking my head as I thought of the torture she would put me through. Edward laughed, then took on a serious tone. Not tonight, Alice. It's late, he said firmly. Alice snorted. Did you tell that to your hormones? She quipped. Both Edward and I shut our phones off and threw them to the ground. He sighed as he rested his head on my chest, hearing my heartbeat. I suppose she's right, he murmured. We really should be heading back. I tightened my grip around him, knowing it would do nothing. Do we have to? I whined. Edward chuckled and nodded his head. He lifted his head but kissed the spot above my racing heart through my shirt. I promise we'll have plenty of time to catch up, he grinned. Kissing me one last time before standing up. He went around the meadow and blew out the candles. I couldn't see a thing in the darkness, but Edward scooped me up bridal style and carried me through the forest. I knew he was running at vampire speed because I could feel the wind rushing through my hair. As we reached the house, I grew more anxious. Can't we just hide in Mexico? I mumbled into Edward's shirt. He laughed, shaking his head. Where did you even get that? He asked. Rosalie would kill us if we ran away. Seeing my apprehension, he leaned down and kissed my forehead. I promise it'll be all right, Bella. Edward tried to be sneaky, and dashed up the side of the house, and climbed into my window. As soon as I was on the bed, though, the door burst open and Alice waltzed in, beaming. She stopped short and glared at Edward. You do know we could hear her heartbeat from a mile away, right? He shrugged, and I pouted. Alice jumped onto the bed and tackled me, making me squeak out in surprise as her pixie arms tangled around me. See, I told you. Well, I didn't tell you, she told me. But I told you, she squealed to Edward, who promptly rolled his eyes. Rosalie stormed in, followed by Emmett with a camera and Jasper who was grinning like an idiot. Thank God Carlisle and Esme didn't tag along. I suppose they were the only sane ones in the house. Before I knew it, Rosalie had pried Alice away from me and lifted me off the bed. She brought me close to her and started sniffing me. Ack, I struggled against her. Mother, what are you doing? Rosalie glared at Edward. Your scent is all over her. She growled. What did you do? I blushed a fiery red, thinking of what had happened back at the meadow. Emmett howled with laughter, and Jasper snickered. Rosalie dropped me, and I would have fallen to the ground and hid myself if Alice hadn't caught me. Rose stepped towards Edward, her fists clenching at her sides. She's 16 years old, she roared at him. Surprisingly, Edward didn't move a single muscle. He didn't even flinch. If Rose had been yelling at me like that, I would have ran all the way to the next state. Rosalie, he said calmly. Bella and I didn't do anything like that. I just told her I loved her, and she confessed, as well. That was all. Well, if he considered what we did as nothing, I'd love to see his idea of something. I shook my head slightly. Where on earth did that thought come from? It sounded like something that would have came out of Emmett's head rather than mine. Rosalie didn't seem to believe Edward as she stepped even closer. I told you no doing stuff. She yelled at him. I interrupted before this turned out to be a full-blown argument. If I said I'm not a child, would it make a difference? No, Rosalie growled. That's what I thought. Jasper chuckled and said, Rose, believe me, they didn't do anything. She gave him a questioning look. Sexual frustration, check. That didn't calm her down at all, but it did embarrass me into the next century. I didn't think it could get any worse. Until Emmett decided to open his mouth, of course. He stuck the video camera in my face and asked in a radio DJ's voice, "How does it feel to be mildly sexually active with our very own Eddie?" I groaned, slapping a hand on my face. "Is it possible to die of humiliation?" I asked Jasper. He put on a thoughtful look. "No, but we're very close to it now," he said, alluding to his empath power. There was a knock at the door and Esme stepped inside. "All right, that's enough, children. Bella needs her sleep now. We'll discuss this tomorrow, when we're not as wired," she said sternly. I sighed in relief. Emmett and Jasper went out first. Rosalie glared for a few more moments at a calm Edward before stomping out of the room. Alice kissed my cheek and danced out the door. Esme came inside and hugged me tightly. "Congratulations," she laughed, kissing my forehead. I blushed and she released me, heading out the door. "Say goodnight and go to your own room, Edward. Neither Rosalie nor I, for that matter, will be pleased if you stay in here tonight," she informed Edward, who nodded his head. "Of course," he said, quite the gentleman. Once she was gone, I turned to Edward. Eyebrows raised. "Okay, how did you not quake in fear?" I asked him incredulously. "Rose was just about ready to tear your head off." Edward chuckled. "I won't answer that quest. I on when she's anywhere near hearing range," he said. I burst out into giggles. "You were afraid, weren't you?" I said between my snickers. "What, did Jasper have to calm you down?" He looked sheepish as he said. I might have asked him beforehand to make me calm when facing Rosalie. When I laughed again, he scowled at me. "You try having her growling at you like that." I shook my head. "Only when I'm suicidal," I choked out. Edward grinned and leaned forward. My heartbeat sped up as he leaned in and captured my lips in a kiss. He made to pull back, but I tangled my fingers in his hair and pulled him closer. He fell on top of me, but kept his weight off of me by holding himself up with his elbows. I wrapped my legs around his middle in an attempt to press him further closer to me. "Get off my daughter." I jumped, gasping, as did Edward. We shared a look. I couldn't help laughing at the fearful look on his face. He scowled at me before joining me in my laughter. Edward pressed his lips gently to mine before pulling back. "I really should leave before Rosalie comes in here with a lighter." "I'll see you tomorrow, love," he whispered. My heart fluttered as he called me that and I couldn't help the goofy smile spreading on my lips. He kissed me again once, and pushed himself off the bed. "Good night, Bella." "Night, Edward," I sighed, closing my eyes as I thought back to everything that had happened tonight. It all seemed surreal to me. I kept waiting for a killer clown to come out of the closet and scream, "Just kidding." I kept waiting to wake up to a less than perfect reality. I fell asleep in the same position I was in. A smile on my lips as I thought of Edward. He was in love with me. Me, Isabella Hale. He loved me. My heart felt like it was going to explode. Finally, I have found my one, true love. Rosalie's Pav. I could hear Bella in her bathroom, and rolled my eyes. Finally, the time humans take to sleep ridiculous. I had gotten so close to banging on her door and just shaking her awake. I would have, too, if Emmett hadn't been holding me back. It was 7 in the morning, on a Saturday morning. I was finally going to talk to both her and Edward. She was my daughter, after all. I had a right to do so. Edward was already in the kitchen downstairs, preparing breakfast for her. I supposed now he was going to get all 1900s gentlemen on her. I rolled my eyes again and huffed. Truthfully, I couldn't think of a better person to be with Bella. He would respect her, take care of her and love her with all his heart. And she was already so deeply in love with him, as he was with her. But she was still a 16-year-old girl. A child. She was young and naive and so full of youth. I didn't want anything to happen to her. I didn't want her to be heartbroken. I wanted her happy all the time. That was the only reason I hadn't ripped Edward to shreds. I wasn't stupid. I knew they did more than confess their love to one another. His scent was practically mixed into one with her. I could smell the arousal on her last night. All the while, 2 voices screamed in my head. One was telling me to be reasonable. Bella was old enough to make her choice. They loved each other. It was only natural to want that. Besides, they were soulmates. This wasn't just a silly fling. They cared deeply for one another. It was going to happen at some point. The other voice panicked. It was all going too fast, at least for me. I wanted Bella to have her innocence intact. I wanted her to continue being my baby girl. That wasn't going to happen if she was running around having sex with Edward. Sex. The word sounded disgusting to me now. Who would have thought? I walked out of my room to head downstairs and wait for Bella. I heard Alice pleading with Bella to do her hair and makeup. It's a Saturday, Alice. I'm not even going out of the house. Bella protested. I smirked to myself. Some things would never change. Please, Alice pleaded. I just want you to look nice for Edward. Her answer was so soft that I barely heard her. Fine. The smile slipped from my face. She was willing to dress up and play Bella Barbie with Alice for Edward. She really must care for him. I sighed. I knew their relationship was strong. I saw it grow before my very eyes throughout the years. But this was different. They weren't coming to terms with their emotional love. They were exploring their physical love. I didn't know if I should say, "This is your choice," or ground her for a month. When I went into the kitchen, I was greeted by the strangest sight. Emmett was videotaping Edward as he cooked, but the moody vampire himself was too busy smiling to care. Jasper was drinking out of a hunting flask as he watched in amusement. He had taken to drinking out of that thing lately because of Bella's empowering scent. He had the most trouble. I thought Edward would, because her scent was too alluring for him. But I said now that he's got her body to keep him distracted. Edward looked up and stared at me. It's not like that, Rosalie, and you know it, he said, flashing a glare at me. I glared right back at him. I'm the mother. You're the guy dating my daughter. I have a right to be as pissed off as I want, I informed him snippily. Edward sighed and got back to making whatever the hell he was making. I heard Bella's footsteps and her heartbeat growing louder as she approached the kitchen. Alice's scent also grew stronger, which meant she was with Bella. Bella took one look at Edward and snorted in laughter. Nice apron, she commented dryly. Edward grinned sheepishly and looked down at the apron he was wearing. It said, "Bite me," on it. Alice got it for me, he admitted. He looked like he would blush if he could. Bella came around the counter to give him a hug. She murmured, reaching up on her toes to kiss him. I cleared my throat loudly. When they didn't stop, I slammed my hand on the counter loudly. The marble cracked, making it sound like thunder. Bella jumped and nearly fell backwards, but Edward caught her around the middle. She blushed as he righted her into a standing position. Bella noticed Emmett and the camera and rolled her eyes. Do you have to document that? She asked, raising her eyebrow. He nodded his head eagerly. Yes. That was your first fall as Edward's mate, he said, as if this was all some big occasion. I stepped forward. Speaking of the whole mate thing. Bella cut me off. Okay, first of all, that sounded like we're a bunch of animals or something. It's sick and wrong, no offense. She cracked a humorous smile at us. I think Emmett's sense of humor really did one on her. And secondly, did we forget the whole Emmett scarring me for life incident? She asked, huttering at the thought of when she learned where babies came from. Isn't that enough torture for a lifetime? Or two? I rolled my eyes at her. I wasn't going to go down that road, I told her. It would have been too awkward for me to start talking about sex with her. I still viewed her as my little girl. I'll leave that to Carlisle and Esme, I said, making the relief on her face turn into horror. I was going to lay down the rules. Again, Bella groaned, sitting on a stool at the kitchen aisle, opposite Jasper. He chuckled and gave us all a round of serenity. It did nothing for me. I placed my hands on my hips and glared at her. You haven't even seen tough love, Rosalie style. Don't make me unleash my motherly nature on you. Bella sighed. If we have to do this, could you quit the theatrics and get on with it? She asked, dropping her head in her hands. I took in a deep breath and started. No sleeping in the same room. I don't sleep, Edward quipped. He and Bella burst out into laughter, like a pair of lovesick teenagers. I slapped my palm on my forehead. They were going to drive me crazy. No doing anything in the same room together. No beds, no couches, no floors. I thought about it. They could still do it standing up. You know what, just stand. 2 feet apart. No going at it against the wall, either. Mom, Bella cried, covering her face with her hands. But this was important. Emmett, and I had done it plenty of times that way. No, see, 'cause that's possible. I do not need to hear this. Bella said, clapping a hand over her ears. I started to pace, one arm wrapping around my waist, the other hand tapping my chin thoughtfully. Had I left anything out? No make-out sessions. No touching. Bella sighed impatiently and interrupted me. Mother, she said, a hint of irritation in her voice. I knew she only called me Mother when she was less than happy with how I was acting. I stopped pacing and looked at her. That's not going to work if we're, together, she pointed out, blushing in her Bella way. I looked at her, long and hard. She was right, that wasn't going to work. They would have to touch and kiss, and I shuddered at the thought. Edward, reading my mind, chuckled lightly. I glared at him before rushing to Bella's side at vampire speed. How do you feel about boarding school? In Switzerland, all girls. Bella glared at me, her lips pursed into a thin line. She turned away from me and looked at Edward. Did you make me breakfast, or is there another human in the house? She asked. I tapped my foot impatiently. Edward looked amused as he replied. Not unless you can think of someone else who likes chocolate chip pancakes, he said. Bella laughed. How about everyone on the planet? Jasper made a face. Excuse me, but I find it disgusting and I'm on the planet, he joked. I groaned, and grabbed Bella by the shoulders, turning her around to face me again. Bella, I whined, I'm not going to an all-girls boarding school in Switzerland, Mom, she said determinedly. For God's sake, Alice had a vision of this like a decade ago. Shouldn't you be the one all calm and centered while I freak out? I shrugged. It's not in the maternal handbook to be calm and collected, and your daughter decides to get all sexually active. Bella blushed and cringed. Yeesh, don't ever say that. Sounds wrong coming from my own mother, she shuddered. I harumphed impatiently. That's not the point, Bella. She held up her hand, stopping me. No, the point is I'm growing up. I am grown up. I love Edward very much. You're going to have to deal with that. And, didn't you raise me better than this? The least you could do is have a little faith in me, she said, looking slightly hurt. I bit my lip, and pulled her into a hug. I do trust you, I just don't trust 100-year-old vampires who have been sexually repressed since birth. Bella patted my back as she hugged me back. How about you just trust me instead? She suggested. I thought about it. It could work, except that Edward could be charming when he wanted to be. He never actually used it for personal pleasure, but I saw the way Bella looked at him all the time. I wasn't saying that he would con her into having sex. As just saying that with the emotions building up in them, it was only a matter of time before they gave in, gentleman or no gentleman. How about if you just wait 100 years? I spoke up. Even out the playing field. Carlisle's Pav. Rosalie had asked Esme and I to talk to Bella and Edward. Asked might have been a mild way to put it. Forced was more like it. Now here I was, sitting opposite the two of them. All four of us were incredibly uncomfortable. Truth be told, I knew there was no reason to do this. Edward would never take that step with Bella before marriage, or even before her change, really. They might be slightly more intimate than their usual selves, but that was to be expected in a relationship. Other than that, Rosalie nor Esme nor I had nothing to be worried about. But Esme had agreed with Rosalie. We needed to at least lay down the laws. When I had protested, Esme had said that if it had been anyone else Bella was dating, I would have done the same. Hadn't I sat her down? And for an hour when she started dating Gabriel. But Edward was different. He was a 1900s gentleman, not to mention he would never hurt Bella. I think he would gladly claw his eyes out first before harming her in any way. Edward was taking Bella somewhere. We had to be quick about this. I think they planned it that way. Bella cleared her throat, blushing as she looked from Esme to me. Are you going to say anything? She asked awkwardly. I exchanged a look with Esme and then turned back to look at the newest couple in our family. I slowly nodded my head. Well, I would just have to lay down some rules, I suppose, I begun. No sleeping in the same room. Bella rolled her eyes. Rose already covered that, she informed me. Well, Rosalie sure was protective of her daughter. I knew she considered Bella her own. So it really wasn't a big surprise. I bit my lip. What was I supposed to say? Be home by 11, I sighed, shaking my head. Rosalie just wants to make sure that the two of you won't go to the next level, I said in a rush. As I said this, Bella turned purple, and Edward just looked away from all of us, staring intently at the wall clock. Bella sucked in a deep breath. Well, that's intrusive, she said finally. But, thank you, she said, her eyebrows furrowing. I cracked a small grin. She, too, had no idea what to say to this. Esme suddenly burst from her seat and enveloped Bella and Edward in a tight hug. Oh, I'm just so happy, she gushed. You know, I've waited for this for years. Bella blushed while Edward coughed slightly, embarrassed. They hugged Esme back. When she wouldn't let go, Bella patted her back and said, Mom, you're strangling me. Esme pulled back, her pale face absolutely glowing, it seemed. Sorry, dear, she giggled, smoothing Bella's hair down. I'm just really happy you've found each other. It's only a mother's dream that her daughter finds her true love. Bella snorted. Maybe you should share that dream with Rosalie, she muttered under her breath. Esme, EDW. Art and I burst into laughter and Bella smiled slightly. Edward calmed himself and said, Carlisle, Esme. You know I would never hurt Bella. I love her too much. I promise I will take care of her. I beamed at him. As I knew you would, son. I said proudly. Bella glared at us. First of all, I'm sitting right here. And secondly, I'm not a little girl. I don't need anyone to take care of me. Yes, you do, Esme. Edward and I countered simultaneously. Bella rolled her eyes and stood up, clapping her hands together. Okay, great. Now that we've got all that covered, can we go now? I started to panic. Wait, Rose wants us to talk. About things. I cringed at the thought of it. I never actually had to give that talk to Jasper and Alice and even Rosalie and Emmett. They were adults and fully responsible for their actions. Not to mention that they were each other's mates and it was an inevitability. It never bothered me that they were intimate. But this was different because Bella was our child. Not to mention human and only 16. Even I was protective of her. But giving her a talk on sex with Edward. Not something I would rather be doing. Edward took Bella's hand and they rushed to the door. Edward helped Bella put on her coat and pulled her towards the door. Bella called out to me over her shoulder, I know. Sex equals bad. Kiss, but no babies. To serve man as a cookbook. Love you, gotta go. Esme took her seat next to me once again and took my hand. We were both silent for a moment. Then I turned to her and smiled slightly. Well, that went well. Don't you think? Edward's paw. I was laughing as I ran, Bella on my back. Edward, it's not funny. She slapped my shoulder lightly, but she, too, was giggling. The lengths Rosalie would go to protect her daughter were bordering ridiculous. An all-girls boarding school in Switzerland. A talk with Carlisle and Esme. I was glad she was Bella's mother and not mine, selfish as that was. I stopped as soon as we were at the river, but far enough from the house. I found a large boulder and placed Bella on it, sitting next to her. She wrapped her arms around my waist and snuggled into me, resting her head on my chest. I smiled contentedly, and wrapped my arms around her as well. I stroked her hair gently. She was quiet for the longest time. I kissed her hair, making her look up at me. I saw the worry in her eyes and frowned. I reached out and traced her eyes lightly. What's wrong, Bella? I asked softly. Bella shrugged and made to turn away, but I held her gaze. Her eyes glazed over and her mouth hung open. I frowned deeper, and pulled back slightly. Bella blinked rapidly, and blushed, turning away. You know it's unfair when you do that, she mumbled embarrassedly. Do what? I asked, confused. I hadn't done anything but look at her. Bella shot me an incredulous look. Dazzle me, she said, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. Oh, come on, Edward, her tone grew exasperated. You have to know the effect you have on people. Was she referring to when I would use my enhanced looks to get whatever I needed from people? That was just some thing all vampires could do. It helped us get around unnoticed. And for the vampires who followed the original diet, it helped them lure their prey. I had never done that to Bella, though. I had never tried it before. And, dazzle, she truly was an odd little human. I laughed. Dazzle, I repeated. Bella blushed harder, and nodded her head. I smiled widely. Is that what that is? When you would start breathing faster. And your eyes become unfocused and your breathing speed up and your palms start to sweat. She looked at me like I had grown another head. Okay, yes to the first three and, ew, to the last one, she replied. Making a face. I ignored that, grinning like the cat who ate the canary. I dazzle you? I asked, a little too happy for her liking, apparently. She blushed and looked down. Frequently. I laughed, tipping her head up by the chin and pressed my lips to hers gently. I pulled back slightly and looked her directly in the eyes. I had never tried to dazzle her before, but it seemed to be working. Even her heartbeat sped up. I smirked. I'll be using that to my benefit, I informed her. Bella groaned and dropped her head back on my chest. Now will you tell me what was both? Ring you or do I have to dazzle it out of you? I teased. I shouldn't have told you that, she mumbled into my shirt. I snorted. I resent that. I would have figured it out sooner or later, Bella. I am an incredibly smart vampire, you know. I joked. More like Mr. Know-it-all, she shot back, laughing. She was silent for a moment, then said, I'm just worried. About us, what others will think. I know I shouldn't, I don't want them to think I move from one guy to the next without taking a breath, she said. I felt my hands clenched into fists at the thought. I hadn't even given any thought to what the children at school would say. I knew teenagers could be brutal to one another. No doubt there were certain people in school who would be less than happy with Bella, and would be less than kind with their words. Bella continued before I could say anything, I don't mind if it's just me they're going to talk about. I stared at her in disbelief. She didn't care if they talked about her. Did she even know just how horrible they could be? But it's you, too. And our family, she added. Of course. Martyr Bella strikes again. She always cared for others before caring for herself. If she suffered, she chose to hide her pain and suffer in silence. She bit her lip, hesitating, as if the next part of her confession would hurt me. I gestured for her to go on, and she did so reluctantly. And Charlie and Renee, I know they died a long time ago, she winced. But I still don't want them to have anything to do with this. You know how everyone in Forks is like. Not to mention Lauren and her friends. I interrupted her before she could worry about it anymore. Bella, I said, taking her hand and kissing her palm lightly. I will be there with you every step of the way. I know certain people would be harsh. But don't ever let them get to you. You and I are meant to be, and we both know it. If Charlie and Renee were alive, or if they could know this somehow, they would be glad to know that their daughter is happy, I said truthfully. I knew my parents, if they were here or were listening in somehow, would be happy I found Bella. My father would find her endearing. She was polite, too, and had the right amount of zest. That might not have gone so well in the 1900s, but my father would have found it entertaining. My mother would have just been ecstatic that I'd met my soulmate. She was always anticipating it, and had ideas of how my true love would be. She had always pictured me with a brunette, ironic, I knew. She'd said that my future wife would be beautiful, artistic, independent, strong. And would always know what was on my mind and how to make me feel better. That was all Bella in a nutshell, and then some. I sighed as I looked down at her smiling face. She was enjoying the sun, tracing patterns on my arm as diamond sparkles bounced off my hard skin. She nodded her head against my chest. I guess I am being silly, she said, abashed. I was just kind of hoping to get through the rest of high school without any problems. I laughed daintily, kissing her cheek. How can that be for our very own danger magnet? I teased. She scowled at me, hating that nickname. Jasper and I had come up with that when she had gone to the hospital for the 4th time in a month when she was 8. She had been running, trying to catch the ball she and her friends were playing with and had run straight into the path of an oncoming truck. Alice had seen the vision and Emmett had gotten there just in time. We just sat there for a moment before Bella asked if we could swim in the river. I shrugged, smiling. It was a pretty sunny day. And if Bella grew cold, I could always run her back to the house in 2 minutes. We stepped past the stones and shrugged off our clothes. She was already wearing a bikini inside. I laughed. I supposed that she had been prepared the moment I mentioned river. She had become quite fond of swimming, really. Before either one of us could jump in, I heard a familiar yell and something pushing me in. Bella screamed as she, too, plunged inside. We spun around to find Emmett grinning like an idiot at us. Emmett, Bella yelled angrily, wiping at her eyes. What was that for? He shrugged. Nothing. Rosalie asked me to check up on you, and I got bored. You know, you can kiss now, he raised his eyebrows suggestively. Bella blushed, and ducked under the water. Emmett laughed, his shoulders shaking. I frowned at him. Would you just leave already? I snapped at him. He stuck his tongue out at me, and I rolled my eyes. He was standing close enough for me to splash him. He glanced down at the shirt he was wearing and his shoulders drooped. Ah, hell, he grumbled. Rose gave me this shirt. He looked up at me, glowering, and pointed a finger at me. Oh, it's on, Cullen. He turned away and ran back in the direction of the house. I crossed my arms over my chest. That was simply uncalled for. Rosalie asking Emmett to check in on us. I knew she was protective of Bella, but was this really necessary? She knew I would never hurt Bella. Unless this was a different kind of worry. Was she afraid of the intimacy of Bella's and my relationship? Truth be told, I had come very close to taking Bella. Marking her as mine. Just take last night, for example. I would have taken her if Alice hadn't called. That just wasn't the way I was raised. That wasn't the way I had wanted it to be. I wanted our first time to be special. While confessing our love to one another was a very special occasion, it had to be more than that. I didn't want to go that far before marriage. I already knew I was going to spend the rest of eternity with Bella. I would never let her go. I had never felt so euphoric. It was unbelievable, and Alice already had the vision of Bella agreeing to marry me, after she'd said no several times. I wondered why that was. Whatever the reason, she would be my wife. I wanted to keep us both pure until our wedding night. It was just a better way. We would, also, avoid Rosalie's wrath that way. I ducked under the water, as well. Seeing Bella, I smiled and swam up to her. I gripped her around the waist and pulled her up to the surface. Her cheeks were still red with embarrassment. She refused to look me in the eye. Well, that was humiliating, she mumbled. I chuckled, darting around in the water until I caught her eye. It could be. She clapped a hand over my mouth and my eyes flew open in surprise. Do not say the word, she said firmly. Whenever someone says that, it usually does end up badly. I nodded my head, to show her that I wouldn't say it, and she removed her hand. Rose is just concerned about us, I tried to defend her. But my argument was weak considering I myself was half-hearted about it. I knew Bella was human, fragile and young. I would never take advantage of her. In fact, I would never take advantage of anyone. Rosalie's motherly instincts had a way to go into overdrive sometimes. Bella rolled her eyes. No, Rose is just being overly protective. I'd have to talk to her soon, she sighed, shaking her head. I wrapped my arms around her waist and pulled her to me. Don't worry, Bella, she's only doing this because she loves you. She'll loosen up at her own time, I assured her. Bella was silent, but she moved her head to plant a kiss on my chest, right above my heart. I remembered her doing something similar at Reflection Pond. I felt a shudder run down my spine. Bella smiled, running her hand down my back. I tilted her head up and crashed my lips down on hers. She responded with the same fervor, one hand sliding into my hair to pull me closer. It took a lot of effort, but I pulled back slightly. I was trying to regain my control, which wasn't a good thing considering she was kissing down my neck, her fingers running through my hair. I grabbed her around the shoulders and pulled her away from me. I didn't let her move too far, though. I simply held her, just hugging her. Edward, she asked, concerned. I felt myself calm down and smiled. Opening my eyes. Bella was still worried. What's wrong? I shook my head. Nothing's wrong, Bella. I bit my lip. I was going to have to tell her that I wanted to slow down. While our actions were beyond pleasurable, I couldn't continue doing that much longer and still hold on to our purity until our wedding night. Unless our wedding night was tonight, of course. Bella knew me well enough not to accept nothing as an answer. She wrapped her arms around my neck and kissed me softly. Tell me, Edward, she pleaded, tilting her head to one side. I looked into her eye. Essen was instantly trapped in her brown eyes. Her gaze was so incredibly electrifying. I sighed, defeated. I would have to tell her. There was no escaping it. If I didn't, I would have to seem as if I was rejecting her every time we came close to it. I brushed the back of my hand on her cheek and she shuddered, biting her lip. Bella, I started. I want to slow down, I said in a rush. Her brows furrowed together, showing her confusion. I would have laughed out loud at how my statement could have been taken for anything, had I not been so nervous. I leaned down and caught her lips in a sweet kiss. When I pulled back, she was smiling widely at me, though the confusion was still in her eyes. I love you, I whispered. And yesterday we came pretty close to. I looked down at the water, embarrassed. Bella laughed awkwardly. Yes, we did, she stuttered, blushing a deep red. I looked up and gave her a half smile. At least I wasn't the only one who was uncomfortable with the situation. It's just that I want us to take things slow. I want us to enjoy being you and me, get used to being a couple and have all the sweet moments together. Bella nodded her head slowly, eyes narrowed as she took this in. So we can't, kiss or touch or anything? She asked, puzzled. I shook my head. No, we could do that, I said embarrassedly. I just think that we should wait before we She leaned forward and rested her forehead against mine. How long do you want to wait? She asked curiously. Our wedding night, I mumbled quietly. I didn't think she heard me, but her eyes widened and she pulled back, shocked. She lost her footing and tumbled backwards into the water. I caught her by the waist before she fell. She sputtered, looking at me like I had gone crazy. Our wedding night, she yelped. What on earth are you talking about? I laughed at her panic, and shook my head. Not for some time now, Bella, I assured her. She was less than pacified, however. Bella, I said, my T1 growing serious and my expression turning somber. You do know I plan on spending the rest of eternity with you. Bella nodded her head mutely, still staring at me with a blank expression. Then you do know that I'm going to propose to you at some point. This seemed to snap her out of her shock. But Edward, she breathed. I don't know if I'm wife material, she admitted sheepishly, shrugging her shoulders. I smiled, and ran my hands up and down her arms. She shivered but pulled herself closer to me. What would you consider wife material? I asked, genuinely curious. Well, I don't know. All I do know is that I don't think I'll fit into married life all that well, she said honestly, thinking as she said it. I spun her around in the water, our bodies entwined. Bella shrieked in surprise, then laughed at the feeling of water sloshing all around us. I leaned down to kiss her forehead. I think you would, I argued. You're beautiful, perfect, and you love me. I said that last part with a little hint of smugness. Bella snorted, though a faint pink tint colored her pale cheeks. I could only agree to the last one, she countered. I shook my head and sighed. Still not seeing yourself clearly, I see, I chided her mockingly. She kissed me gently, then ducked under the water. She surfaced a few feet away from me. I could say the same thing about you, she shouted, grinning widely. I gave chase to her, but used my vampire speed. I needed us to continue with the conversation. I wanted her to know of the future I wanted us to have. Not to mention the fact that our intimacy had to be restricted, shall we say. I grabbed her from the back and pulled her to me. She laughed, and wrapped her arms around my neck from my front. She tilted her head so she could look at me, and I promptly leaned down and kissed her. She maneuvered so that she was facing me and pressed her lips harder to mine. It took me completely off guard and I responded on instinct. I pulled her closer, one hand snaking up to tangle in her hair. I felt her legs wrapping themselves around my waist. My mind was screaming at me to stop, but this was all so new and I had wanted to be so close to her for so long. Edward, remember white gowns and Rosalie's wrath, I reminded myself. I pulled back from her, and untangled myself from her. Bella, I gave her a reproving look. She blushed, but looked unabashed by her actions. I groaned, how am I supposed to keep from going that far if you insist on doing things like that? Bella shrugged. I don't know why you insist on not going that far, she shot at me. I shook my head, rolling my eyes. Because, I said gently, but firmly. It's too fast. She bit her lip, looking down. I caught a flash of hurt and rejection in her eyes before she averted her gaze, though. I placed my thumb and forefinger under her chin and tilted her head so she would look at me. Bella, you know I want to, I breathed, holding her close to me. But we can't now, okay? Like I said, I want us to go slow. I want to explore our new relationship, emotionally. It's a lot to take it, even if we both have accepted our love. Bella sighed and nodded her head. I know, she admitted. I've never felt so much before. It's overwhelming, and sometimes I can't help but lose control. I smiled at how she blushed as she said this. I know the feeling, I joked. She raised her eyebrow at me. So about that marriage thing? She asked nervously. I laughed at the panic look in her eyes. I won't rush you, I promised. Just know that another reason why I want to wait is because, well, I was born in the 1900s, I said. As if this explained it all. Bella giggled. She had that look on her face that always meant she was about to make a joke of some sort. So was I, she said, doubling over in laughter at her attempt at being funny. I rolled my eyes. She had spent too much time with Emmett if she was laughing at her own attempt at being funny. I kissed the tip of her nose. It was adorable, anyway. When she calmed down enough, she smiled at me and said, give or take 90 years. I nodded my head. Well, those 90 years makes the difference. I was born and raised a gentleman, Bella. It's not even in me to go that far without being married to you first, I told her honestly. Bella pressed her overheated face into my chest, in an attempt to hide her blush. It really didn't work considering I could feel the flush against my cool chest. I ran my hand through her hair, trying to calm her. But what if I'm not a good wife? She whispered. I pulled back slightly to look into her eyes. I think you would be an amazing wife. And for me, you would be the perfect wife, I said. She took in a deep breath and let it out slowly. I'm not saying yes to marriage, she warned. I nodded my head, still smiling. I hadn't proposed yet, and Alice already said she would say no a few times before giving in. But we should probably slow down, she continued. All these emotions, it's a lot. And you're right, we do need to figure it all out together. I lifted her hand and brought it to my lips. Together, I whispered, Bella's pav. I took a deep breath and entered the garage. Rosalie was working on Alice's Mercedes, giving the engine a boost. I didn't know how much more of a boost the engine could take. Alice already drove faster than a race car driver. Not that I minded much, most of the time. I was going to talk to Rose about the way she was acting around Edward and I. At first, we had pretty much let her get all obsessive with keeping me safe. Now it was just bordering on annoying and overprotective. Scratch that, it was annoying and overprotective. Just yesterday, she kicked Edward out of my room. We were sitting on the floor, listening to music. We weren't even doing anything. But she said that no boys, or male vampires, allowed in my room. I reminded her that Jazz and Emmett come in all the time, but she said she meant no Edward in my room. I loved her. She truly was my mother, and she was great at it. I loved how she wanted to protect me, too. It made me feel so loved. But this has got to stop. Edward and I lived in the same house. It would be a difficult, if not impossible, thing not to be in the same room at the same time. Besides, that just wouldn't work. Who ever heard of not being in the same room as your soulmate? Edward and I had decided to take things slow. I'd been more than a little disappointed, but we were still getting to know each other that way. I knew almost everything about him, and he knew everything about me up till now. We still had a long road ahead of us. And I could understand him wanting to wait until our wedding night. Edward was a classic 1900s gentleman. He really wouldn't give up on his beliefs and the way he was raised. All in all, the lust was still as pronounced as it was back in the pool and at the meadow, even for him. It was why it was so easy to get HT up in the moment when we were together. Not to mention the fact that we decided to keep things a secret from everyone at school for a while. It wasn't that we were ashamed or anything like that. I would love for Angela and Ben to know about Edward and I being together, finally. She knew about our first kiss at Reflection Pond, and had immediately gone into an Alice-type shriek fest, saying how the two of us would be perfect for one another. The thing was, we wanted to be on steady ground before we let others in on our relationship. Alice had even said that Lauren would be jealous towards my popularity, and Jessica would be angry at how I snagged her crush. It was getting frustrating to not be able to touch one another in school. For 8 hours a day, we had to pretend not to be together. I missed hugging him, and holding his hand, and kissing him. I missed the subtle touches he always gave me, like a kiss on the cheek, or how he would brush my cheek with his fingers, or how he'd hug me from behind. Those simple touches made me feel so incredibly loved by him, I couldn't even explain it. It had been 3 weeks since our confession. Edward took me out as much as he could. It was, really, the only way for us to ever be alone. We couldn't risk someone from Forks seeing us on a date, so he normally took me somewhere secluded. I didn't know how he found all these amazingly beautiful secluded spots. But he'd just said that he had a lot of time on his hands, especially at night. I had laughed at that. With his sensitive hearing, it must have been awful to hear the activities of the rest of the family at night. No wonder he went out all the time. Anyway, even though I loved spending time alone with Edward at these places that looked like they belonged on National Geographic, I couldn't help but be irritated by Rose's interferences. I needed her to stop treating me like a child, and start treating me like the daughter she raised to be. I was a woman in love. I needed my man with me. It was hard enough getting to sleep without Edward by my side. He had taken to sitting by me and humming me my lullaby, but Rosalie kicked him out most nights. It felt like prison, and very bad insomnia. I had asked Edward to come with me, but he'd said that he would join me later. There were some things I needed to talk to Rose alone, mother to daughter. He'd told me that he knew Rosalie's reasons, being a mind reader and all, and that I shouldn't be harsh at all. She was having trouble letting go. I stepped further into the garage, and looked around. I saw Rose's feet sticking out from under Alice's Mercedes and smiled. "Mom," I called. Rosalie slid out from under the Mercedes, her overalls covered in grease spots here and there. She looked perfect, of course, pulling the look amazingly. She looked like she was a model for a car advertisement or something. She grabbed a towel and wiped her hands, smiling at me. "What's up, Angel?" she asked. I bit my lip nervously. "Can we talk?" Rosalie tilted her head to one side, gesturing to the left. I followed her to where some stools sat around, and sat next to her. What about? I took in another calming breath and looked at her. You know about what, Mom? Edward and I said determinedly. Rose visibly flinched as I said this, but I ignored that. Mom, I'm all grown up. I'm with Edward now, and I really am in love with him. You have to know. She stood up and faced away from me. Yes, I know. You don't need me, you have your mate, she said bitterly. I sat there, stunned by her sudden outburst. She had never actually said that to me before. What I knew about her troubles letting go came from what Edward told me he'd heard in her mind. I stood up and walked over to her. I wrapped my arms around her from behind. I was going to say that you need to know I'll always be your little girl, I corrected her. Rose turned in me embrace and hugged me, a look of disbelief on her face. I love you, and you and Esme are the greatest moms in the whole world. I reached out and brushed at her hair. But you've raised me to be the woman I am today. You can't go around hounding Edward and I everywhere we go. We promise to be responsible and be careful with each other. We promise to love one another. But you have to let us make our own choices, I said, my voice almost pleading with her. Rosalie looked at me, her topaz gaze never wavering. Finally, she sighed and hung her head. I know, she whispered. I'm sorry. I know I've been acting irrational. It's just that you and Edward the first know nothing can take the love of your soulmate. Nothing can compare. I leaned forward and kissed Rose on the cheek. No, I agreed. Her beautiful face fell and I chuckled, shaking my head. She was being ridiculous if she thought her love paled in comparison to Edward's. Sure, Edward was my entire life, but I couldn't even imagine functioning without Rose. She raised me, just like Esme, just like Carlisle. She has her place in my heart, too. But Mom, nothing can compare to a mother's love, either, I added quickly, before she could think too much of what I'd said. Immediately, Rosalie's eyes lit up and she gave me a brilliant smile. You mean the world to me. And I do need you. For a lot of things. I'd like to move on to the next stage of my life with you on board. I have so little time left at being human. I want to enjoy every second with my entire family, you included, I said. Resting my head in the crook of her neck as I hugged her tightly. I'd just love it more if you didn't kick Edward away from me every time he comes within 2 feet of me, I joked. Rosalie laughed a little shakily. I'm sorry, baby. I promise to be a lot less, she trailed off, trying to find the right word. I lifted my head and gave her a cheeky smile. Crazy, I offered. Rose scowled playfully at me. And swatted my arm. No, a little less possessive over you. I love you, and although I normally just make fun of him, I love Edward, too. I am happy you found each other. I needed to know you and I won't ever change, she said, kissing my hair. Of course not, I assured her, still hugging her close to me. Someone cleared their throat behind me, and I turned my head slightly to see Edward leaning against the garage door. He had his arms folded across his chest and a big smile plastered on his flawless face. Should I come back later? He asked, looking straight at me. I blushed at his gaze. Whenever he looked at me, his gaze never wavered. His topaz eyes would darken just a little, and a crooked smile would automatically make its way to his lips. I love that. Rosalie laughed and shook her head. No, you can take her, she said, kissing my forehead lightly. Edward found it safe enough to joke. Really, I don't have to step through the metal detectors first. Rose rolled her eyes at him as I laughed. Just take her before I change my mind, she shot back. Edward smiled, and stepped forward. He held his hand out for me. I turned to give Rosalie another kiss on the cheek. Love you, Mom, I whispered. She beamed at me. I broke out of her embrace and took Edward's hand. He gently flung me onto his back. Recognizing the routine, I locked my arms and legs around him, and he was off. Halfway to our meadow, I kissed his neck and said, so, you'll join me later, huh? Coward, I teased. He chuckled. I knew you and Rose needed time alone to figure things out, he said. Putting me down on my feet as we reached the meadow. I didn't need to be there. I sighed as we laid down on the grass and stared up at the cloudy sky. Thank God that's over, I think, I added as an afterthought. Edward turned to his side, and traced my cheekbone with his fingers. Thank God we're alone, he whispered. I laughed, poking a finger at his chest. What happened to taking it slow? I teased, as he leaned in even closer, his lips hovering just inches from mine. He gave me his crooked smile, and all rational thought flew out the window. We are taking it slow, he said, bridging the little gap between us. I drew him closer to me, and smiled against his lips. To think that I would have forever with him, just like this pure ecstasy. Jasper's Pav. I hadn't felt this euphoric since the day I met Alice. Edward and Bella were so happy about being together, that they exude bliss. I loved having that around me. Being an empath, their constantly changing emotions the few weeks before they got together had driven me insane. Edward's conflict ever since he found out he loved her, his jealousy, his self-pity. His rage, they hovered around me like an ominous cloud. Bella's confusion and guilt weren't any better, either. Now that they're together, all of that disappeared. Sure, they were frustrated by not telling others about each other. Edward still grew jealous every time Mike Newton asked Bella out, or one of the boys in school flirted with her. Not surprisingly, Bella has a lot of admirers. She was a beautiful lady. After all, it still angered Edward, though. And even if Bella kept insisting she wasn't jealous whenever Lauren, Jessica or some other girl flirted with Edward, she couldn't hide from an empath. I knew she felt jealous, and a little insecure, too. You would think that being Rosalie's daughter would have made her a little more confident about her looks. They mostly felt content, though. A little lustful whenever they were alone, but I had Alice to get that out of my system. Alice had wanted us to have a movie night. The entire family was crowded in the living room, arguing over which movie to watch first. Emmett won, wanting to watch The Terminator. Bella agreed with him, only because she loved the "I'll be back" line. Rosalie groaned, squeezing her eyes as I put in the DVD. "How can anyone like this movie?" she asked, shaking her head. Emmett chuckled. "How can anyone not?" he retorted. "Violence, freaky robot guys from the future and hot half-Terminator half-human sex." He shot a look at Edward and Bella. "Focus on the screen, guys, it's the only action you're getting tonight." Edward growled at Emmett and Bella blushed so hard she had to hide her face in Edward's shirt. I chuckled, giving her some calming waves and toning down Emmett's mischievousness. Esme looked shocked that Emmett would even say something like that to his sister. "Emmett McCarty Cullen," she chided, "don't talk that way to your sister." Emmett didn't even look sorry as he shrugged, grinning. He was too used to teasing people, especially Bella, to stop. I rolled my eyes as the credits rolled. I would have chosen How the West Was Won, but that was just me. I walked over to the couch and sat next to Alice, pulling her close to me. She sat between my legs, her back to my front, and snuggled into me. I kissed her spiky hair, and watched the beginning of the movie. The phone rang and Emmett let out a loud shush. I glared at him and reached around to my back to snatch the phone up. I was the closest to the phone and, as family rule stated, I had to get it. I pressed the button to answer the call and spoke into the receiver. "Hello, hi, is Bella home?" I recognized the voice instantly as that of Mike Newton's. Edward could hear Newton's voice, of course, since he had sensitive hearing. He growled, eyes snapping in my direction, and arms tightening around Bella protectively. Bella looked questioningly at Edward and Emmett chuckled. Even Esme and Carlisle laughed at Edward's reaction to Newton. "Yes, she is. Hold on," I said, passing the phone to Bella. She looked at me quizzically, but I just shrugged. Suppressing my smirk, Bella placed the phone at her ear and spoke into it. "Hello. Oh hi, Mike," she said warily. She shot me a glare and a grin broke out over my face. Bella had told us to tell Mike she wasn't around if and when he called. She was frustrated enough having to dodge him in school. I only ignored her whenever I was bored. Since this was the 32nd time we had watched Terminator, I needed entertainment, and this was just the perfect opportunity. I listened into whatever Mike was saying on the other end of the phone. "So, I was just wondering if you're not too busy on Friday. Do you want to go to the movies with me?" I chuckled to myself. Every single time the kid asked her out, he sounded so hopeful as if he actually had a chance. And every single time, Bella would turn him down as gently as possible, he would walk away looking dejected and try again 2 hours later. Bella blushed as she heard his question. She blushed too much, really. It was enough to drive Edward insane with jealousy whenever a scumbag like Mike Newton made her blush. He knew it was her natural response to anything, but he was just crazy in love like that. True enough, he bent down and pressed a kiss to the side of her neck. Bella blushed harder, a silly smile on her face as she half-heartedly batted him away. Mike called her name, and Bella focused again, realizing that the human boy was still on the line. Sorry Mike, I can't. I got grounded," she lied. I rolled my eyes. All these years being a Cullen, and she was still a horrible liar. Mike sounded dejected as he replied. But then again, he was always dejected when she turned him down. "Oh, What for? He asked bitterly. Bella shrugged, resting her head on Edward's shoulder. She was sitting on his lap on the floor. He nuzzled her neck and smiled. I could feel the happiness radiating off of him that Bella had once again turned down Newton. I didn't know what he was so worried about. It wasn't like Bella was going to run off with someone else. He was her soulmate. That wasn't going to change. Edward shot me a smile as he read my thoughts. Emmett and I pulled another prank. We took half of Alice's new summer clothes and spray painted them green. Bella stumbled on her words as she attempted to lie. Alice growled and pouted. It was funny how the two pranksters had actually done that. Summer was approaching fast, only 2 months away. Alice had started shopping for our Cullen summer vacation. She had tortured Bella and Emmett for 9 hours straight last Saturday. The next morning, when Alice had gone hunting, they looked at each other and decided right then to take her new summer clothes and spray painted it. They only managed to do half because Alice had come straight home after having a vision of their actions. Emmett had dropped the spray paint, grabbed Bella and run all the way to Massachusetts. It was pretty hilarious. Bella heard Alice's growl and shared a look with Emmett. He grinned goofily, and Bella had to clasp a hand over her mouth to keep from laughing. She swallowed her laughter then cleared her throat to speak. When she removed her hand from her mouth, I could still see the smile on her face. Mike, I've gotta go. What? No, I haven't heard from Tyler. Why did you ask me that? She asked, a suspicious look on her face. Mike refused to answer her, though, and she sighed. Well, see you tomorrow then. Bella hung up the phone and threw it at me. I caught it with one hand and put it away, chuckling. She scowled at me. Jazz, you suck, she pouted at me. I burst out in laughter, having to bury my face in Alice's spiky hair to calm myself. Man, you should have seen your face when you realized it was Newton, I snorted, teasing her. Bella blushed and glared. She turned Ed away from me and looked pointedly at the TV screen. Ah, come on, Angel. Don't be like that, you know I'm just playing, I said, shooting her a sheepish grin. Bella didn't even look at me. I sighed, giving a pleading look at Edward. He chuckled, then wrapped his arms around her waist. He placed little kisses on her neck. I felt the lust coming off both of them, but most of all, I felt their love. It was staggering. My love for Alice, well, everything else pales in comparison to it, in my opinion. But Edward and Bella, it was like they lived for each other. Just simple moments could catch me off guard with how strong their emotions were. And moments like these made me feel like I was intruding on their privacy. I felt Bella's anger and frustration ebbing away, and sighed in relief. If I had used my gift to make her calmer, Bella would have been angrier with me, and spilled one of my secrets to Carlisle and Esme. Maybe even tell them about how Esme's precious china vase was broken because of me, not Emmett. No one, not even Emmett, knew. Except Bella, but that was only because I had panicked and yelled out loud and she had been in the house at the time so she heard me. Edward sighed, and rested his chin on top Bella's head. Bella traced circles on his pale hand. What's wrong, Edward? She asked softly. He shrugged. I'm tired of Newton, he said, his voice cold. If I could just beat him up and throw him to the sharks. Bella smacked his arm lightly, careful not to hurt herself. Edward, she complained. I know he's annoying, but just ignore him. Edward rolled his eyes, and the wrongest flash of jealousy and irritation shot through him. It made me want to strangle someone. Bella, he has very repulsive thoughts, he said through clenched teeth. She looked up at him, confused. So what? You say that about every boy? She pointed out. Edward shot her an exasperated look. He has very repulsive thoughts about you, Bella, he elaborated. Bella's eyes widened, then she flushed. Oh, she mumbled. God, I didn't need to know that. Emmett laughed. Sis, you mean to tell me you don't know? I mean, he looks like he's undressing you with his mind every time he sees. Emmett, all 7 of us shouted. He jumped, startled by everyone yelling at him, then grinned at us. I shook my head. Edward, if you really don't want anyone else looking at your Bella that way, then do something about it, I thought. Edward tilted his head to one side and gave me a puzzled look. I smiled widely. Show them she's yours. Edward's eyes lit up, and Alice started bouncing on the couch in excitement. I sent her calming waves, and she pecked my lips quickly to thank me. It was just a guess, but I was thinking Edward's plan would work. Bella's pav. I ran through the hallway to find my family. I had just gone to my locker to put my books inside. I knew they were waiting for me outside the cafeteria. We always went in together, all 6 of us. Mike was looking for me. He had caught up to me at my locker, attempting to ask me out for the 4th time today. I didn't know how many more times I could say no and still be polite to him. Mike was a nice guy, but he was just a little too insistent for his own good. I found Emmett and Rosalie by the cafeteria doors, Edward right next to them looking disgusted. They must be having own pretty disturbing thoughts about each other. I shuddered, and ran to duck behind Emmett. He was the biggest, so Mike probably didn't have a chance of seeing me if I hid behind him. Emmett laughed, turning around to see me. I moved as he did, trying to cover myself with his body. "What the hell are you doing, Squirt?" he asked, raising an eyebrow at me. I glared at him, trying to get him to be quiet. "I'm trying to hide from Bella." I flinched. "Mike," I said, defeated, stepping out from behind Emmett. I blushed as Mike approached, jogging towards us. Hi, didn't see you there," I stuttered, wanting more than anything to escape into the cafeteria. Mike came closer and I shrank back against Emmett's muscled chest. "So, about Friday." Emmett towered over Mike while I was in the middle. "Excuse me," he spat out. "What the hell are you doing?" Mike was intimidated, I could tell. Anyone would be intimidated when Emmett glared at you like that. He tried to be brave though, squaring his shoulders and looking Emmett in the eye. "I'm asking Bella out," he said. I could hear his voice wavering as Emmett's eyes darkened. He really was a protective teddy bear. To my surprise, Edward slipped his hand over mine and squeezed reassuringly. We had done this a few times in public, even before we confessed our love to one another. It was one of the reasons why everyone thought we were together. It was also he reason Lauren was jealous of me and Jessica tried to make me jealous by telling me all about how she looked at Edward and he glanced over during Spanish. What stunned me, though, wasn't the fact that he was holding my hand. It was the fact that he said, "Sorry, Mike, but she and I have plans on Friday night." Mike just stared at Edward while I blushed. We actually did have plans to go somewhere. Edward didn't tell me where because he wanted it to be a surprise. I would have used the "but how will I know what to wear" excuse, but Alice was dressing me up and she already knew what his surprise was. Mike's stare became an annoyed one, and he glared from Edward to me and back to Edward again, sulking. I really didn't want to wait around anymore. As if on cue, Alice and Jasper walked towards us gracefully. Their striking pale complexions and golden eyes would look intimidating to anyone, but their graceful walk up to us would have stunned everyone to silence. I was still in shock at how beautiful they all were and I had been around them for a decade. Alice leaned down and kissed me on the cheek. Jasper grinned at me, like he knew something I didn't. I rolled my eyes. I knew better than to ask, especially in front of Mike. So I just gave Mike a little wave, and walked inside with the rest of my family. Emmett and Rosalie went in first, followed by Alice and Jasper. I sighed as I followed them to the lunch line, hand in hand with Edward. We were strolling by, so I started to swing our entwined hands together. "What is it, love?" Edward asked, his brows furrowing as he looked at me concernedly. I smiled at him. "Nothing important, Edward. I was just thinking how I was getting tired of having to dodge Mike around all the time," I admitted. Edward smiled brightly at me. "IWS thinking of that and I have come up with the perfect solution," he announced. I glanced at him warily. "And what would that perfect solution be?" I asked tentatively. The last time he'd had the perfect solution to the Mike problem. He'd ended up yelling at Mike after gym to leave me alone. It had worked for about 2 days. I just didn't think yelling or bodily harm was the way to go this time around. Edward didn't answer. He just stopped walking, and spun me around with our entwined hands. I gasped as he wrapped his free arm around my waist and leaned down. Right there, in the middle of the crowded cafeteria room, he captured my lips with his in the longest, sweetest kiss we had ever shared. I felt myself literally turning into mush as I wrapped my free arm around his neck and sliding my hand into his thick, bronze hair. His lips curved into a smile against my lips as he kissed me. I pressed myself further into Edward, forgetting where we were and the people surrounding us. Edward finally pulled back, and I leaned into him, my heartbeat pounding in my ears as I panted. I was pretty sure our family could hear my wild heart fluttering from where they were standing. Then again, they could pretty much hear everything in the suddenly silent cafeteria. My eyes widened as I came back down to earth and realized just where we were. I looked up at Edward to find that he was smiling at me, completely calm and at ease. As I looked into the student mass of Forks High, staring at Edward and I as we stood in each other's embrace, I couldn't help but feel quite the opposite of how he looked. I stared right back, waiting for their response. Video ends here.